see what happens. God
Hi.
entered into my body like a body my same size, like me floating into you floating into me.
Hi.
It is March 9th, 2023. I am 5'4" and weigh
5'4", weigh 140 pounds. Hi, you're with Scotty Hutter, you're with Ganji Kid, you're with Super Chuffer. I'm the Super Chuffer. It's midnight, it's always midnight. It's your right ear and your left ear. Hopefully the sound balance is bang on tonight. With Scotty Hutter, you're with Ganji Kid, you're with Super Chuffer. That's me talking. I'm the Super Chuffer. It's midnight, it's always midnight. It's your right ear and your left ear. Hopefully the sound balance is bang on tonight. With Scotty Hutter, you're with Ganji Kid, you're with Super Chuffer. That's me talking. I'm the Super Chuffer.
To be able to pass the DLT.
That's him talking.
We'll see what happens. God entered into my body like a body
I'm
my
the Super
third size,
Chuffer.
like me floating into be able to pass the DLT.
That's him talking.
It is
I think we're alright, aren't we? I think we're alright.
March 9th, 2023.
I think we're
I
alright.
am 5'4" and
How are you in chat?
140 pounds. I need to get it down to 130 to be able to pass.
How are you in chat? We've got Delightful Energy, Wendy Shepherd, we've got Nyla, we've got What the Hen, we've got Viking Shield Maiden, we've got Kibi, we've got Sarah, we've got Nyla, we've got Marie, Nyla K, What the Hen. I'm saying these twice because you've done more than one chat. We've got Audrey, we've got Sarah, I'm in a work meeting. We've got, there you go. I'm in a work meeting. Yeah, we got it all. Got it all going on. I've got my chocolate soy milk. Let me just crack that gently, because when I crack it, it pops, and then it goes on my clothes. Oh! Hello, South Africa. Hello, South Africa. Let me do my best South African impression for you. It's kind of, is it, you know, if I do like a Nigerian impression, that would probably look racialist, won't it? But I'll do a South African one. Rina, where are my legs? Rina, fetch my legs, Rina. There's someone in the bathroom, Rina. Where are my legs? That's my my best South African. Rina, is that Rina? Where are my legs? What we've got for you today is, this is a YouTube channel that I was going to do an interview today, and we were getting it all lined up, and then the person who I was going to interview said maybe Thursday's a good idea instead of tomorrow. And I was like, you know that tomorrow is Thursday. And then it was like, right, okay, maybe we schedule it for next week. So that's all good. I don't mind. We'll just, you know, schedule it for next week. It's fine. So I've got an episode that I've been longing to do in a way. I find lots of people on YouTube, and I've got tons of these people, so don't worry, there's always some more of these people. I find lots of people in YouTube, and this is God Has Entered Into My Body.
9th, 2023. I am 5'4" and weigh 140 pounds.
5'4", 140 pounds.
I need to get it down to 130 to be able to pass the DLT physical.
They want to pass this physical.
We'll see what happens.
So
God.
they want to pass this physical. They're a legit channel on YouTube, right? Look, they're a legit channel on YouTube. God Has Entered Inside My Body as an angelic body. This is their car, look. And we're just going to do some investigate. We're just, you and me together. We're just going to do some investigate. Now listen, today's episode is called, what have we called it? God Entered Inside My Body, Don't Laugh. It is called Don't Laugh, right? That's on you. Now this person could be, I'm not saying they are, I'm not giving them the diss straight off. I'm not saying, oh, you're mental, you chuffer, what you've done to your car, you're mental. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying it straight off, but if they are like psychologically disturbed, maybe we shouldn't laugh at them. Maybe we're laughing at people who've got mental illness. So you decide in your brain whether it's okay to laugh at people who've got mental illness or not. How far that is. For me, if you're going to put videos on YouTube, I'm allowed to review them, and it's up to you at home. If you laugh, right, that's on you. It's not on me, is it? It's not my fault. It's not my fault if you laugh. Don't you laugh, you. Don't laugh. We will start at the start and take it away. There is some relaxing background music on. I paused it there, look. Now it's back on. I've tried to go for quieter music today. Keep it in the background. Come on. Don't mess us about. So this is full chufferism. Saber Crosby, you've got that right. This is full chufferism. You can go what you like in the chat. You can say what you like. You can give me your thoughts. You can discuss anything you like. We have got a little bit of the old NB to discuss, haven't we? Apparently the funeral happened. Some people leaked the the program. It's not a program, is it? Is it a program? Like, you know, you get a little card at the funeral. Some people leaked a picture of it. So maybe the funeral has happened. It was kept very quiet. And then the police, handy for the police, is they arrested that Curtis Media, didn't they? So he couldn't go to the funeral, which is quite a move. Quite a power move. Quite a political power move. What if he turns up at the funeral? Don't worry, we'll arrest him on some trumped up charges. Arrest him on some trumped up charges. You can't arrest him on some trumped up charges. This is my Twitter. Look. We'll tweet. This is what we're doing now, live. That's me on Twitter. But what I want you to see something. Just go Creator Studio. We're going to be looking at this weird YouTube channel in just a second, so don't worry. Don't worry. You like the Chinese restaurant music? It's from one of the most popular games in the world. It is Chinese, but I listened back to what we did yesterday, and it was just a little bit high in the mix, and that's because it's just a little bit loud, and I can't deal with it. So I just gone for something a bit quieter today. I wanted it a little. Background music should be slightly in the background. It just dominated a little bit. Don't tell anyone that watched yesterday, because I don't want them to think I made a mistake. Just leave it. Make it look like a choice. It gives you these Creator Studio analytics on Twitter, right? So I can look at which tweets of mine did well and which tweets didn't do so well. Well, it doesn't tell you what tweets don't. Anyway, look, this is my top tweet. Look, this tweet from that month of February. You want to see it? Look, it's my top tweet from February. Top tweet. Now Nicola's been found. I want to know your thoughts. Did she commit suicide in the river, or do you think this could be murder? R.I.P. Nicola Bulley. From the day she was found. And look at the picture I used. I used this picture of them fishing her out the river, yeah? And it's breaking news. Breaking news. I used it from, I think that's Sky News. So they arrested that Curtis Media. This is just, while we fill up the room, while you want to talk to me. I know you want to talk about this. So it's a bit weird that they managed to arrest Curtis Media for taking the same images as this one that I got off the mainstream news. So maybe we should be going around arresting all the mainstream news as well. They're going to have a job on their hands. A lot of arrests to make. There. Just thought I'd just bring that up at the start. That's all I want to say on that today, really. Not really. This is a different episode today, but I knew you were going to want me to say something. I knew you were going to want me to. Yeah, didn't the mainstream news get it from him? Yeah, I think so. I don't know the man. I don't know him as a person. I'm just talking about the media that gets put up on the internet and the police's attitude to it. At the moment, obviously, he's on this bail and all sorts. We were lining up an interview, but I think it's best that we just I haven't written him back recently to say we better just call our jets for a bit, because don't know what's going on. I'd rather things if you're going to talk about something and then the next day something changes massively, your interview's a bit useless, isn't it? So maybe we should just let things cool a little before we talk. So I don't know. That's what we've got today, though. Look, this is today.
I need to get it down to 130 to be able to pass.
And if you laugh, it's on you.
We'll see what happens. God entered into my body like a body.
So the thing about this one. The thing about this one, that's a new short, and it came up on my feed, and I thought, why have I got this on my... Oh yeah, hang on. I subscribe to all sorts of... Not on my Super Chuffer channel, but on my B-side channel. I subscribe to some weird chuffers on the internet. I've got a load of them, a big list. They're my favourite things on YouTube. These weird chuffers on the internet. They've got to be, haven't they, in a way? Look at his car. God entered my body like a body my same size. And it says on the windows, God's... I can't read it. Face... I see non-stop visions from God. He teases and threatens. He berates and teases and threatens. God doesn't berate and tease and threaten. So there's a lot to get through here. We're going to pick out... We're going to go from the start. What I like to do with the YouTube channel is go back to the start. See what's been going on at the start. I like to just get a feel for how they've progressed over the time. Shorts are going to be fairly new. There's quite a lot of them. There's quite a lot of these. Thankfully, this person doesn't seem to be in the UK. If they look like they're in the UK, we're going to stop immediately, because they could get me. But I don't think they're in the UK. And, the shorts are going to be short. But, these have got views, look. Thousands of views, some of these shorts. That one's got 55,000 views. So, and these are monetized, these videos. So they've got monetized, they've got 5,000 subscribers, they're doing better than me. If you're watching this and you haven't subscribed, what are you doing? Help me get to 5,000 subscribers, please. I want 10k by the end of March. That would be fucking fantastic. That would be fantastic. In chat, I see your chat. Yes, I'm going to say yes to everything that everyone said there. Looks loopy. What's the coffee link? Good point. Good point. I forgot to shill for myself. My page on coffee. Come on, my page on coffee. There you go. This is how to tip me. Good point. Good point. If you like me and the work we do, then help support it, sustain it. Tippies. Yay. Buy me a coffee. Thanks very much. And then I'll read it out when it comes on the screen as well. It'll go whoosh and then swoosh, and then I'll read it out, which is another good point. Where is my coffee link on the screen? Why is that not on the screen? There it is. Okay. And then it'll go whoosh and then whoosh when you tip. So let's just make sure that we haven't got any tips since I was last here. An hour ago, someone bought me. See, look, someone bought me a coffee an hour ago while I was offline. Loving the recent videos. Just watching your Emma Red Flags, and she's on the work meeting. Thank you, Sammy G. Thank you, Sammy G. See, I come here and I read it out, and I just check to see £10. That's really nice. Thanks. You know, and you get it on the screen there as well. So, work meeting. Talking of work meeting, this is my finest hour. Listen to this again.
She had plans. Oh, she was on a work meeting.
She was what? She was on her work. Pat Butcher come and said that for you then.
She had plans. Oh, she was on a work meeting.
It's like she coughed it out like the demons.
She had plans. Oh, she was on a work meeting.
Let's listen. So, if you haven't gone to Twitter yet and retweeted that for me, and found that and retweeted it, that deserves to go viral. Of everything I've ever done in my life, that's my finest hour, mate. The work meeting. Surely that's the top of the tree. Surely. Well, it gets funnier the more you watch it. It does. And this loop as well, when you watch it on Twitter, it's an automatic loop.
Oh, she was on a work meeting.
She was what? She was on her work. Pat Butcher come and said that for you then.
I couldn't be happier.
She had plans. Oh, she was on a work meeting.
It's like she coughed it out like the demons.
She had plans. Oh, she was on a work meeting.
Let's listen to this again.
She had plans. Oh, she was on a work meeting.
She was what? She was on her work. See, it repeats. So you can just watch that and repeat. And I did just sit there watching it repeat for a while, just thinking about it. Just like, that is my finest hour. Like, she's on her work. How has that not been headline news? How has it not been headline news? Emma, I didn't notice this video at the early stages. I was focused on Paul. But Emma's early video, and she did this on the work meeting. Everyone's seen it. Everyone's let that slide. I'm picking that out. I'm saying stop the boat, stop the train, like pull the emergency cord on a work meeting. Like, how did that not? Do you know what I mean? Like on these TV shows as well, where they're like doing the topical news. You know, have I got news for you? Or they don't do whose line is it any? Well, not the other one with Dermot. You know what's his name? Not Dermot O'Leary. You know, the other one with the Irish fella. You know that. They don't do that show anymore, do they? But they should have that on that show. They should have, this is top tier. It's early in the year, so we've got a whole year to go. We don't know, you know, there are going to be other things happening in the year. But when it comes around to those, you know, summing up the year programs, you know, best of 2023 and stuff, I want to see this. Jimmy Carr, clips, 10 cats, who likes the best 10 cats? This has got to be on it. This is probably the best thing that's, I mean, on my streams thus far. Pat Butcher come and said that for you then.
She had plans. Oh, she was on a work meeting.
It's like that's pretty good. That's pretty high up there. That's top tier content. Like, so I should make a short with it. I should do more clips of it. I should really bang it. I should really, like, you know, I've mined a bit of raw gold there. I should really bang it. You've been framed. Not that Alan Carr, man. Not him. No, the other one, Jimmy. Oh no, it's Jimmy Carr's the plastic one, isn't he? He looks funny because he's like a plastic face. Well, you know what I mean. The telly men, the telly comic men, all women as well. All women. Good point there. I shouldn't be sexist there, but these are the ones that I think of when I think of Deadliest Cats Who Likes to Be a Millionaire. Jimmy does look like a puppet. Graham Norton could do it. Any of them could do it. Any of them could have this. Coughed it out like the demons. I haven't got copyright on it.
She had plans. Obviously, she was on a work meeting.
But I would like them to give me some credit for
She had
finding it.
plans.
Not like, oh, some YouTuber found this, so I've seen this clip, I'll retweet it. You know, all that. You know, people who just steal your stuff and retweet it like it's their own joke. I found that. Contact Simon Cowell for a record deal. Exactly. I'm going to save this in the old... I'm going to copyright this and save it. And then in 50 years' time, on the anniversary of Nicola Bulley's death, I'm going to bring it out and be like, have you seen this? And it's going to change the way the world perceives the past. All fur coat and no knickers. On a work meeting.
She was on a work.
Very good. Very good. That is my finest hour. So let's get back to... We've got to talk about this today because this is my ascribed... This is what I said we'd do. Now, bear in mind, I don't know anything about the guy. He might be doing a comedy channel. He might be doing this for real. He might be mentally disturbed. So we've got 3 different options there. If he's doing it comedy channel, you can laugh. If he's doing it for real and he's not mentally disturbed, like, you know, psychotic, I think you can laugh. And I think if he's got a real serious mental illness and he needs to be in a home, then we shouldn't laugh as much. But yeah, too late, you already laughed. So I've got questions about it. You know, I've got questions about it, but how far we can laugh. This guy's not like some... Look, we'll see. Let's start from the start and take it away. My name is Simpson Bartholomew J. That's Bart with an R and a capital B, then Sim plus S-O-N. That's me. Introductions aside, let's move right along. You can all sing along at the sound of the gong. Once upon a time, about a week ago, all of a sudden trouble started to brew. Alarm was buzzing and I was snoozing. Supposed to get up now, but I was refusing to let reality become an intrusion. Dreamy dreamland. I was cruising, but the buzz kept buzzing. My head kept buzzing. Gave the radio a trial and heard an explosion. I opened up my eyes to my surprise, and there stood Homer with his temperature rise. Alarm was buzzing. I was snoozing. Supposed to get up now, but I was refusing to let... I've just done that bit. Okay, I got stuck. His temperature rise. I don't know. Anyway, that was Deep Trouble by Bart Simpson. It's in my head there, deep down somewhere. Let's see what's in this guy's head.
To my body, like a body, my perfect size, like me floating into you or you floating into me. God came into my body, like a body, my perfect size. That's the Acts 2:38 born again experience.
So just to stop there for a minute, I think I'm getting the concept. You said it twice. I love the haircut. The bowl is good, isn't it? Like, you know someone's onto a right winner when they've gone for the haircut. Like, you know they're onto a winner when they've gone for the haircut. There's so many... It reminds me of that... I don't know if you've ever seen Grizzly Man by Werner Herzog, where this guy goes to live with the bears. Have you ever seen Grizzly Man? Grizzly Man. If you have never seen Grizzly Man, this is well worth a watch. This guy called Timothy Treadwell goes out to live with bears and to protect bears, but he doesn't know anything about bears and he's not really a wildlife conservationist. He's just a nutter. And so what happens is he gets ate by the bears. Give it away. Spoiler for like a 50-year-old film. But Timothy Treadwell goes out to live with the bears, man. And there he is, look, he's out there filming himself on his cameras. There he is. And he went for this haircut as well. He went for this, they call it the Prince Valiant in this documentary. There he is with his haircut. This is, I don't know who this is.
God was inside.
So the principle is that God has entered inside your body, his body, like a person the same size. Let's just go, hang on.
God entered into my body, like a body, my perfect size. Like me.
So God entered into my body, like a body, my perfect size. So it's like a 1-for-1. God is like perfectly me. This worries me, right, straight off because of the mental aspect. Like, people have these delusions about God and all this stuff, don't they? They get very into it and they get delusional about all that sort of stuff. Like, I worry about that slightly, but yeah.
Me floating into you or you floating into me. God came into my body, like a body, my perfect...
Bear in mind, he's doing better than me on YouTube. He's got the 5K. You know, this video's got the 7,000 views. So I need you to give me a like. I need you to give me a subscribe if I'm going to win over God entered into my body.
Perfect size. That's the Acts 2:38 born again experience. God was inside the Jesus body.
Right.
It's the Holy Ghost baptism. God is the ghost. And the Bible requires you to have it to have biblical salvation.
Okay.
Right after God entered into my body, like a body my same size, God began ripping and tearing my face, shooting in gum disease like electric needles being shot.
That's a bit heavy for God. I mean, I've got some poorly gums sometimes. As soon as God entered into my body, He started ripping and tearing at my face. This took a turn, didn't it? If you laugh, it's on you, right? If you laugh, it's on you. But I don't remember there being any bit in the Bible about gum disease.
Shot into my gums. Can you imagine a needle being shot into your gums, stuck into your gums, poison being spewed out, gums inflating with disease? God fondles me with an electric hand.
God fondles me with an electric hand. I'm going to need the captions. I'm going to need the captions. We're going to need it. Let's have it bigger. Go on. Let's have it bigger with the captions for this one. God fondles me with an electric hand. That's God's hand.
That's God's hand. Where's it going?
Going up and down on my penis.
Oh, oh no. Oh no. I didn't do it. I didn't do it. He's doing it. If you laugh, it's on you. If he's got mental illness and you laugh at him, you're a naughty chuffer, aren't you? You naughty. Don't laugh at them mentally unwell. Also, don't let them near any children.
This goes on non-stop.
Non-stop electric hand god action on your penis. So there are some benefits to being a nutter. The non-stop electrical masturbation.
God causes my body to heat up like it's on fire.
God causes my body to heat. I'm going to repeat the things he's saying. These should maybe, in the Bible, it says like Luke chapter 1, and he did say thus, God saith unto you, please be good. Go on, brush your teeth. Otherwise you're going to get gum problems. God was like, I started it. You didn't start it. I didn't start it. You started it. Like God, he started it. He put this on the internet. He started it. God started it. Look, basically, I lost a train of thought now.
It goes on non-stop.
Non-stop.
God causes my body to heat up like it's on fire. While all this is going on, I'm seeing visions of God. Visions of Jesus.
Okay.
Jesus is saying things to me like, I tried to get you cut off.
I see you in chat. I think it's quite funny comments, even though it's a little bit on the edge. I'm not gonna, that's fine. I'm not gonna moderate it. So, God heated up your body like a battery, like.
Jesus is saying things to me like, I tried to get you cut off. I tried to make you perish. I want to strip you of your salvation.
This is it. In the Bible, it's like, I remember it saying Jesus wanted to get you cut off and strip you of your salvation. I remember that from the Bible. That was Jesus' main message, wasn't it? Love thy neighbour. The meek shall inherit the earth, and I'm going to cut you off from your salvation, you bad bastard.
It's raining again. I couldn't be happier. Swish, and then swoosh.
I got some tippies. I got some lovely tippies. God has sent me the tippies. Hey, Mr. Chuffer, me and the wife watched your stream last night about Emma and reading off the script and everything. Everything you said, we're agreeing with. Yeah, thanks. You're brilliant. I'm the nuts. I know my stuff. Once again, thanks for the wicked streams. Now enjoy the coffee. Thank you, Mark Reed. Thank you. Interesting name. I always click the view details and say thanks. Thank you. You're on the screen there. Get on the screen there. Look, super chuffing. You're all super chuffers. You're all super chuffers these days.
Meeting.
She was what? She was on her work. Oh God! Be careful, because Jesus wants you to perish and strip you of your salvation. So what I would say as well is that it feels like we should be noting these words down, because if God is talking through him, maybe we need an extra book on the Bible that's like, oh, by the way, they could start reading it in church. It would make church more popular again. We've got a new edition, latest updates. Get down church. God lives inside my body and he wants to strip me of my salvation. Chapter 1, verse 1. God lives inside my body and he's the same size as me. Verse 2. I have his invisible electric hand on my penis. Verse 3. I hope he doesn't live in the UK. He sounds American. If I see any indication that he lives in England, I'm going to stop, because he could come around my house.
God took my wife. He had a woman marry me that
He's been married.
he knew was going to walk away right at the wedding.
She walked away at the wedding. That's a disappointment. That is a bit of a disappointment, isn't it? At the wedding. Cucked on the wedding day. That's not very... Things are not going... Why isn't God blessing you with his blessings?
The point is, it gets way, way worse than I'm telling.
Oh, God.
But this is what God is. What he has become, or what he was from day one. In the Bible, God called Job perfect.
Right.
Job said to God, thou terrifiest...
Perfect Job. Did a good job.
Did a good job, did he? On Job, perfect. See what I did there? It's a little joke. I want to get the captions on, but I want him in it as well, like in my frame. So I think we'll just go in the frame for a bit. If we need captions, I'll bring them back.
Me in dreams. That means God was attacking him while he slept and dreamed, like he does me.
God was attacking him in his sleep, like he does you. If you've ever been attacked in your sleep by God, then I've got no advice for that. I've got no advice for that. I wouldn't assume God straight off, you know. Being attacked in my sleep, I wouldn't assume, oh, that's God. That's what God, you know, remember that, the stories from the Bible about being attacked in your sleep? Really? Dwayne Dibley. This is like Dwayne Dibley in the worst universe possible. Yeah. He hasn't got any teeth because of the gum disease. They've all come out.
Can you imagine living like this?
I can't imagine living like that.
And that also...
What's going on behind your shoulder as well? There's a light socket. It looks like a light socket, you know, for like plug socket, but someone's removed the plug socket to get at the electrics. That looks like a worry. That's a worry. Big worry. Red flag.
And Job said, "Thou fillest my face full of wrinkles." That means God was ripping his perfect servant's face.
There we go. More face ripping. It does in the chat fill you in. This sounds like he's got psychosis. So I've said, don't laugh. That's the real rule today. If you laugh, that's on you. Laughing at some poor chuff with psychosis. On the other hand, he spent 3 years doing a YouTube channel, and it could be a skit. I don't know. I'm very open-minded. I don't want to label someone a nutter if they're not really a nutter. So, like, he might not really be a nutter. He might not really be a nutter.
You floating into me.
It's raining again. I couldn't be happier.
March 9th, 2023.
I mean, we've got from there to here.
5'4" and weigh 140
We've got from here to here.
Down to 130.
So I want to go on the journey and I want to find out how and why. I want to find out what's going on. I'm like a journalist or a researcher or something. Like, it's considered a public good. Keely Berwick. Is that, you know, I want to say Berwick because I know someone called Berwick, but Keely Berwick sent me a nice 15 notes. Thank you very much there, Keely. Thank you very much. Didn't put a message in or anything, just said thanks. Thank you. Thank you. I really appreciate it. I'll give you one of these. Pat Butcher come and said that for you then.
She had plans. Obviously, she was on a work meeting.
It's like you get a work meeting. Wear his pants. I don't know why he's not wearing trousers. Full nudity is not allowed on the internet. I mean, we're going to go from there to here. We're going to find out. God's at the moment. We were on the start of the journey, and God is scaring him in his dreams and tearing at his face.
Just like he does me. What God does is causes my muscles to tighten up at the instant I use them, causing wrinkling, stretching, bagging, sagging, tearing. If I don't move my face muscles, he'll move them from inside. He'll move them toward each other. Right now, God is attacking under my nose.
Don't you laugh. You'll set me off. Don't. Oh, don't you God, my face muscles.
That's why I'm putting this video up. So I would say come to Jesus, but and the Bible says it's not his will that any perish. But the Bible requires you to have the Holy Ghost baptism or God inside your body like mine. And I'm the only one on the earth that has it.
So yeah, I would advise you come to Jesus. That's the usual advice from these God people. But this one's not advising you come to Jesus. This one's, the Jesus is off the cards for you. Jesus is inside my body, and I'm the only one that can have it. So you're going to have to queue up and line up. You're going to have to wait your turn on the Jesus. If you want to go on Jesus, you're going to have to wait till he's imploded my face with my face muscles, torn it out from the inside. Then you can have a go on Jesus. Until then, just get your hair cut right, practice your fringe, maybe tidy up the house.
How did God get away with this?
How does God get away with any of this?
Please tell people about this video.
I've got this on. See, this is what he wants. I'm doing the good work. Please tell people about this video. Don't shit on me for laughing at the insane. I'm not a bad chuffer. I'm not laughing at people who are nuts. You're doing that. What I'm doing is sharing the video and helping his cause. Maybe I shouldn't admit to that.
Line in all languages, it gets about 500 or 50,000 hits per day. God's not going to last very long like this, is he?
Oh my God, I didn't realise this was an attack on God. This is an attack on God. If this video gets about somewhere between 500 to 50,000 hits per day, you know, somewhere between that. 500 a day is, you know, reasonable for a YouTube video. You could, you know, some people do get quite big numbers actually. You know, some people are lucky enough. Let's push me up that algorithm, please. If you've got any, you know, if you've got thumbs, you can click that like button, you chuffer. Let's get my algorithm moving, you chuffer. If we can get, you know, a reasonable, if I can get 50,000 video hits a day in all languages, bear in mind. So he's not restricting himself just to English. Although I don't know, where do I keep finding these people? Listen, I've been on YouTube doing my streams for about on YouTube doing streams for about a year, and Twitch then onto YouTube for about 2 years. I've been in media for about 5 to 7 years. I've got a big catalogue of these chuffers, and I've only just started showing them off. Let's invite him to the UK. Mary, we could. I don't think he gets on the plane. I think he has a problem getting on the plane. I don't think they let him on the plane. I don't think they let him through customs at our end. They see the haircut, they say, what's in the bag? They unzip the bag, and it's just full of tins of like chopped meat, like pork luncheon meat. It's just full of pork luncheon meat, his entire suitcase. Yeah. And then, like, they start putting them through the scanner and opening them. They are just pork luncheon meat. He's like, this is, you know, none of them have got a key on. None of them have got a key. They're all unopenable. I don't know what he's doing. If he gets his 50,000 hits per day, then God's in trouble. Basically, God's in trouble. He's the new I can't say the word, can I? I'm not supposed to. Thank you, Sivia. Message retracted. Message retracted. I saw it. He's not getting on the island, mate. He's one of the, you know, the people on the island are the rich and famous. This is one of the guys that has to clean up the slaughter room afterwards. He goes in with the hose pipe after they've had their fun, jerks off over the mess.
God's not going to last very long.
No, God's not going to last very long like this. Threatening God on YouTube.
Anyway, thank you. My name is Bob Hickman.
Dude, don't tell them all your actual real name on the internet, Bob. I mean, I do. I can't avoid it because I had a business before I started on YouTube. You know, a very public-facing business. I'm not afraid of my real name, but it's just not the best idea, is it? You know, especially if your video is... come at me, God. I suppose God already knows. God already knows. God could, if God wanted your name out in public, God would put it out in public, wouldn't he? Bob Hickman, Paul Heaton. Does he look like Paul Heaton? You know, Jennifer Aniston, Philippa Sue, Deborah Annabelle too. I wrote this song for you. Fuck you, God. Jennifer Aniston, Philippa Sue. Fuck you, God.
Laugh at me and make fun, but...
I did. You knew I would. You knew I would. In a way. In another way, I feel quite worried. Not for you as much. With some people who have got like mental distress and disorder, you really want to help them. You know, I really do. I've done a whole series called Mental Health Monday for a year. Been through a load of shit myself. We'll give anyone the time of day and have a little chat. But when someone's in danger of tearing off my face and putting it in their empty tins of pork luncheon meat, I'm worried. I actually worry. The Jim Carrey of Dumb and Dumber, maybe he's doing this as a skit. Maybe.
In the end, I'll...
But the problem with his house... There's a problem with his house. His house doesn't look like a skit.
Laugh at me and make fun, but in the end, I'll probably be the only one laughing. Bye.
So he's going to be the only one laughing in the end. That's like a threat. Finishes it with a threat. Yeah, a threat. So like I said, I like to go back to the very start, and I like to look at where we started. So that was 3 years ago, and then this next video is like a recurring theme that happens in these videos, right? It's not a consistent theme. It's not everything, but this next video at the old times, three minutes, is a recurring theme. And what he does is he moves from threatening God into quick fat burner morning workout with super fast results. This one, quick fat burner morning workout with super fast results.
Are you sick of looking like a fat cow and people laughing at you when you walk down the street? Eating all the time and can't stop. Well, I've got a suggestion. Start dancing. Moving just a little bit. You don't have to work out big time. Start working the muscles. Run.
I think he's in a public toilet. I think he's in a public toilet. And the suggestion is that you run around, dance, get moving. The video is called Quick Fat Burner Morning Workout with Super Fast Results.
These are little short workouts that will tone your body and make you something that even your own.
So, if you went in the toilet, yeah, if you know they're having this debate at the moment about trans and people in toilets and all this, they're having this debate about it. So don't worry about whether you let a trans woman in the toilets. Worry more about whether you let this nutter in the toilets. Because if you went in the toilet and he's in there running around with his cap on, sorry mate, I was just making a YouTube video. Oh sorry. Wait. Initially I'd go, oh sorry, I didn't mean to intrude on your YouTube video. And then I'd think to myself, what do you mean making a YouTube video? And I don't know whether he'd stop running or continue to run. I don't know whether he would, like, you know, you imagine you've walked in, because this is a toilet, isn't it? That's a toilet. You've walked in, he's in there doing this, and like, he's doing it. And like, you're like, oh, so did I... Initially I'd say, oh, sorry for that. Sorry about that, mate. And then I'd worry, like he's got his headphones on. And then I'd worry, right? And I'd be like, what I think what you do. And then my third worry, my next worry after worrying about what he's doing is, has he got between me and the door? Am I going to have to go through him or can I get around him? Because like, what the fuck is this dude going on here? What is this?
Probably not him, but people to lust you, desire you, want to be around you, want to touch you, want to feel you, want to do some of them other things to you. Sure you do. I do. Do little low impact workouts. That's all it takes. It only takes if you're willing to do that for 10 minutes a day, your body will look sharp.
Your body will look sharp. Your mind, on the other hand...
With my dick.
Whoa, I skipped on. Wait.
Look sharp.
Wait.
You will have
How does he do it? At the moment, even if it is... I'm going to say innocent enough. Even if it's a public toilet, he's in there doing his dance. Even if this is like, you know, okay, you've got through a minute of your video, you've done a dance in a public toilet as a workout video and you're going to upload that to YouTube, right? Even if you manage to get through this, like, we can at least say, I mean, but please, like the last video, he ended up talking about that electric hand on his penis. Please don't go even, I mean, I'm going to say try not to go weird, but I mean, it's already a bit weird, isn't it? Imagine, keep the kids away. Imagine kids going into the toilet and he's in there doing this. Like, this is not right. This is not acceptable.
that men will want to stick their tongue in. My name is Bob Hageman. I'm the world's only Christian, the world's only Holy Ghost filled man. God entered into my body like a body my same size, like me floating into you, or you floating into me. And I have to give myself almost daily now collagen injections to repair the damage God has ripped in my face, attacking me, appearing and laughing, playing with my dick. Poor old Jesus.
Hello there, Kung Fu Shaolin. We are we're here in the public toilets with God entered inside my body as an angelic body, and he's telling us about how God punished him for playing with his, and God is playing with his dick, and poor Jesus has been playing with his dick.
He should have known better than that.
He's looking quite sharp.
Even when
Like that, for one thing I will say, right, it's a funny choice of clothing, but he's got the cap. He's wearing it. He's got his shirt done up to the top button. He's cut his hair in a nice straight line. Like he looks like he's had a wash. Damien said it's sad actually, a hopelessly lost soul. In a way it is, isn't it? In a way it is sad. I mean, I don't know how you get here. But if you laugh at it, if I laugh at it, this is on YouTube as well. The difference is, this guy, because he's like, this is his early videos 3 years ago. This person's got an opportunity in some ways to engage with some kind of help, I imagine. I hope so. I really hope it's being offered. But for 3 years he's decided against that and he's gone full this way. So it's his own choice. Yeah, it is sad in a way, isn't it? I don't want to like drag us down like and be like, oh, it's up to you. If you laugh, I put "Don't Laugh" in the title. It's on you, really. But come on, like, we've got to have a bit of cheer in our lives, because you could walk into the public toilet and run into this.
While making this video, I felt him tear me. No, I just filled this with collagen.
He's filling his face with collagen. Well, I've had enough of that one in the toilet. So I'm getting a feel for what's going on in the past. Like I said, the activity aspect of things, like the doing, like remember the first one. This is his latest offering. It's still going. This is like he's moved from the public toilets into this basement, and he is promoting his exercise regime.
To be able to pass the DLT physical, we'll see what happens. God entered into my body like a body my same size, like me floating into you floating into me. It is March 9th, 2023. I am 5'4" and weigh 100.
And this is like a theme. So when you look at his shorts, like there's quite a few of these. Like it's like a theme. I don't know why the exercises require you to have your shorts off. Halloween, it goes back to there. Halloween is coming. I exercise about an hour a day.
God entered my body like a body my same size. I am on vacation until Saturday. It is Monday. So, I'm going to go out and try to have some fun. And you try to have fun too. Keep rocking. God entered my body.
What the fuck? Come on, let's keep the vibe going. It's not my fault. I didn't do it. Look at them all. He's done these in different languages. Look, this one.
له دخل داخل جسدي كجسد ملاك إسلامي. نسر الحجم. معمولية الشبح المقدس. دخلت روح الله داخل جسدي كجسد. نسر الحجم. معمولية الشبح المقدس. دخله في جسدي كجسد. نسر الحجم.
If you've just come into my show, if you've just joined my internet show.
دخلت روح الله في جسدي كجسد. نسر الحجم. معمولية الشبح المقدس.
Du entre dans mon corps.
He's tried to read this one.
Mi tali. Baptismo di Espiritu Santo. Dio entre dans mon corps.
Du est entré dans mon corps comme un angélique corps, ma même tal. Tel. Dieu est entré dans mon corps comme un angélique corps. God has entered in my body. Dieu est entré dans mon corps comme un angélique corps. Ma même tel.
Comme un corps. Mi tali.
له دخل داخل جسدي كجسد
You know what this one
ملاك
needs?
إسلامي.
You know what this one needs? This one needs
معمولية الشبح المقدس. دخلت روح الله داخل جسدي كجسد.
you know, like music in the background.
نسر الحجم. معمولية الشبح المقدس. دخله.
Like those videos you see. I'm such a bad chuffer.
Du entre dans mon corps.
This is ISIS.
Comme un corps.
Latest ISIS video. Not so threatening.
Du entre
له دخل داخل جسدي كجسد ملاك إسلامي. نسر الحجم. معمولية الشبح المقدس.
You're worried about his
دخلت
other
روح
hand.
الله داخل جسدي.
I'm worried about what kind of socks he's wearing. You're worried about his other hand. I don't think the same
Du
things.
entre dans Gott hat come in mein Körper. Wie ein Körper. Ja, Gott in mein Körper.
God in meine Körper.
In mein Körper.
The Screen Mask is making more of a feature on this one. He's moved the camera to actually include it more. Gott kam in meine Körper, als ein Geisterkörper. German's such a lovely language, isn't it? German's such a poetic and Gott kam meine Körper, als in keine Körper, mein Galicia großer. Gott kam in meine Körper, als in Gott Geist keine Körper. Dieu, like French is like Dieu entre dans ma corps comme un angelico, and German's like Gott kam in meine Körper.
In mein Körper, wie ein Körper. Ja, Gott in
I love the way for German and for French he's reading them.
you, Andre.
He's gone to Google Translate, yeah, but God hasn't given him the power to talk Arabic. So how he's done this, I
له
don't know.
دخل داخل جسدي كجسد ملاك إسلامي. نسر الحجم.
And also, it's an Islamic language, isn't it, that I'm listening to? Like, who's translated it? It must be a computer translation, because, like, I imagine what's written on the screen there. It must be very offensive to Islamic people. The concept that God is inside his body, like, you know, using God's name like that. You know, so I don't want to get myself murdered by Islamic people for sharing this, but, like...
You, Andre.
Learn it. Imagine you walk into a French lesson, right? Imagine you walk into you're walking around a school because you want to. What's happening is you're at one of these posh private schools, yeah, and Boris Johnson and Richard Hancock, whatever his name is it Richard? Anyway, look, they're walking around. They're touring the school to choose a little school for little Johnny Johnson, and they walk in open the door of the French room, and he's at the front of the French room going on. He's like that hand is up to the blackboard, his trousers are down, and he's doing "Tu es entre dans ma cour comme un angelico ma même tal," and all the little boys are in their chairs going "Tu es entre dans mon cour comme un angelico ma même tal," and then, like, they look at the room, they just nod. Like, he nods back, the teacher, and then they just leave. Just normal sort of stuff, isn't it?
You, Andre, dans mon corps comme un corps. Mi tally.
Me tally.
Baptism.
God just doesn't even teach you the inflection of the language, poor bastard. Tu es entre dans mon corps comme un angelico ma même tal.
No.
Guess where the chalk is? He's just scribbling this like weird like back and forth line at the bottom there with the Dieu est entre dans ma corps. Dieu est entre dans ma corps. Oh my corps. Entre dans ma corps. If he gets his hand on a chart, like, game over. I don't know, we can't have this guy running around like a nutter. The videos are on the internet. It's not my job to go around his house and police him, but maybe someone should. Also, look at the mess of the room. Please, somebody look at the mess of the room. What is going on in this room? I keep a bit of a messy, I keep a bit of an untidy ship sometimes. My ship can get less than ship shape, and then I have to go around and have a bit of a clean up. If you're doing a YouTube video, at least close the drawers. At least kick the shit to the side. What is going on in this room? What is this room? It's like some sort of weird cellar basement. Is it the slaughter basement? Is it the... Has he got bottles of wee in the corner? Is he... What's going on? What's going on? Lots of views on YouTube though, so doing quite well for himself in one way.
Come in mein Körper, wie ein Körper. Ja, Gott in mein Körper. God trot in mein Körper.
Covering all these different markets. So maybe it's something I should be doing. Maybe I should be getting someone to translate my streams into German. Mr. Beast does. Mr. Beast, top of the tree, top of the big YouTube. You do a cool YouTube video about like giving 50 grand away in a supermarket. And then you just get it translated to Spanish, and then you've got a Spanish channel. Boom. Like Mr. Beast does. This guy's onto something. God's not stupid, and he's inside his body.
Dio entrato dentro mio corpo, como un corpo, mio profeta.
He's on the move this time.
Italia.
He's on the move this time. I think this might be Spanish. Dio è entrato nel mio corpo, come un corpo, la mia stessa taglia. It's Italian. Dio è entrato nel mio corpo, come un corpo, la mia stessa taglia. Dio è entrato nel mio corpo. Remember this if you have to go into Italy on your holidays one day. Remember this. Try and remember this if you have to go on holiday. Dio è entrato. If you're on holiday, you have to say it like a Brit. Even if I can say it nicely, I'll say it nicely, look. Dio è entrata nel mio corpo, come un corpo la mia taglia. Perfetta questo il battesimo dello Spirito Santo. Yeah, that's nice. But if I was on holiday, I'd be obligated, because I'm British, to go, Dio e entrado nel mio corpo. Come un corpo. La mia taglia, mate. La mia taglia. Perfetta questo. Il battesimo. Dello Spirito Santo. All right, mate? No speako de lingo. Hotello. All right, mate? In a work meeting. This is where they come from. She's one of them. Out, like the demons.
Ship. She had plans. She was on a work meeting.
On a work meeting. This is Emma right now in the basement of her Marsh Hall. They've got the winery. They've got the, what you call it down. They give it a posh name. I guarantee you, they don't call it the cellar or the wine cellar. They call it the wine cellar. They don't call it like, you know, the basement or something like that. But she's got this sort of same setup downstairs. Work meeting. She's got one of these things downstairs with all Nikki's clothes on it. That scream mask and all Nikki's clothes. The fisherman's outfits, you know, the two fishermen that were down there, who might have been Paul and Nikki, who just like, after she's dumped the dog, Paul's there with the fisherman's clothes to cover her up so they can disappear and look like fishermen. You know them. She got that down there as well. She got all the shit everywhere. Work meeting. Doing it in German for when she has to go on world tour like Madeleine McCann's parents. I'm going to meet the Pope. Tell him about my work meeting.
Questo baptismo di Spirito Santo.
3D printed Nikki mask. At the funeral, she took away, you know, on the coffin, they put one of those photographs of the people looking at their best. You know, on the way out, Nikki took that. There's no point in letting it burn, is there? It's a lovely photo. There's no point in letting it burn. I'll take that. We'll keep that. She got it downstairs straight away, cutting the fucker out. Cutting out the eyes, putting it on in front of the mirror. Work meeting.
Dio entrato dentro mio corpo come un corpo mio stessa taglia. Dio entrato.
I didn't put this on the internet, did I?
Come un corpo.
Sort of. I'm kind of I'm semi-responsible for sharing it now. But I didn't put this on the internet, did I? It's not me doing it. This one's in English, thank God. We can get back to English. God enters into my body like an angelic body, my perfect size. This is the born again experience. So, you know, only treading the same old ground, but we've got a different move here, I want you to notice. This one is a short, and it's worth including. We've got a different move somewhere as well. We've got some junk. We've got like a tape recorder on top of a little music thing with a clock. It looks like he's been up the tip recently. And in this one, he's got he's doing the one leg dance.
Me floating into you, or you floating into me. It's the Acts 2:38 Holy Ghost born again baptism. It's kind of neat, ain't it?
Do you know, I wonder, is he about to ejaculate? He looks like he's right on the edge.
You like it? It's kind of cool. In the Bible, there were many people that had the Holy Ghost baptism. Like Ezekiel, he said, and the Spirit entered into me. Jesus Christ.
Jesus Christ.
The Bible says God in Christ. It is the born
he's like reading and talking about Jesus in quite a normal way in this one. You know, he's gone away from the like I want to attack God, and he's gone back to like, you know, like it's this, you know, when people come around and they knock on the door. Have you ever seen them? I invited them into the house once. They knock on the door and they're like, "We'd like to come and talk to you about God." And you're like, "Well, I don't know. You know, I've got things to be doing. Like, is this my arranged appointment? Should I worry? Am I about to be disappeared? Am I about to end up in heaven? Am I? Because you need to talk to me about God. Is this my arranged appointment? Could you come back tomorrow? Is God busy? I am, right? You know. So there's like they turn up and they turned up at my house once, and I was like, if you want, you know, yeah, we can. I'm not busy. I'm in my pants, smoking weed and playing The Sims. Come on in. Like, would you like a cup of tea? And they were like, yeah, no, we can't accept tea. And I was like, yeah, well, you're quite brave coming into my house, then, aren't you? You don't accept the tea because it could be poisoned, but you're quite happy to come into the old house, you know. And they came in. It was a nice old lady and this like younger chap who was obviously there to escort her around so that she didn't get in any trouble. And she wanted to talk about God, so she did. I said, go ahead. She opened the Bible. She did a reading. It was a lovely, one of the loveliest experiences of my life. Actually, I put on some clothes at this juncture. You know, pulled on some jeans, did a brew, And I'm sat there, you know, I was smoking weed because I smoke weed in my house, yeah. So they had to come into the environment where the weed was happening. Like, it was just happening. And I was like, "Do you mind if I smoke?" And they were like, "Well," and I was like, "Okay, I don't need to." Or maybe, you know, I probably didn't in front of them. I probably just like laid off, but you could tell. And I sat there, and she read me this little Bible passage in this lovely voice, this nice old lady, and I was like, "This is so cool." It's like really relaxing. And she had like a really like these ASMR videos that I watch and I enjoy. Like, you know, it makes you feel like all warm and fuzzy. They did a little pray. They had a little pray. So I was like, thanks. And then when they thought they'd finished, they're about to get up, I said, wait, allow me to do you a favour. And I went up because I've got lots of different books. And one of my books on my bookshelf is the Quran. No, I've got that. I respect it. I think it's quite an interesting tome. I think, you know, Muhammad, peace be upon him, supposed to be a great miracle working prophet. We would listen to all the Jesus stuff, don't we? We all know what Jesus was up to. But I'm to ignore what was going on in a different culture. I don't. I'm quite interested. I want to read that stuff. And I, you know, think there's some quite interesting bits in it, some quite nice bits in it. So I got the Quran anyway. Like, I could have chosen any book, but I thought the best one for these chuffers is like the most opposing. Do you know what I mean? It's like the most like if they think they're going to come and like show me a thing, and I've got something for you. So they couldn't leave yet. I opened it up and I read them a passage from the Quran. It was like, you know, you show me yours, I'll show you mine. It's like a bit of I don't think they enjoyed that. I think they didn't like that. I think that wasn't the effect they were looking for. But for me, it capped off a really enjoyable afternoon of listening to some people come in my house and talk absolute like wallop, like just going on like, you know, can we talk about God? Yeah, we can. You know. Absolutely, like, because she was going to be seeing him quicker than I was. She's probably up there right now having a laugh. So, right, get back to Ansel. We can talk. We can't always talk about Paul. We got this. I mean, this is from the Paul Ansel handbook. This is
experience that God entered my body like a body my same size, like me floating into you or you floating into me.
Like me floating. That's his catchphrase. Like me floating into you or you floating into me. Except your body's not the same size as mine. And I'm certainly not going to be floating into you, and there's no floating into me happening around here, you chuffer.
You are all my children now. Happy Halloween.
No!
You are all my children now. Happy Halloween.
I didn't make it happen. It's not my choice. Let's listen to this again.
She had plans. Obviously, she was on a work meet.
I didn't do this. I didn't know this was coming. I haven't looked at all of these videos. I didn't do this.
God entered my
If you thought this was bad, you know, then it gets worse.
You are all my children now. Happy Halloween.
You are all my children now. Have that, God. If this gets 50,000 views a day, then God's finished.
God entered my body.
Because he teased it, didn't he? He teased the mask the whole time. The mask has been there the whole time, and he's teased it, and he hasn't used it. But actually, what's worrying me now is the knowledge that he does sometimes dress up like this, and I wonder. Oh my God. You know, if you saw that fella out on Halloween, you wouldn't know he's wearing a mask. He's out. I wonder how many nights he goes out in that gear. I wonder if that's there because he's been out in it and he just took it off.
My body like a body my same size, like me floating into you or you floating into me. I am starting a job today.
You thought he said chuffers. You're all my chuffers now.
You are all my children now.
You are all. It's like Darth Vader, but gone really wrong.
God entered my body like a body my same size, like me floating into you or you floating into me. I am starting a job today.
He's starting a job.
It's March 4th.
March 4th,
2021.
2021.
Driving a semi-truck.
Driving a truck, thank God. No, and people worry that truck drivers might get out and murder you, you know. Driving a truck. I say thank God because I hope he's not got a mate in the truck with him who's trapped in that truck for the whole ride. I hope he's doing it on his own. I was just thinking, I wonder what job you've got. Like, please don't say it's working with children. Driving a truck. Keep him out on the motorway. Get him out there on the motorway. Fucking hell. Keep him rolling. You know, as he approaches the town, you see him coming, you think, fuck no. And like, keep him rolling. Keep him moving. You know.
So, if you see me out there on the road, try to flag me over to the side.
If you see me out there on the road, try to flag me over to the side. Won't be happening, mate. But you've given away your thought process about how you're going to murder people on the road, haven't you? You're going to be out there trying to flag them over.
Try to get me to stop so we
Can I change my tip jar to say you're all my chuffers now? There are loads of things that really should be done. There are. That would be a good one. What I want to do is I want to get 6 or 7 and put them on rotation. That would be a good one. It should go on the list. I need to start making notes because you're right. That is a really, this is one of the best things I've ever seen on the internet.
My children now.
And I've uncovered it. Bear in mind, you had this yesterday. This is peak. She was what? She was on her work. Pat Butcher come and said that for you then.
She had plans. Obviously, she was on a work meeting.
It's like she's on a work meeting. Now, I've not seen anyone else promoting this guy either, so, this is peak internet.
Halloween.
What the fuck? How and what and how, right? How and what and how God has entered inside my body as an angelic body. How and what and how. How and what and how. I feel like we should go back to the start and work our way forward, instead of, forward to this, because we're going back in time. We should be going forward, right? So we'll do shorts, because with shorts, with these longs, with these videos, these longs, you don't know what, maybe we've got more episodes in that, because they could get a bit long. Before we do these shorts, there is one video I do want to touch and cover, that I absolutely want to touch and cover, is, is this car. The first instance of his car.
The thing that's different.
You won't get all these adverts with the shorts as well, so we'll go back to the shorts in a second. But this car, look, this car. Yeah, we can change it to work meeting. What I want to do, what I'll probably do is I'll gather some sound clips. I'll put them on a little memory stick. I'll move them over to the old Mac computer where I do my creative work, and because I haven't got editing software up to speed on the computer, I need to learn to edit on the new computer. I need to just invest in the right editing software and move it over. But at the same time, I've got an old computer that does that, so I'm not keen to start spending money where I don't have to right now on that. But yeah, anyway, memory stick. I'll put the sounds on. You telling me in chat. If you're watching this now, put it. If you've got a cool sound that you want, we'll get it going. Put them in the comments. We'll find a way of making it more. Maybe it's the Discord, maybe it's that. We'll find a way of you getting your space to share these things. I'll set it up, back of my mind now, it's on the pin board. We'll set it up as a little competition thing. Not a competition, but you can send them in, and then I'll collect them and I'll work through them. I'll put them as like little collages, so it's not just one sound. So it's like, she was on a work meeting, God entered my body, and all these things in one little clip. And then, another little clip, and another, we'll get different sounds going. We can have that. From the coffee sound, and it will encourage you to give me money as well, won't it? So that would encourage you to give me money. I'll be like, there's a new sound on the thing, and you'll be like, is there? And I'll be like, yeah, you can't hear it unless you give me money. That'd be so nasty. Obviously, I'll play it for you first, and then you can hear it when you give me the a secret sound. You can't hear them. And I've got a special one for 50 quid. God, the Holy Ghost, has entered inside my body as an invisible angelic body, his exact same perfect size. This is the baptism of the Holy Spirit. Look at the car. Look at the car. At least the kids can see him coming. He's like unlikely. Like Sierra Oscar 3. Yeah, we're looking for a sort of people carrier, blue. It could be a Ford or a Peugeot. Oh, it's got God entered my body like a body the same size written on the side in gloss paint. It's got what? Sorry, God entered my body like a body the same size written on the side in gloss paint. Yeah, there's a child in the back without a seatbelt as well. Be careful. World's only Holy Ghost filled man. And there's something wrong as well when they've not bothered to format the font all the same. And like here, Holy Ghost filled man, the L's are lowercase, but the E and D is capital, the I is lowercase. That's not right. That's a real sign of someone who's, there's a body in there. They're on the. Sorry, officer, I didn't realise I was going that fast. I was just on a Zoom call to a work meeting. Sorry, officer, I didn't realise I was going that fast. I was on a work meeting. So, sorry, officer. Coughed it out like the demons.
She had plans. Obviously, she was on a work meeting.
It describes something that happened in my life between me and God. This is a fun bend.
I hope that's not his house, 1216. I bet it is, isn't it? He's not parking that outside somebody else's house and filming it, is he? This has got to be his own house in the rain. Why is he out in the rain? It's not the ideal time. It's raining now. Class accent tippies. Swish and then whoosh. But it seems strange that he's out in the rain for his... Love what you do. Keep the streams coming. Certainly will do. Certainly will do. That's the plan. Thank you very much. That is the plan. And we've got slightly step-up plans, which is going to put all the money I get the tippies. Obviously, I need to make some of it. You know, some of it needs to be mine. But I'm going to put it into a kitty. Going to use it to spend on going to an event, like a conference, hopefully May. And then we're going to film at the conference and do a podcast the day after in a location of our choosing. Hopefully we get a cheap Airbnb and we can all stay there, and then we can use it to film a podcast as well. And we're going to try and bring in some other voices as well to the whole show, to the podcast side. Yeah, we'll kind of keep that rolling forward, and we're going to use the money to make the media, like, hopefully I offer something of value, not just shits and giggles, but, you know, hopefully we can offer something of value as well, but with a laugh as well, you know what I mean? Hopefully that as well. So, and then people will support it and we can keep it moving. Yeah, thank you. The body mobile. It is gloss paint. Lucia Milo, you know that's gloss paint. You know he's just done that with, like, you know, he's gone down B&Q and just got a tin of paint and just painted that. You know it. There's no way in the world that's not. It's just gone with a paintbrush and just daubed it on. The work meeting. So there's not much to this video, I doubt. It's just him talking and there's his car. But I love his car. Like, his car is one of my favourite things in the world. He knows all of God's secrets. He's used it in his videos now. Look. Oh, no, this is a pirate. So, I don't... Fuck the pirates. I'm not going to buy pirates now. He's not sold them to me. But look.
God entered my body like a body.
And bear in mind, right, this guy's got 5,000 subscribers, more than me. So, come on, subscribe. This video's got 300,000 views. So I'm not the only person who's found this. Yeah. I'm not the only fat person who's found this. But he's in a nice place. The sun is shining. He's got more views than me. He's got more subs. He's doing better than me. Bear that in mind. Bob's on top. On top of the car, literally.
What God thinks. Would you like to know what God's plans are? Would you like to know if God will save you or heal your body or not? I know every one of God's secrets. I know what God wants to do. I know how God really is. Do you want to know what some of these answers are? Do you wonder at all what God feels about you? Well, I know, because I see non-stop visions from God.
All right.
My skin feels electric. It vibrates just a little bit.
So it was going well. I mean, not going well. I mean, as adverts for your YouTube channel goes, getting on top of your car and having it daubed up like that, I mean, it's a striking look. I'll give you that. If I painted my car like that and sat outside on it and made a video, I might get a few more views than if I'm just, you know, sat in a normal position on a sidewalk. Yes, like, this is quite a striking look. I do get that, but the look and the image you're going for is veering into, like, nutter. But then you see religious people and nutters and, like, strongly religious people, you know, maybe they get a bit nutty, but nutty is all right, isn't it, sometimes, you know, being a bit nutty and a bit wacky. So that could be innocent, it could be okay. But then we get on to the stuff about God being inside your body and tearing at your face, and we're only 40 seconds in. So this is the problem, isn't it? This is the problem. He needs to he needs to rein it back in a little bit. He could, if he just reined it in a little bit, he could present as being nearly normal. Because he's nuttier than almond milk, Sarah M.
One day back in 1997, God, like an angelic body, came into my body, like a body my same size.
You said that bit. Lucy Milo says he needs a microphone and a speaker. I think the police took his off him.
Me floating into you, or you floating into me. And I do see non-stop visions from God. So, do you want to get...
You're doing the roofing.
An answer on what God thinks from somebody that doesn't have God? Or do you want an answer from somebody that does have God?
Good question.
What you do is go onto my YouTube channel.
I'm on your YouTube channel.
And click on the link that I posted in the comment section.
Right.
My name is Bob Hickman. Today is, I don't even know, September the something, 2021. It's Saturday. It's getting late in September. But I don't
I clicked on it, Bob. Bob, I clicked on it. Bob though. God made me take off my clothes to witness to a long and... Bob. Bob, I did what you said, Bob. Bob. Bob, I did what you said. Bob. Bob, no, Bob. Bob. No. I did what you said, Bob. Why have you done this to me? God made me take off my clothes to witness to a long... Sorry. God made me take off my clothes to witness to a lost and dying world for him. God told me my ass can lead the whole world back to Christ. God told me... No, wait, he's written it. I'll read it as he's written it because it's scripture. God told me ass can lead this whole world back to Christ. I did what you said, Bob. It's not my fault. I'm not doing this to you. Bob is. I did what you said, Bob. I followed the instructions. I did what you said. Don't click on it. No, Bob. Oh my God, what's on his feet? No. What's on the floor? I don't like this at all. This is the worst thing in the world. I can't poke too much because I worry that he's standing in some sort of blood. Is the floor all red? You know, it comes to a nice even... Like that's just the flooring, isn't it? And he's got like blood on the heels of his feet. That's probably because he's got blisters on his feet, yeah? He's not got blood everywhere, has he? There is actually blood like on the heels of his feet. Like, it's a very dark image. I'm looking at it on my monitor, which is a bit brighter, and I'm leaning in. That's fully disturbing. Really, I mean, thankfully, I think it'll just pass terms of service, won't it? I hope so, because I'm on the internet. It's gone now. Let's listen to this again.
She had plans. Obviously, she was on a work meeting.
A work meeting. I mean, his videos are getting on the internet, and he's like this. So this must be fine, mustn't it? It's the same as somebody just wearing a pair of shorts. And that one he was sideways on, so he couldn't actually see any tackle or bumhole. So I think it's okay, isn't it? I hope I'm treading on the right... You know, I'm trying to tread on the right fine line of... Well, not the fine line of... Oh, he's on the same floor there as well, isn't he? The floor is just red. It's not a murder floor. It's not blood on his... It did look like blood on his feet. Bob. Bob. What you doing, Bob? This one is a more recent video. I'm going to pick and choose now. I'm just going to jump and jive. This is quite a new, more recent video. So you get adverts on them because Bob is monetized. Bob is YouTube terms of service acceptable, big tick, monetizable, thank you. Good video, Bob.
I'm going to fuel up the big rig today.
Oh my God. Bob works for FedEx. Bob's got your parcels. Oh, you'll go to hell with chat. Green screen him, super chopper. Your chat is bad. You're bad. You're bad. Me, I'm bad. It's my chat. You're bad. Naughty. Naughty. You're naughty. Bob works for FedEx. I don't want to go any further. I scare. Bob goes to all your houses. Bob has your address. Bob knows what you like. He's FedEx America. I'm assuming he's in the driver's seat there, right? If he's in the driver's seat, he must be America, because that's not the driver's seat in England. I mean, God help you in America. FedEx employed him. They're not bothered. They're happy with it. This is... How is it possible? I don't want to get Bob into trouble. I don't want to lose Bob his license. I don't want to cause Bob any problems, yeah? But how is it possible that he's got these FedEx videos with his FedEx t-shirt? He's wearing his legit... Maybe he doesn't work for FedEx. You know, maybe I'm giving him too much leeway there. Maybe he's just got a big truck. Or maybe he's just... Okay, it's equally plausible that Bob has turned up at the petrol station wearing official-looking clothes and just got in a truck. Right? That is equally plausible from what I can see. But we have to entertain the idea that Bob works for FedEx Group in some capacity, even if it's as a subcontractor. And from what he's posting on the internet, shamelessly, deliberately, from what he's posting on the internet, shamelessly and deliberately, like, I'm not causing him any problems trying to get him quit from his job, but I don't want him necessarily turning up at someone's house. You know, kids might be playing in the driveway. He might be driving around in a truck. Like, it just seems like an accident waiting to happen. Like, what's going on? Let's see him talk about it.
Greetings. I'm going to fuel up the big rig today. Have to do it every day. So the first thing
in chat, tell me, you talking about a haircut there, Dork Silverwell, the bowl cut. Tell me in chat, I want to hear from you. What's your best ever, or no, your worst ever, sorry, what am I saying? Your worst ever haircut disaster. Have you ever had a bad haircut? Have you ever had, like, did your mum ever cut your hair in a bowl cut like that? Tell me in chat, I want to know. Get them in the chat. And if you're watching this in the comments, you know, get your comments going. If you've watched this film, this YouTube premiere extravaganza, if you've watched this in your own free time, and you've got free time, I want you to write me a big long comment in the chat. Come on, I want your haircut stories. It can't just be Bob, can it? I'll tell you my, you know, I've told this one before, but when I was a kid, about sort of 12, probably 11 or 12, like youngish, young teen, my dad let me go to the hairdressers on my own sort of thing, drop me off, there's the tenner, walk back yourself, get your haircut. And you know, it was like a rite of passage that I got to go on my own, and like, you know, my dad left me to it. So of course I went in and I said, shave BCFC in the back of my head, and they were like, we can't do that, your dad will go mental. BCFC in the back of your head, not a thing. And I was like, okay, well, cut my hair really high underneath like an undercut, and shave it really high up on the undercut so I can lift it up and show people, but when my hair is down, no one will see. And they were like, okay, I see your game. I see your game. Let's go for it. And we went for this undercut, BCFC in the back, brilliant. I went to school. No one knew I had BCFC in the back of my head. I put my hair up, and it had BCFC in the back of my head. And like all my mates were like, "Oh, that's cool." And then one of the teachers saw it, and I got a letter home. And by the time I got home, right, this trouble, because I went to a strict school. By the time I got home, my dad was furious, and he got me upstairs in the bathroom, and he got his own head shaver, like a face razor with an attachment that did a bit of beard trimming, and he was up there shaving the back of my head, and he couldn't, because it was done well by the barber, he couldn't remove it because any hair, you know, he shaved it in the back of my head. So in the end, he got his own face, you know, his Bic razor, and shaved the back of my head with the razor. And then I had to go to the school the next day with like a normal haircut-ish, but with a big patch out the back, like all the hair that went down over the top and all that, you know, just shaved it all off. So and school knew why, so they let me have that instead of BCFC. And that was my hairdressing story. I had to have a big patch out the back of my head for a bit, and everyone knew why. So you know, it's like my punishment. Undercuts in the 80s, absolutely. You once had the Jerome bleach. Your hair looked like wool afterwards. Your brother had to have a bowl cut, and you. Once you cut your sister's curls off, oh yeah, that is, well, the first time it happens, mums do cry, don't they? Yeah, they do cry. Sally is a hairdresser, page boy style. You look like the old page boy, yeah. Like it's like I think it's something to do with apprentice hairdressers sort of not wanting to be brave enough, but they sort of go for the line, don't they? They just follow the line round. You're going to need it up above your eyes, and then like, I suppose you're going to want it lower at the back. Let's just connect it all up. Page boy, and it just like goes as a haircut. It's like the least brave haircut in the world. A fringe from your mum and a short hair, you look like a boy. Oh, you don't want to feel like you look like a boy if you don't feel like a boy, do you? That's well gutted. You went from dark blonde to dark again, and you look like Wurzel Gummidge. A grand cut with a basin. Got some good stories in chat. Got some good stories. I love Birmingham City Football Club. The only issue is that we're owned by like a Chinese conglomerate company who treat our football club like a business. So we get young players in like Jude Bellingham, and then they're really good and they like look really great, and we just sell them on for like £2 million. Now he's one of the world's best footballers, and we're still shit in the fucking Championship because we don't want to be in the Premier League and compete, because that would involve spending money and competing and, you know, going for this bigger thing. What they actually do is they treat the club like a feeder club. So it's a business. You get in young people, young talent, you make them a bit better, give them their opportunities, and then you sell them on for profit. And so the club can never go anywhere. So it's really, really disgusting. I hate it. It's like anti-football, but we need to get these business owners out of the club and get someone who loves it again. And I can return, give them my money happily. And like, part of my heart is on St Andrews football pitch. Like, part of my heart is on it. So yeah, I love it. Yeah, I've always been. I used to go. Me and my dad used to go to all the games. And I suppose when we got relegated from the Premier League, and that, like I said about the Chinese owners, that's when it all started to go a bit. When I suppose when they sold the club in a way, when Gold and what's his face sold the club. But yeah, that's a bit of football for you. But that's not today's episode.
Do is pull into the Speedway gas station.
This is his episode. He's pulled into the Speedway gas station. If you're at the gas station and you see the FedEx driver just politely filling up their truck, now you've got cause for concern.
Then I have to adjust my e-log. Let's put this on duty. And then go over here to fuel vehicle. That's drop and load. Fuel vehicle. Okay.
He's fully got, you saw it when he turned the camera, he's fully got the FedEx van. Like, he's not just jumped in the van here, has he, at the service station like a nutter. Like, he's fully got FedEx Group. I hope he's just delivering the big van, you know, I hope he's just got the big van of parcels. What channels do I like? This one. This is one of my favourites. That's why I'm bringing it to you. We could probably do a show and tell someday. Probably don't want to go too far off the reservation today, because if I go like showing you loads of random channels, I'll just turn this into a big random stream. And at the moment, we're quite on with God Entered Inside My Body as an Angelic Body. But don't worry, in the future I will share more. There are loads of channels that I like, loads, and there's loads of good stuff out there. People in the chat here, actually, look, he's got 4,000 views on this. This is a more recent one. This is monetized for him. People in chat. Michael Bassi, I'd love to know how you got that job interview. I'd love to know how that job interview with FedEx went. Why should we hire you? Oh, you can't see this properly, can you? Let me get my Firefox. Let me just pull it a bit so you can see that. There we go. You want to see these comments? I do. I'd love to know how that job interview with FedEx went. Why should we hire you? God entered into my body as a body the same size. What are your strengths and weaknesses? My strengths are that God entered into my body as a body the same size. My weaknesses is that God is tearing at my face. 2233. Good job, Bob. That's honest work. Pretty big truck, actually, just like the one I wanted to drive as a kid. I hope you're doing good. Have a nice day. What? Damien's off to bed. 4:15 a.m. start. Wow. 4:15 a.m. I only see that when I stay up all night. Big ups. Sean Carroll here. More videos like these. Brandon Beazle. You're hilarious, but I actually enjoyed this. Logan Stroganoff. That diesel entered your truck perfect size. Bookender. Enough for today, not for tomorrow is all we can ask and all we need in life. May God protect you each day from that demon. It's nice to see normal you. What? Thanks, Bob. I like to learn. Femwitch bitch. No way are you in charge of that truck, says Free Ride. Magma Zone, I drank too much diesel. Ocean Shrugs, no mention of God entering your body in this video. No mention of God entering your body in this video. And the reply is from God is the same size of a truck. Great video, says Jack Brew. A semi-truck will average about 7 miles per gallon and will be better. This truck was claiming over 9 miles a gallon. Empty truck and trailer can be the just forget it. I bet FedEx is so proud when shit like this with their logo in it gets published by him. Says Elizabeth81. This is 6 months ago. The internet has discovered him, haven't they? You know, the internet has discovered him. Not entirely to go viral like, you know, mainstream, but Chris Klug says, who let this man drive? I'm no there. I bet you paid the troll toll. It's refreshing to see this and not him talking about God entering his body. I got the good Lord. I got the good Lord. He's going down on me, says Zaphod Beezerbox. Lies, your name isn't Bob. It's Alan. This is obviously one of your tutorials. Same size. Finally, I wanted to get to the bottom one because it says something like in Russian and it says Russia is here. So, hooray from Russia. God entered his body like into my body has commented on his own video here. Commented on his own video. When I came to God, I didn't know that he liked men. But he didn't like men because they were servants. God Reader wanted to get them into bed and do things there to them. You know what happens when a man and a woman goes to bed. But in this case, it's God and the man inside of another man. Can you believe that that is what God is into? God has made him gay. He's not gay himself. When he came to God, he didn't know that God liked men. So when he came to God, he didn't know that God was gay. Then God entered inside him, and now he goes to bed with men because that's what God likes. There's nothing wrong with being gay, but there is something wrong with not being gay, but only doing it because God's inside your body forcing you to do that.
Okay, now I can go out and fuel. You do it just like you
I like the cut. I love the cut.
Fuel.
Even his media production choices are questionable. The scary cut.
Okay, now I can go out and fuel. You do it just like you do the car.
He's saying God is the other man. No, he is the man with God inside him, and the other man is a gay man who God likes to have sex with. And he doesn't want to have sex with the gay man. He's not gay, but God is gay, so he makes him and his body have sex with someone. Don't need to pay for gas. God will sort that. Well, in my body, using my credit card, so still have to pay. There it goes. In the truck.
I'm pulling a set of doubles today. That's 2 trailers.
Okay, look, he's not... Oh, thank God for that. Thank God for that. I mean, thank God for that. He is not turning up at your house with that truck, is he? He's just responsible for driving the big truck across the country. Oh, thank God for that. Todd Humphreys, Volume 1, Ministry of Sound Super. I don't know that particular set list, but I do like Ministry of Sound from back in the day. And I tell you what... I can't play copyright music. I have to use game music. But Judith is going to be having an interesting day tomorrow. Interesting day in itself. I hope they come out. I hope you have good results. I think that's the thing. When they give you the gas and air, be sure to have a good time on that. Lie on your side.
I just have to walk over to the other side and put that fuel nozzle in the pump. I had to hook these up. See?
It is a bit worry though, isn't it? Because that amount of lorry load could actually kill someone if you just drove it badly. And if you're this much of a nutter, like, what's to say you don't just decide that God decided in your body to just fucking veer off the road and kill a load of kids? Like, what's going on here?
That dolly there is what holds...
How do you have to get the truck license as well, don't you? No, you can't just drive a big truck like that. You have to get the license, which means, in theory, this man has sat in a truck with another man and driven around and passed the test. It's not like, you know, indicator left, well done. You know, can you reverse park? Well done. Did God enter inside your body? You're a nutter. Got a bit of a... I got a minor for God entering inside my body and turning me into a nutter and banging my face in from the inside. But, you know, 2 minors don't make a fail, so I still passed. Like, what?
them together. Just like your car.
Maybe he wasn't nuts. Yeah, maybe he wasn't nuts. And then what happened was he was already a truck driver and things were going well. And then God got into his body. So maybe he's got all this going on beforehand.
Hear that empty sound?
But no, because he was looking for a job, wasn't he? So, I mean, like I said, his YouTube channel's doing better than mine. No, in some ways it might be that. Well, he's got more subs and more views. So, I think if you're watching, I deserve a subscribe. Thank you. God didn't enter into my body, did it? So, you know, maybe God will just enter into your body and make you press subscribe. So, like, but he's also got this truck driving job. You know, he's out and about. He's clean. He's cut his hair. He's in the toilets doing his little runs in between truck stops. Like, some aspects of it seem fine, don't they? Some aspects of it seem fine. But we'll go back to the shorts, and we'll go back to the shorts from like day one, and we'll try and get through. I don't know if we'll get through all of them because there's quite a lot, but because they're shorter, we might get through more of them. So let's go back to his first short.
June 3rd,
It's in the toilet again. He's in the toilet.
2019. God entered into my body like a body my same size, like me floating into you floating into me. Holy Ghost baptism. I'm seeing visions while I'm making this video. I'm off all week, Monday through Friday. Work on the weekends. I'm gonna have sex today.
He's gonna what? Did I hear that right? He said I can't skip it forward and back. He said he was gonna have sex today.
Today, play on the internet, post all over YouTube to get kids. Try to have fun.
What? Didn't you hear him say that? Oh my god, that's day 1 of his shorts. I want to play it again, but this is no laughing matter, this one. This is full serious. I don't know if I'm right, maybe I'm wrong.
Today is June 3rd,
Listen to it.
2019. God entered into my body like a body my same size, like me floating into you floating into me. Holy Ghost baptism. I'm seeing visions while I'm making this video. I'm off all week, Monday through Friday. Work on the weekends. I'm gonna have sex today. I'm gonna run around today, play on the internet, post all over YouTube to get kids. Try to have fun.
He said he's going to have sex today, play on the internet, run around all day, post on YouTube to try and get kids, try and have fun. Oh my god. What? Day 1 of your YouTube, that shit. And it doesn't want to do the shorts, wants me to not be able to scroll through it. You have to start at the start and scroll down. You can't start at the bottom and scroll up, which is stupid. Next video. Like, that was really worrying, wasn't it? That was the worst one. That wasn't like, let's all have a laugh at Bob. That was Bob admitting on the internet to having... Well, he didn't say he was trying to have sex with kids. He said he was going to have sex, and that then he was going to try and get kids. So I don't know if he's dressed up like that, in that hat, and that, like, to try and look young because he's about to meet a kid. Or if it's like, I don't know how he's getting to have sex and what the guarantee is. Maybe he visits prostitutes. Like, it'd be weird to sort of be like that. It would be weird to be that and to be able to guarantee sex. I'm not guaranteeing sex in the next, like, month, 2 months. It's been a while. I've got no guarantee of sex on the horizon whatsoever, frankly. The only way I'd be able to guarantee it is if I scheduled it in with an appointment. But Bob, 5,000 views there as well on his shorts, so well done, Bob.
God entered into my body.
Why is he in the toilet still?
Like a body my same size, like me floating into you or you floating into me.
I don't like these ones in the toilet. I don't like the voice, the way I can't hear him properly. I don't like the fact that he's in the toilet. This one says, that one was world economies are suffering greatly. This one is, do you want to meet me if you are in Indianapolis? Thank God I'm not. Thank God I'm not. Let's hear this one.
God entered into my body, like a body my same size, like me floating into you or you floating into me. Holy Ghost baptism. Seeing visions from the Lord right now. If you're ever in Indianapolis and you want to meet me, I want to meet you. Get in touch with me on this YouTube account. You can put your hands on me and you can feel what the body feels like that God
I can put my hands on you and I can feel what the body feels like that God went into.
is inside.
That's an offer from Bob there. So if you're out there in America, Indianapolis way, you can put your hands on him and feel what the body feels like that Christ has entered into. It's just an offer. It says, this is 3 years ago, this one. 3 years ago. Shorts have been out for a while then. Bob, I've been texting you. Call me. Or maybe it's just a 3-year-old video that he turned into a shorts. Bob, I've been texting you. Call me. Bob, that was 3 years ago. Maybe we have to go from today and go backwards because I want to skip through them. Maybe we have to do that. I don't know. What do you think in chat? I want to sort of go through and see how it gets worse, but it doesn't seem to be getting worse. It seems to be getting better, if anything, or the same, or what have you. It is really weird. It is really weird. I would agree with that. I don't know where I feel a bit thrown by that one where he said he wanted to meet children. Yeah, we'll go from this. We'll go this way. We'll go this way. I'll keep skipping back and forth between this menu. It just has to be how it is. Just singing and making videos. Hey, if you can earn as much as 1,000. What?
God entered into my body, like a body my same size, like me floating into you, you're floating into
He looks like he's been sprayed with pepper spray here.
Seeing visions from God right now. I'm delivering paper today. Paper at International Paper in Crawfordsville, Indiana. Bouncing back and forth from Indianapolis to Crawfordsville, delivering paper. Big love.
Okay, you can't hear him properly. He's bouncing back and forth between Indianapolis and some other place. This is a guy who drives a truck back and forth between Indianapolis and somewhere, and he's still doing that in his day job. So, like, that's a huge... I think what we should do is we should just check Indianapolis unsolved murders. I think we should just check Indianapolis unsolved murders. Like, Indiana? Is Indiana in Indianapolis? It might be, mightn't it? Like, this has got to be a simple way if you're a police and you just, like, go through the unsolved ones. And then, like, there, he's done her. He's done her. Like, if he lives in the area, then I'm going to say him. Top bins, him. Probably him as well. Probably done him. 40 years ago, he might be old enough. Like, just get all the murders out from the area and then him. Might be him. Might be.
God entered into my body like a body my same size. Like me floating into you or you floating into me. I was called in by a new company today to spot trailers, work in the yard. It's $24 an hour. It's pretty cool. Highest paying job I've ever had. And physical. It'll help me keep that body in shape. You gotta look good. If you don't look good, you don't feel good. Hey, you know it's true. God entered into my...
There we go. You see, the theme that I keep saying repeats is that if I just go to his videos, we'll try and pick out some of these. This theme repeats of this concept that he is in some way doing these videos. But like I think what must happen is he must see these other videos on YouTube, because this one says, I make over 1,500 a week driving a semi-truck. We've seen another one talk about how much money he makes driving his truck. It's like he wants to make videos like Durian Rider. He reminds me of Durian Rider, this guy. Durian Rider's always saying like how to make money off the YouTube. You know, these people are always making money off YouTube. Half of my content is about how to make money and be successful. And like, you know, people want to be like me, sort of thing. And then he does these other ones which are exercise videos, like this one, truckersizing. Truckersizing is exercising while driving a semi-truck. You can do it. So it's like a life improvement video, you know, like, you know, you see it on the internet, don't you? Like, you know, the new exercise routine, you like keep fit with me. I just want to show you Durian Rider quickly as well. Durian Rider. Because Durian Rider watches my stuff, because once, a long time ago, I made a video about him on my B-side channel. It was a bit sweary. I use swear words a lot. I changed my thoughts maybe over the years a little bit. You know, I was like, if you don't like him, just don't watch him. But actually, I think maybe we should like make a point of pointing out what a doik he is sometimes. But it just, like, Durian Rider, look, the biggest weight loss mistakes I've seen runners make since 1996. How to get rapid and drastic weight loss that lasts. Andrew Tate before and after steroids. How to build a muscular body like Coach Greg. Like, you know, it's all this fitness stuff, lifestyle stuff. And then there'll be other stuff that'll be about money as well. Like if I just search his channel and just like money, like that. More money, more problems. How to sell on StockX and make great money. How to retire at age 25. The top 3 money leaks. How to sell on StockX to make the most money. Why coaches are a waste of money. How to turn $400 MacBook into a ruthless money-making machine. You know, these sort of clickbaity videos, yeah? So God entered my head and Durian Rider are on a similar sort of level. Look. Advert. They're both getting paid off the advert clicks. Here he is.
God entered my body like a body my same size. Like me floating into you or you floating into me. What will the military of the future be like? It will have lasers, particle beams, which look like the beams that are shot in Star Wars movies, flying out and striking things. Lasers will zap all incoming missiles, planes, airplanes.
It's not even about exercise, you fucking nutter. Didn't even mention the exercise. But it's this recurring theme that comes around. It's God entered my body, exercise, driving a truck, This is his channel. 3 years ago. I want to go back to 3 years ago, and I want to see where, because we've got him talking to camera, we've got him in the toilets, we've got him outside in a car, we've got the Pentecostal radio show. This is him in the toilets again. I don't know why he's doing these videos in the toilets on different days now. I thought it was just a one-off.
Like a body, my
But this is a different toilet.
Like me floating into you, or you floating into me. The Bible says...
No, it's like a choice. I'm in a toilet. I'm assuming he's a truck driver. It's late at night. He's in the service station. There's nobody there. Like, it's late at night, like 3 or 4 in the morning. He's in the toilets, and he's thought, this is the place to record. Why the toilets, I don't know. He's in the toilets. He's waiting around. I've got a question that's come to mind. Is it the case, right, that, when you go in the toilets, and I've been in them, go back and forth the country on the football bus, I've been in toilets like this where I say bus, we drive. I don't always get on the bus. I drive my own car, and fucking not a complete nutter, but on the trains, I've been on the trains. But yeah, you stop here and you go in the toilet, someone's written on the wall something like, be here at 8 o'clock for hot love action, or call this number. And this is the guy who's writing those things on the wall. You don't get that at Watford Services. I've got a funny story about Watford Services. I live in the Midlands, and we'd gone to a rave, and we're in the car at the after the rave going home, and I'm wasted. Probably shouldn't have been driving, but it was 7 o'clock in the morning, fully the next day. We're in this car, and I'm driving, and all my mates are in the car as well. Half of them are asleep and stoned and whatever. And I'm running out of money, and I say to them, look, we're gonna have to put money together for this last petrol run. We're gonna stop at a services. I don't really know where we are. I'm gonna get the map out. We're going to have a check of the map, and we're going to fill the car up with the last bit of money. So we all got our pennies together, pound coins and pennies. And it was back in the day, you all ask your mates for money. And then we go and put £5.84 in the car or something. Do you know what I mean? And then I've got the map out on the bonnet, and I'm wasted. And this woman comes over to me, and she says, oh, where are you going? And I'm like, we're on the way back to name where I live. And she says, you're on the wrong way. This is Watford Gap. If you carry on going, you'll get to London. And I was like, yeah, okay, thanks, love. And I got back in the car and I said, listen, I'm not really sure which way we're going and everything, but that woman says Watford Gap and that we're on the way to London. And my mate, I swear, my mate Greg said, yeah, who should you believe? It's that woman you've never met or all of your mates? And I thought, that's good logic. That's good logic. So I followed my mates and my intuition, and we went on to London. On the way home, eventually, after we figured it out and I turned around and went home, that £5 didn't get us there, and I'd pucked out of petrol after we'd got off the junction. But I had this idea that if we just push it off this hill, we might roll all the way to where we live. We didn't. We had to get parental units out to come and help us. Everyone had to get out the car wasted the next day at 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock in the morning, with parents there to fill up the car and help us. Yeah. Q Club in Birmingham. We went to the Q Club. Yes, White Swan. I was at the Flashbacks. I used to go to Q Club in Birmingham. That was my and Lakota in Bristol. Yeah, absolutely. I've been there. That was one of my clubs that I used to go to. When I lived in Bristol for a bit at uni, so I used to go to Lakota, and I used to go to Blue Mountain, and I used to go to Level that Ronnie Size did, and I used to go to down St Nicholas Street and down King Street, I think, as well. There's just an ever evolving. It's quite often the same place, but they change sometimes. But Brum, I've not usually. I never usually go out in the main city centre of Brum, not down Broad Street. But it's more likely that I'd be down to Digbeth and the Custard Factory and stuff like that as well. As we got a bit, as things went a bit more modern, and the rave scene went indoors more. And then driving down to slamming vinyl at Bagley's and Rollers warehouses, and we used to go to Junction 21 in Leicester, and we used to go to Planet in Coventry, and there was a place in Wolverhampton, I can't remember the name of the place now, but it was more techno. That was, we used to just find a flyer, all get in the car, go down there, night out off our rocks, and then get home. That was the plan, wasn't it? Some funny days. Bagley's and Rollers warehouses. Some funny days. I'll never forget walking into my first rave where MC Det was on a tower, Like they got the decks, and like there was a DJ. It was still opening sets. It was still early doors, you know. And we wander in, and Det was on a fucking tower, going like, "Hey, Potter Mike, move your body, move it right, move your body down to the south, give me high, give me high, give me up, right." And I'm like, "What the fuck?" And then as the night got going, right, obviously the rude boys all sit at the back, don't they? And like, and so I'm like there, like skinning up, like trying to be secret, and I look over, and my friend Tim is on the stage. He's on the stage, and at this point I'm pretty fucking high, so like he's on the stage, right, and I wander over, and they just don't care, do they, sometimes? And like, I just climb over the thing, and I'm up on the stage, and Nicky Blackmarket's playing, and there's Skibbity, and I'm off my face, and we're smoking weed on the stage and just having it, and like, oh, it was amazing. Yeah, my first rave, like, of that nature, of that stature. And we used to go to this other thing in Coventry as well, Gamma Fun Cooler Festival, and we used to go to other stuff in Coventry as well. I went to festivals on acid, and I shouldn't really say that on the internet, should I? But raves, you know, were the other thing. But yeah, big old days, big old days. Obviously, I didn't end up in the public toilets at 7 a.m. the next day, waiting around making a video about Jesus having entered my body, did I?
The Spirit of
Brixton
Christ.
Academy.
What I'm about to
He's got 2 adverts on his video. He's monetized. YouTube love him. I used to go to, as well as raves, like I was like a sort of crossover person, because I came from a really rock background, really, and like I used to go to places like the Wolverhampton Wolfram Hall and the Brixton Academy, and there's other places in London, aren't there? The Alexandra, or is it the Albert? I can't remember the names now because I was probably always drunk when I'm there, but I've seen so many bands that have, like, you know, you name all the bands that you liked when you were younger, and I used to go and see them. Yeah, like it was like a checklist, make sure I've been and seen. So I used to go to see all these places and go to all these things. Yeah, I don't so much anymore. Like, you know, I'm an old chuffer now, but you know, things change a bit, don't they? But yeah, I was big into all that. What's going on here? This is Roberta Flack. What? How did that happen? This is what I wanted.
Same size, like me floating into you, or you floating into me. The Bible
Nirvana,
says,
yeah.
if any man have
I never saw Nirvana. They were just a bit before my time. So one of my friends had a ticket for their show for when they came to England, and Kurt killed himself, so the ticket was invalid. We did go and watch Foo Fighters on their very first tour, so that was good. Wolverhampton Wolfram Hall, Foo Fighters in front of like 3,000 people. That's probably, out of all the people I've seen, Foo Fighters on their first tour was probably the one that they became the biggest, and it's kind of like they would never do that again. That was quite big. I saw Green Day, Placebo, Bush. You know, I went to festivals as well, so I've seen like the Chili's and, you know, everyone of their era. Rocket from the Crypt, the Vans punk stage at Reading, you know, the Offspring. Yeah, now it's not, I don't want to spend my stream just listing old bands. Like, that seems a bit weird, but yeah, like you're saying in chat, I see where you're coming from. Well, I love all those bands and all that stuff. Music is a massive joy to me. Night, Marie, night. Yeah, I shouldn't peter out into this. We've still got like, I want to at least clear 2 hours with this chuffer. There's still more of this chuffer to go. Let's get back on this. Look, don't get distracted. She was what? She was on her work. Pat Butcher come and said that for you then.
She had plans. Obviously, she was on a work meeting.
It's like she coughed it out, like the demons. You got tickets for the night when they were playing Brixton. Yeah, what a fucker. What a fucker. That whole time as well, like I was just coming up to the cusp of being able to go to these things, like and Reading Festival, the one that you know, it's always the way, isn't it? Like just the year before was like the coolest year, but the Reading Festival where Kurt went out and like pretended he was all shabby, and then he came and then fell over, and then everyone went mad. Like, you know, Nirvana did play Reading, didn't they? And like Reading these days isn't what things aren't what they used to be when I were a lad.
She had plans. Obviously, she was on a work meeting.
She was on a work meeting.
Received the Spirit of Christ. He is none of his. Jesus talked about the second coming.
He did, didn't he? Jesus did talk about the second coming. He didn't. It didn't mean that he was going to wank you off twice.
Fulfill the second coming of Christ, because I have received the Spirit of Christ. I'm the only one on the planet. The answer to that question is yes. God told me not to tell. But why don't I just go ahead and let God deceive you? I mean, neither one of us care.
Why are you tilting your head?
Do you care?
Don't know. Oh, look how he's dressed. He's quite a smart chuffer, isn't he? Like, when, hang on. Why are you?
Do you think I'm in shape?
It is scary the way he's kind of like.
The second coming is fulfilled. It was fulfilled back in May of 1997.
Right, was it?
If you want to know exactly what day,
Not really that
what
bothered.
time it was,
Not really. Don't need
it
to.
cost you.
Oh,
My name is.
there's a financial incentive to find out. Like, if I want to know exactly when the second coming was, I could send Bob some money. You know, it's possible that might work out for me. That, you know, the secrets of the universe and all after will be revealed. The second coming of Christ. I could send Bob some money. That's an option. I see it as an option. I don't see this as like a great advert for that. It's not how Donald Trump got started, is it? Lisa says you and your cousin went clubbing in London back in the day. On the way home, you got the milkman to give you a lift because you sat on the milk float buzzing your nuts off as you cracked open a bottle of orange. Can't do that these days, can you? But yeah. All right, that's exactly the sort of things I'm remembering. Like good old days, yeah. Loads of Wobble Birmingham. Wobble Lee James Wobble Birmingham. My I want to say, like, you know how you got family relatives that aren't really your cousins, but they're kind of like your cousins. Like my cousin Richard, he had Wobble Birmingham. He had the flyers on his wall, and again, like it's like an age thing. Like I was probably just a little bit too young to go to Wobble in Birmingham, or maybe I into the wrong music at the wrong time, or, you know. But I remember seeing the flyers, Wobble, and then my cousins used to go to Chuff Chuff. We're getting onto this now. We should do a whole episode about it, but this is not. Don't distract me. Don't distract me.
Bob Hickman. Today is Wednesday.
I've got the decks upstairs, and on I can do a stream where I get the decks on and you can watch me play the decks. I've got all the old records. We can do that as a stream. I have to do it on Twitch because there's so much copyright, but I do, you know, I've got a setup upstairs and we can, you know, it needs dusting off every now and then, basically.
June 26th, I believe.
I can do 3 decks. Me and my sister as well. My sister does 2 decks. I do 2 decks. We do 4 decks together, all at the same time. We do like a cutting and dropping and a 4 decks thing, like beat matching and all that. 12-10s, yeah. I've got 12-10s. She's got Vestax, and we set them up together, and we can do 4 decks. It's absolutely brilliant. Most of the, like, I can do 3 decks on my own. 3 decks is wonderful. It's like a joy in itself to just be there controlling that mix and having it all running, like having the crossfader in the middle and all 3 records rolling and thinking this is fucking, like, this is where it's at. Like I used to DJ in clubs and, you know, aspire to all that stuff. Yeah. We'll get me off topic. None of you noticed Roberta Flack. She came up, I don't know why, I was watching her the other day. It's one of my favourite songs. Maybe it came up as my, like, you know, optional next video because they wanted to give me a break from this chuffer, but I'm not giving you a break. You can't get them cheap, can you? Well, they're in my attic. They're not cheap, they're up in my attic.
That means Christ came back 22 years ago. The Bible said every eye shall see him. 500 million eyes have seen me, but not like they're going to.
What? At the end it went weird. I think what he's confusing there is he's had 500 million views. That doesn't mean 500 million eyes have seen you, because quite a lot of these views have been from me on repeat with your dance videos. So, this one's called the God Entered Into My Body podcast. I just love the effort from him. The God Entered. It's the same video.
I'm no author, and I sell literally.
You don't sell thousands of books on Amazon. Of course you don't. Otherwise, what would you be doing, wasting your time making that shit advert? This is the podcast. It's the same as normal, but he's called it a podcast. Joe Rogan's, you know, watch out Joe Rogan. Honestly, look, he's called it the podcast.
We're seeing non-stop visions from God. It is Sunday, August 6, 2020. Labor Day weekend is halfway over.
Look at him go.
And got it worked out. Got done. Anyway, hope it's going well for you.
I got a question. Do you think he's on methamphetamine or something like that? Do you think that's what it is? Because I'm not really that, like, you know, we alluded to some of these conversations just a minute ago. We talked about, you know, raves and stuff, and I think things in their place are good. Not necessarily, you know, I can't advocate for certain stuff on the internet, can I? But I think when you're growing up and experimenting and doing things, in their place is probably good, but taking it out of its location and over-consuming it at home, probably bad. So if you go to a restaurant, you have a nice chocolate pudding, that's probably quite good. And then you take 10 chocolate puddings home and eat chocolate pudding all day, every day, that's bad for you. You know, moderation, stuff like that, you know what I'm saying? But yeah, in chat here, fentanyl, like in England, we have like mushrooms, like you're saying in chat, we have, I suppose acid probably goes around, ecstasy. I don't know how clean these things are these days, but in their clean form, they can be consumed and not abused, and you can have recreational entertainment through the use of them, yeah? Smoking weed is probably a more benign drug. Alcohol is everywhere. Alcohol destroys people, wrecks their livers, causes them to become dependent. They don't see it's happening because it's everywhere. And then you take them out of their normal situations and you're like, do you really have to drink every day? Are you really opening up that can as soon as you get home? Like, isn't that a bit, oh no, it's normal, everyone's doing it. Okay, so alcohol's a bit insidious in my mind. But then you get these other darker ones. In England, we have crack cocaine. Coke goes everywhere these days because people think it's cheap powder these days, and there's loads of shit cut into it. You know, it's cheap powder, it goes around. But crack and heroin are the ones in our country, in England, that fucking destroy lives. You get fully addicted to it. You lose your teeth. You end up sucking dicks under the bridge just for, you know, the money to go and buy more crack. You know what I mean? It goes down that road. So they're the dark ones, like the heavy ones, like the hard ones, yeah. That and alcoholism, I suppose, is the next hardest one in our country. Alcohol's the worst, you're saying in chat, you see. But in America, you've got a different lineup, haven't you? You've got some of those similar ones that I described, some of the more hippie stuff, some of the more, you know, California weed smoking, take a few mushrooms. You've got your ayahuasca and your Mexican mushrooms and all sorts of stuff. But you also have this other edge of methamphetamine, which doesn't really, and fentanyl, like you're saying in chat as well. Like there are certain other drugs that we don't see as much in the UK. Like there's not a lot of meth going around in the UK. You can get it and people are on it, but if you're going to get addicted to a hard drug, you're going to get addicted to the more easily available and more quickly pushed heroin and crack. So in America, you get more meth pushed. You know, it's more cheap. It's more around, and it does something different to people. Like I recognise what people look like on crack and heroin addictions, but I don't know if this looks like a meth addiction or something like that, or if this guy is just a full loop. You know, this is the podcast.
I'm going downtown, Poston at the library. You like this long shirt? Kind of looks like a dress. I like women when they wear dresses. They look cute. Anyway, I'm thin again, but I had to gain weight to have the energy to work out, to become thin. And you become thin, you're sore, tired.
I don't want to take it into a dark place. You know, talking about drug addictions then, I don't want to take it into a dark place, but it's hard, isn't it, when he's doing these videos? But like I say, he does flip back and forth between half naked in the downstairs and in his truck, or in the toilets. So that's the alternating theme for the videos. It's truck videos, toilet videos, in the basement videos, and the themes are God's entered into my body and is jerking me off and punching my face in, and also exercise videos. I believe these are supposed to look like these things where he's doing this movement of the hands. It's either some sort of masturbation fetish thing, or he's doing exercise. So we've got that, and the content, like I said, is between exercise, how to earn money driving a truck, and God entering your body. So let's finish with a few more of these shorts, because like I haven't even got through half of these shorts, have I? Like there's look at them all. Look at them all. These were the ones we were having the most fun with.
You are all my children now.
Make sure you tweet. If you tweet, listen to this. You know, if you have a tweeter, make sure you find this tweet of mine and retweet this. Yeah.
She had plans. Obviously, she was on a work meeting.
And if you haven't retweeted it or already have retweeted it, find a way of retweeting it again. She was what? She was on her work. Pat Butcher come and said that for you. That for you then.
She had plans. Obviously, she was on a work meeting.
It's like imagine driving that car around. As soon as people knew, yeah, I'll tell you what. As soon as people knew that was, you know, you'd be. It's like self-victimization, isn't it? It's like self-identification. Round our ways, like you couldn't live up like Sheldon in Birmingham and
imagine being able to shrink a swollen
You couldn't, like, there's just, I can't think of many places where you could park that up. People wouldn't, like, they'd have heard of you. They'd have known who you were. He's the fella with his trousers off trying to touch kids, and they'd be out there just getting rid of you. Like, yeah, this wouldn't pass. Okay, what I'm going to do is, just for the sake of brevity, I'm going to start at the start and just go through, and we'll go backwards in time. I didn't want to go backwards in time, I wanted to go forwards in time, but we'll just go backwards in time, because that's how it is. This is the first one. We just saw this, we've been watching this one a lot.
God entered into my body like a body my same size, like me floating.
Thank you, Michelle.
It's 3/8/9/2023, something like that, Wednesday. Anyway, you can almost eat all you want, which when you start losing weight purposely, you're going to change your diet.
So he's talking about losing weight. How's your life going? Someone's asked him a question. He's talking about losing weight. It's like he's on some sort of diet plan.
God entered into my body like a body my same size, like me floating into you floating into me. It's 3/5/2023.
I've been...
And I see non-stop visions from God. My skin feels electric, and it feels like it vibrates just a little bit. Kind of like a toy. A toy you take to bed with you at night. Anyway, I was wanting to say I've been to bed with men. I've been to bed with women. And we want...
Don't screen grab that. Don't screen grab that.
God entered into my body like a body my same size, like me floating into you floating into me. It's 3/5/2023. And
I've been with men and women. You only live once. Keto workout. Keto workout. Do you see what I mean? What's going on here? I've been with men and women. You only live once. Keto workout. Enjoy life. Down there. Very little letters. Enjoy life. It's like Coca-Cola. Has he got OnlyFans? I don't think he's got any fans. He's got 5k subs. So like I keep saying on today's episode, I want to bang this. I don't exactly know how. I think one of my great strengths is I can touch different... I can touch different communities. Like, the Nicola Bully stuff we did, that really touched the true crime community, didn't it? It kind of like exposed me to a different audience. And maybe doing this today can help me touch the You Only Live With Men Once and touch your keto workout God Inside My Body audience, and I can reach out to a new audience. And if you are watching this and you're new, please, dear God, subscribe. You only live once. Keto workout using your thumb to subscribe. I would really love to get 10k by the end of March. That's a stretch goal. I say stretch. I'm looking at his arse. I don't stretch. I say stretch. But I want to push for something, and maybe it's unobtainable, but you go for something high, and then you might reach for the moon and hit the stars or some shit like that, or fly off into the void of space. That would be a bad one. You reach for the moon and then you fly off into the void of space, and then you're just gone forever. That's you getting cold out there. Oh no, like that, just flying off into the void of space. But you bang that, would you? Would you bang that? There's a question. Today's question in chat. Would you bang that? I mean, he's been with men and women, and that's not this is not homophobic. This is just specifically talking about Bob.
It's from God. My skin feels electric, and it feels like it vibrates just a little bit.
He's got electric skin, so you don't know. That might feel nice.
If you want a successful interview, get your hula hoop. This hula hoop was stored in that room for 30 years.
Wait. I brought myself up nice and big now, because we're doing it. This is how lovely little format change. It's nice. He's been doing this for years. He says, intervene. I think it should say intervene. Please intervene. Interview with tips. I think he's interview tips. Interview tips. I've got it. Interview tips. It's not interview with tips. Interview. It's just done it like that. So interview tips, and he's going to give. This is called successful job interview tip number 1. So he's thrown me because I thought this was an exercise one because he's got the hula hoop out. Interview tips. You in chat, you chuffers. Bob lives with mummy. That's why he does this in the basement. If he does, then he's still collecting her pension, but she's been dead for years. Like, what's going on? He was in the upstairs of the house at earlier points. Do you think he's... like, I don't think it's all right to laugh at people who are psychotic. Maybe, unless they've got YouTube channels for years where they've been promoting their, like, essentially, like, you know, started it out by saying they want to find kids. Like, maybe he's okay to have a laugh at, but you know, it's your choice. Don't laugh is the title of my video, so I've clearly made sure that I've done a disclaimer there. It reminds me of someone else. Has anyone in chat ever heard of Charlie Zelnoff? Charlie Zelnoff. Has anyone heard of this lad? Because at first, right, I felt very angry at the boxing community. I watch boxing, and I watch boxing videos, and I watch like ID boxing and TFL and stuff like that. And I like the boxing community on YouTube. You know, talking about fighting and boxing like as a sport and the characters around it. And then you get this guy who like piped up or turned up. What he did was, this guy's Floyd Mayweather Senior. So this is actually a real boxing trainer. And he's quite an old chap now, so he's a trainer. And he's in the ring with this young, strapping young lad, Charlie Zelnoff, who, what he does, Charlie Zelnoff, in my mind, has a psychosis. There's something wrong with him. But I think the people around him, like his dad, are playing into it in some way. Charlie like thinks in his mind that he's a successful boxer, and that what he's doing here is winning a fight against like a famous boxer, and he'll put it on the internet like, I've got a record of 170 fights I've never lost, this is my latest win. And he like was coming onto the internet, people were seeing this stuff because he himself was posting it. Me at the gym with this guy, me beating this guy in a fight, me fighting this guy, and posting it. And then he became a meme and a joke. And the sad thing for me is that I think Charlie Zelnoff is actually mentally ill. So, like, when this is happening...
And then he was losing, so he stepped out of the ring. And then stepped back in and tried to sucker punch the guy. And then somebody jumped in, like, bare knuckle beat him down. It's insane.
See how he got out the ring then when he got punched? I'm not going to go into too much of it. Like, if there's lots of videos of Charlie Zelnoff going into a gym with someone relatively famous... And, like, there's no way he should be fronting up to these people. I think this one's Deontay Wilder, world heavyweight champion Deontay Wilder, who, like, could absolutely put you in a hospital. He could hospital you. He could hospital you. And the thing is, when you're sparring and messing around, you're not supposed to throw proper punches. So they kind of think, who's this guy? Who's this funny guy? And then he throws a proper punch and he hits the world heavyweight champion's like, no, this is not happening. I'm going to fucking show him. I don't think you should punch Charlie Zelnoff for being mentally... Like, he's running away now. He's running away. Yeah, like he's such a like loop. Yeah, so a lot of people were sort of bullying Charlie Zelnoff on the internet, and I thought you shouldn't bully someone who's mentally not all there. But at the same time, the people around him shouldn't be taking him to Deontay Wilder's gym, filming it. He shouldn't be putting it on the internet. So if he's just doing that in his private life and people are laughing at him and taking the piss and not getting many help, that's one thing. But if he's doing it in public and making a YouTube career out of it and people are making money off it, then it's open to be talked about, even ridiculed. I don't like the idea that people use him as a meme and, you know, joke about him. But like, I don't know where his mind is, and I don't know how far he's gone. And I do know he's not seeking help. Instead, he's seeking out this. He's doing it again and doing it again and doing it again and seeking it out. So I don't know. Am I watching the AJ fight? Yeah, I watch things on the internet. I'm not paying for that shit. AJ links Lucozade. Chuffing. I really supported AJ all the way through, and then the links Lucozade years. Stay humble. Jesus. Yeah. You know, there's a lot of them that I don't... There's a lot of murky world in boxing, isn't there? There's a lot of people I'm not that happy with, but... you know... I don't know. Anyway, that was a little diversion, mental diversion, because I think this feels like that sort of thing in a way, and I don't know where the lines are drawn.
70 years old. Let's see if it still works.
What's the interview tip?
I'll get better as my interviewing increases. Anyway, have a good day. No.
He seems happy. He's got a cat. It's got music. It'll get me copyright. It'll get me copyright, whatever the music is. It's just him driving. Here we go.
God entered my body like a body my same size, like me floating into you floating into me. Today is 12/28/2022. The new year is coming. It is 3 days away.
If you like that sort of stuff in chat, what I'll do is because I'm fragmenting towards the end of the episode, so I can feel it happening. What I'll do is I'll do a boxing episode and we can just talk boxing, because like I feel it's a bit unfair to sort of say, oh, at the end of this interesting episode about this man, we're now just going to devolve into a conversation about boxing that some people weren't into. But we'll do a stream. I'll do a few. I'm quite happy to talk about it. I like boxing. Quite happy to do a sort of regular one if you want. I didn't realise people in chat would want that, but I'm quite happy to do a sort of preview for a fight. Let's have a chat about it. What did you think about that fight afterwards? Irregularly, but regularly as the big fights come around. Not be a boxing channel, but we can talk boxing sometimes. Like, absolutely. I even tend, like you're saying in chat, like about Lennox Lewis and stuff. I was watching Mike Tyson versus was it Berwick? I watch old Tyson fights and stuff. So like, I was thinking maybe we can do an episode. Like, it might be not the most popular thing that we can do on the stream, but we're looking at this guy. We could watch an old Tyson fight together. And I could just talk about it. We could talk about it. It'd be like it'd be really annoying for you, because it'd be like this where I keep pausing it.
I will be working. Anyway, you have fun. God entered my body.
Muting the sound. Look at it. And the name of this video is "Gum Disease Comes from God. In Bible, it's mouth disease. God keeps sending it till you lose teeth." That sounds like meth to me.
I entered into my body, like a body my same size, like me floating into you or you floating into me. I'm the world's only Holy Ghost-filled man. Don't you think it would be neat if the Russian-Ukraine war ended? Why don't you pray and ask God to end the war peacefully?
Pray to end the war. You could do that yourself because you're God. Do I think he does boxing? No, he wouldn't be. The weight class would be a difficulty. Like, although he is in training, isn't he? What? What? I'm having to take the music off. Look at this. Now the thing is, if I was parked in my car just having a little bifter at the service station, just parked up around the back end of it, just having a little bifter, away from the main cameras, and then this truck pulls up and this guy pulls out doing this, you'd think he was having a laugh. You'd think he was like, hello, who's this cheerful chap? You wouldn't know, would you? You wouldn't know. You wouldn't know. Sasha's going to watch that fight later, Lee. That's interesting. You shouldn't. You should watch my channel later, and only my channel ever. There's loads of content on my channel. Like, we're watching all his videos. Watch all my videos, you chuffer. We'll watch boxing together someday, I promise. The more and more I'm on stream, the more there's only so many hours in a day. Like, I can't just switch to boxing now necessarily and do a big stream of it, but I should do. What I should do is I should say, what's that fight you're talking about? Give me an hour, and then I'll come back and watch it as well. I'm 50-50 on that, but I need to walk the dog and have my dinner and stuff, so I hadn't planned on doing it. But yeah, you watch it yourself then, fine. Watch it without us, fine.
Visions from God, it is 11.
Okay, I'm going to skip. Brilliant. I said I was going to skip until I find a good one. This is a good one. He's doing this publicly. I don't know where he is, but he's got the translation from the Arabic, right? And he's playing it on his phone, and then he's moving his mouth like it's a lip sync. This is brilliant.
نفس الحجم هذه معمودية الروح القدس كجسد ملاك إسلامي دخل الله في جسدي دخل الله إلى داخل جسدي تماما مثل جسد ملاك حي نفس الحجم هذه معمودية الروح القدس كجسد ملاك إسلامي دخل الله في جسدي.
What a weird thing to do in a public place as well. He's in some sort of waiting room. That is the weirdest thing I've ever seen anyone do. And bear in mind, I've just seen him dancing half naked.
God entered my body like a body my same size, like me floating into you or you floating into me. This is the Holy Ghost baptism, Acts 2:38 in the Bible. Today is my birthday. It's Halloween. I see non-stop visions from God. The reason I am making this video is I'm calling on each and every one of you to call on your politicians to require everybody in America
to have a microchip inserted somewhere in their body. That way they can be tracked. This will prevent crime and allow criminals to be tracked really.
Wow. He's right on with the latest. Do you know what? Doesn't it strange you, right? Doesn't it strange you that he's on with the latest conspiracy theories? When we were talking about this Nicola Bulley case, some people have been saying that that they're trying to track people. They're going to put a law into place that requires you to have some sort of, traceability. They're going to put a law in place so that we can't go and video things in public. And the reason that Nicola Bulley's kicking off is so that they can scare you into having the law. And I don't think we're going to accept that in the UK. I just don't think we're going to accept it. I hope we would kick back, but that's a subversive idea. I think it comes from this right-wing America that feed it into the nutters on the internet, because the more there's a whole group of people who are disillusioned, who won't vote, and the reason they won't vote is because they think the mainstream media and the mainstream politics are against them. So the mainstream politicians like Boris Johnson and Donald Trump want you to vote for them, but you're anti-establishment, so you're not going to vote for them. So instead of pretending they are anti-establishment, they get some views going under the current that pretend they sort of all the people that are into this mad shit about these microchips and all that, they all ended up voting for Trump, didn't they? They got all the weird shit off the internet, and then they all rallied behind Trump, and it helped him to get elected. So it's the mainstream feeding the subversion from the ground up into people's minds, so that the disaffected and the people that aren't interested, they're literally a group of people who are not engaged with politics, and it's a problem. They're the people that you could get on your side, and you can't get them on your side unless you give them these weird ideas. So I think this is part of that. I think that a lot of people were coerced into voting. And it's the same with Nigel Farage and the Brexit and all that. A lot of people were coerced into voting. In the end, whatever you think about immigration and Nigel Farage, or whatever you think about microchips or, QAnon or any of that, whatever you think about it, in the end, they voted for Donald Trump and Boris Johnson. Whatever your opinions are, they voted for Boris Johnson. Not Brexit and this and that. They voted for Boris Johnson. That's what happened at the end of that in our country. And they thought, but my politics this, and I think that, and Nigel Farage, and my freedom, and away from the EU. At the end of that, you voted for Boris Johnson. Not leave the EU and I think this in politics. For that man, his hair, his curtains. Whatever he wants to do with that vote is now up to him. He's won. He doesn't have to do what he told you. He doesn't have to live up to any bullshit. He's won. Do you know what I mean? It seemed like only this conspiracy weirdness fed into that as well. It all fed into it. And it's strange because the market they're attacking are the people that, I would feel like, I'm anti-establishment. I don't agree with these chuffers. I don't want to vote for them. And then people that were like me, who were on the side of looking for a real change, they ended up voting for Boris Johnson. Do you know what I mean? I just think that was strange. So I think in the future we need to be much more. And what it is, it's all dissipated. Now I see the Flat Earth community, who I'm looking at them. The Flat Earth community is a great example, and they're all like, fight the power. We don't believe what you're telling us. Don't believe the narrative. And I'm like, question the narrative is right, but don't believe the Earth is flat, because now you're useless to everyone. They either want you so confused that you can't find your way out the bathroom, or they want you so confused that you might vote for the wrong person. The person who in the end doesn't have your best interests at heart. And it just smells like that. And this guy's fully, it's interesting, isn't it, that he's fully on it early doors. That's where it comes from, people like this, and then it feeds in and it seeps in. And then in the mainstream I'd say we're not mainstream, but in the mainstream conversation, we have these conversations now about the Nicola Bulley stuff, about people think it's a psyop so that they're going to microchip you so that you can't go missing. And that's what he thinks. So I don't think what he thinks as a general rule. If Bob thinks it, I'm not so certain. If Bob's down with it, I might question it more. That's just a little way of looking at the world. I don't know, but here he is, Bob.
Dios entro en mi cuerpo como un cuerpo.
Preparing for when he has to run to Mexico.
Mi mismo tamaño, el baptismo de Espíritu Santo. Mi Dios entro en mi cuerpo como un cuerpo, mi mismo tamaño, el baptismo de Espíritu Santo. Mi Dios entró en mi.
พระเจ้าได้เข้ามาอยู่ในร่างกายของฉันเหมือนกับร่างกายของทูตสวรรค์ขณะเดียวกันนี่คือวัตถิ
He's doing this at the library. This is in, I think, either Bangladesh or Sanskrit. I don't know. It's some sort of Indian language. He's got the tape recorder playing and he's pretending to voice act it. Yeah, I think he's a Wolves fan. Typical. Sorry, Wolverhampton.
Ang Diyos ay dumating sa aking katawan.
I mean, this is top draw now. Bear in mind, this is top draw quality content. That's him voice lip syncing to foreign languages, and he's in the library, and the people in the library don't know that what the foreign language is saying. Ang Dios ay dumtang sa aking katwan, tulad insang katwan, aking parehong laki, ito ang bautismo ng Espiritu Santo. What that says is, I've got God up my bum and I like touching cocks. Like, honestly, so like, it's just, this is top tier content. And what you should take from this, okay, and honestly, what you should take from this is that I'm top tier, this is top tier. I think what's likely to happen is this episode...
God entered into my body like a body my same size, like me floating into you or you floating into me.
I think that this episode, right, we've got 84 watching right now. There are other streams and things going on. Look, there's a Decepticon. I actually watch other Detractor content and all sorts. There's also, you know, the internet's a big place. It's a big, busy place. So my little thumbnail with his little face, you know why that now is good. You can't quite see the full bowl, but you know now why you now know you are inducted. You can see the car. It's not the best thumbnail in the world, maybe. People aren't going to know what it is, but I just had to shunk one together. I'm just doing it on PC Paint, for Christ's sake. I don't have Photoshop on this computer. But, right, you are in the know. You know it's happening. It's on you now, right? Don't laugh. I said don't laugh. It's on you now to share that. I mean, seriously, this is not going to get as much traction as Nicola Bully.
God entered into my body like a body my same size, like me floating into you or you floating into me. This is the baptism of the Holy Ghost, Acts 2:38.
It's not going to get as much traction as Nicola Bully.
God entered my body like a body my same size. It is
so it's on you.
4th, 2022. Winter is just about here. The war in Ukraine is still going on. Florida is cleaning up, and I am going to the library.
I'm living in a haunted house. Can I be your date? Come get me. It's on you. If you know, if only 10% of you, if only 8 of you take this video and put it somewhere where another 8 can see it, you know, we can start a little ripple of chain reaction, and you know, maybe get him locked up. Maybe somewhere down the line. How is this happening? Oh, look, I've got to look at this one. We've got to look at this one.
Oh, my children now. God entered my body like a body my same size. You are all my children now. God entered my body like a body my same size.
That's in a store. He's going to put that back on the shelf and someone else is going to put that on their face later.
God entered into me.
Text me 317-220-322. No. No. You're going to bed repeating that phrase. God entered my body as the body of an angel my same size. God entered my body like the same size. I can't remember it. Even though I've heard it a load of times, I can't actually fully remember it. It's weird, isn't it? Indie Cult Super Bowl? ? I think I'm gay. I love rock and roll. What are you going to put on this video? Well, I'm dressing as a monk, really, for this one. It's very similar to my other videos. We're going to be in the basement. Got my little, you know, make a few little notes on my phone before I make a video. And on this one, it says, basement, tick, monk costume. Yeah, I don't have the cross, but that'll be fine. I'll put like a big T on the screen. It'll look a bit like a cross. We'll put that on there. And while I'm at it, actually, if I'm putting T on the screen, I'm probably going to put, I think I'm gay. That's going to go on there. I suppose there's more space, isn't it? More space to fill. Ooh, text me. These videos are getting quite a lot of video views, these ones. So, I don't know how many exactly. Remember, he's got 5,000 subs. I need my subs to go up. I'm looking for 10k by the end of this month. If we can hit it, extraordinary progress. If not, no, it's okay. Still going up. Happy, lucky, grateful you're all here. Look at me sharing this. This is top bin stuff. I deserve my place on the internet. Because text me 317220322. Indie Cult Super Bowl ? I love rock and roll, so there is something we've got in common. This is what. Remember, Emma is in her basement right now, wearing Nicola Bulley's face mask that she collaged from the funeral programs. She's got the funeral flowers there. Work, Paul. Hump me, Paul. Let me hump you, Paul. She always goes on top. Paul underneath on his face down, crying. Work is cool. Yeah, Emma's got a friend. Puffed it out like the demons.
She had plans. Obviously, she was on a work meeting.
She was on a work meeting.
Buddy, like it, buddy. My saint says the time to get right with God is running out. What will you do?
I just realised it's the same as when he's wearing the mask, isn't it? This is like a scary costume to him. He's put this on and he's playing a character. So if you are in the Illinois area, I don't know, I'm not America and me, navigation, if you drop me in America and you say which way to go for Illinois, I'm not going to know which way to point. You say, oh, it's on this coast, I'm still not going to know which way to point. I don't even know I don't think it is on the coast. I think Illinois might be one of the middle ones. Springfield is in Illinois. Springfield is Illinois, isn't it? In The Simpsons. I don't know. Anyway, he's there, so watch the fuck out if you live around that area for anyone dressed as a monk. There should be some kind of criteria as to whether you're allowed to buy costumes. Most people, it's fine. Go on Amazon and get yourself a monk outfit. He's not, is he? Kind of have to now, don't I? You don't have to. That's your money. You don't want to waste that on that. Yeah, but follow through, isn't it? You got to follow through. Like when they see you wearing it, they're going to think you're an idiot. They know I'm an idiot. They already know that. They already know I'm an idiot. And I know you're an idiot. Let's do it. Let's do it. Amazon. Monk costume. I only want the cheap one. I don't need the full whack. Just what he got. £26? Are you fucking kidding me? You have got to be kidding me, haven't you? Like, who wants to look like a monk so much that they're going to spend £26? This has got to be made of fucking satin, gilt-edged. This has got to be the one that monks wear. The actual monks wear. I don't want to fuck about here for £26. It's discounted to $19.98. Look, so you get a discount. A discount of £26? Yeah. Starting at 20... You chuffing idiots. It's got to draw the tie rope like a fucking... £26? Are you mad? Are you mad? What are people doing with their life? I want just like £5, I think a monk costume like his should cost. Like a really cheap, flimsy bit of kit. Like £5, isn't it? Like, I want the same colour as him, really, that he's got. Like, this is that's it, isn't it? Look, you can even see through to his legs. Wait, you can't open into your menu tab. There you go, look. This is really flimsy. You can't see there either properly. Maybe if I move it, I want to be careful on Amazon. I don't want to show you my, my details for my basket or whatever. But where is he? He's got like an extra piece at the top, hasn't he? He's got this extra piece at the top, and then it's the dress. So this one is just a one piece. That's no good. I need the piece at the top and then the dress. Medieval Friar Tuck Merry Men. Like, that's the full shebang. That's 30 quid. You can get fucked. I'm not spending 30 quid on it. It's going to be like tissue paper. It's going to tear apart like tissue. It's going to be easier to pull apart like tissue paper, isn't it? Easier to pull apart than his bumhole. Don't forget the Freddy Krueger mask. I just want... The idea is, like, this is what I do for streams, is that next time you watch me do a stream, if I'm wearing this, you will know why. Everyone else won't know why. And I just won't mention it. And then that'll be that. For one stream only, or maybe two, I'll wear this. And then you'll be like, ha, he's wearing the thing. And then no one will know. And then that's just a secret thing between us, because every other fucker couldn't be asked. All the other fuckers who want to know about Nicky Bully and all that, they couldn't be fucked to turn up to this stream. But this is the banger. This is the incredible banger. So the thing is red, isn't it? It's like a reddy brown he's got. And these are quite browny browns, these ones. I want the redness to it. Now I understand why they spend 26 quid. Having now briefly looked through, this one is the one, you fucking dicks. Isn't it? It's even more red than his. It's almost too red. I'm assuming you get the cross. He didn't use the cross. I'm assuming you get the curtain tie. There's not many curtains needing these days, so they just curtain tie that. And that's it. But you know that's flimsy, don't you? You know that's like... It's basically a repurposed tablecloth. It won't even be strong enough. It's not a tablecloth. It's all the table tissues. You know, you go in a restaurant, they've got the nice deep... It reminds me of restaurants. You know, you go in a restaurant and they've got those nice dark napkins, like dark red. And you're like, oh, this is a thick tissue. This isn't just a tissue, it's very thick. These napkins. These are posh napkins. They're going to throw them away at the end. They're not going to wash them. They're just single use, but they're very thick. You know, when you see them. It reminds me of that. That's what that's made of. Modelling. Yeah, they're modelling the monk. Can you give me more monk? I'm only here to model the dressing. Could you give me more monk? I'm not getting I'm getting too much exorcist and not enough Jesus. Can we shoot this again? But can you give me more forgiveness? We can do different colours. Look, each colour, you're right as well. Each colour, they've modelled it, and they've had to do the same pose every time. Hands out. Like, that's what monks are doing, in their opinion. Monks are always with all the white ones are sold out. You don't want the white one. You'll get all shit down. It'll look terrible after one wear. This is it from the back. I mean, you can imagine that, can't you? You don't need to see that. That's the helm. There's your size guide. If it's too big for me in my normal... I can't be bothered with this. This is ridiculous. I can't... Cloak length. Like, how am I going to know what kind of cloak length I need? This is ridiculous. I mean, I'm taller than 150 centimetres, yeah? So a large is not going to come down to the end of my feet. Is that what you're saying? Or do I not include my head? Is the head not part of my cloak? Does it go from my shoulders? I don't know how long your cloak needs to be. Somebody explain to me how long your cloak needs to be. This is ridiculous. Oh, there's the height reference. I'm just going to go large. Large. 90. I'm £20. This is a fucking waste of money. It's important for the joke, but it's a right waste of money. It's going in the basket now. See that added to basket? That's in my basket now. Right, and this is the way I shop. I'll now quickly go back. And we're just going to see if there is one. Sort by price low to high. And prime. Just prime. You know, make it easy for yourself. It's not going to ship from... Oh, hello. Hello, who's this? Who's this? Hello. She's not a monk. She's a cheeky monkey. Hello, who's this? It says adult sexy nun costume and monk cross fancy dress. It's not cross dress. It's cross fancy dress. Do you get it? It's like they give you a cross. It's not what you thought. I just need to see if there's any more appropriate, cheaper, you know, bargain bin monk costumes. Is this the problem monks have? Do you know if you're a monk and you're trying to buy a habit? It's called a habit. Maybe I should search for a habit. Hello, who's this? Hello, who's this? Fruity, look at this. Woo, woo. Fruity, she's a nun and she's a sexy nun. So combine the two things that, look at that. Woo, woo. Combine nun and being sexy. Whereas the other side, when you do it as a man and you're a monk, it kind of comes out different. It's kind of not so woo with this, is it? I don't know. What do I think of Jesus Christ? Now's not the time. You give me £7 in the last 20, so it's £13. Thank you. Yeah, Robert, do you know what? You know, super tippies and the tippies, it does fund this sort of stuff. My worry is that it's whether I should be spending it on this. That's the issue. Let me paste that into chat there. But have you given me £7 in the last time? Have you? But yeah, like, you know, Tippies and stuff does pay for this. So my question is, what shoes do you wear with the monk outfit? I'm not wearing any shoes today. I'm streaming. I'm sat in my house. So I'm not going to wear this out. I'm not going to go out with in the thing, am I? I'm not going to go out. It's just for stream. Yeah. But is it irresponsible of me to spend the money this way? That's the thing. Because it's not like I'm going to get my use out of this. It's just for the occasional stream. Here's one. Here's the same thing in large. It's £30. It's even more expensive. Fucking, and it's sandals, isn't it? Sandals is the correct footwear for this. I don't own any. Thank you, Robert, though. Thank you. Whether you... 3 super chats last night. All right, okay, yeah. You're right. Sorry. I'm tripping out about, you know, yesterday as well. I didn't factor in yesterday. You're absolutely right. Yeah, absolutely right. So the thing is, Robert, do you want me to, if you buy it, if you like it, okay, you're not offended, you're not angry that I waste the money in this way, and the next episode that we do, I dress up like this when it arrives. I might be tempted to, I don't have a basement, but I know some people who work on building sites. I might be tempted to ask if I can film a little short in a similar situation and dress in it and put I think I'm gay, text me, Indie Cult Super Bowl, I love rock and roll. The ideal full carry-on is to make this as a short with me as that. So I order this, I do a stream where I'm wearing it for no reason at all, no one knows, you know, no one else knows. You just wish I'd wear the check shirt, you'd rather the check shirt. The check shirt's too vague, this is very specific. And then I make this short as well.
The time to get right with God is running out. What will you do? God entered into my body like a body, my same size. The time to get right with God is running out. What will you do?
I feel bad now. I bought it. Right, close Amazon. Obviously I can't show you my basket and my order details and stuff, but I've ordered it. They put on £7 for the delivery. The fucking wankers. That's how they get you. That's why I should have done Prime before, because Prime stuff doesn't do any deliveries. Like, there's no... You know, I should have done that, but I didn't. I forgot to click it, and I ordered the white... Mine's probably better than his. I hope it's quite nice when it comes. I hope I've not paid loads of money for a bit of old rope, but I can't show you the basket. It's gone now. I've actually ordered it. You'll see me wearing it in about... It's going to come at the end of the month as well from like China or somewhere. It's one of them. What size are we? Can we send you some matching high heels? No.
Sit into my body like a body, my same size.
What's he even saying? Oh. Do you know what? I didn't realise what he was saying until now. He's saying, God entered into my body like a buddy, my same size.
The time to get right with God is running out. What will you do?
The time to get right with God is running out. What will you do? Delivery by FedEx. Actually, that is badass. Delivery by... Imagine. He's touching it in the... Like, he's the one sending the fuckers out. He's touching it in the warehouse. That's how the coronavirus got started.
God entered into my body.
God entered into my body.
Like a buddy.
Like a buddy.
My same size.
My same size.
The time to get right with God is running out.
The time to get right with God is running out. A bowl cut. I'm not chopping my lovely locks, but I'll get a bowl cut going. I know how to do that. Well, I might even have the bits kicking around because of being a hairdresser. What I would tend to do is I would get a hairband I mean, my sister's probably got bits and pieces like this. I just get a hairband and then I glue some fake hair on the front and then cut it into a bowl to like make myself a fringe and then just wear it like a hairband. But these days, I'm betting you could actually just buy that, couldn't you? Hairband fringe. Right, they should sell them. If not, then, you know, hairdresser out there in the audience, there's a little product for you. If you end up becoming rich, then I expect some tippies, because fucking hell. Like, why have you not got fringes on hairbands these days? Hairband. Oh, it's because I wrote ringe, maybe? Fringe. Or maybe they're called bangs in America. There you go. Look, this is what I'm talking about. So I should have ordered this as well. And then you cut it into a fringe. And I wear it as a hairband. That's the way I'll go with that. That's the way I'll go with that. But after just quickly doing it today and getting burned already, I'll have a look and I'll have a careful look. So hair can get expensive or cheap. There's a prime one there. There's a prime one. I don't want it to look awful and shit. I need to have a good look around. But that's my best bet, isn't it? I'd quite like a fuller fringe, really. Like this. This is what I'm talking about. Like a full... You see these clip-in fringes? I can get one of these and it looks like a minge. I can cut it into a fringe. From minge to fringe. Hello, look at her. Ooh. Audrey Hepburn. All of a sudden. Ooh. So that's what that can do for you. 1 count, pack of 1. Yeah, thanks. Will do. Can I choose the colour? No. Oh yeah, you can choose the colour. Ginger brown, medium brown, silver grey, or black brown. So, blonde is the one you want, really, isn't it? Because is he blonde? No, he's sort of like ginger brown. I'll go ginger brown. Ginger brown. That doesn't look like ginger brown though. That looks like a blonde on top of... This is a problem. This is a problem, isn't it? I'll just go for that one. There's only 2 left in stock. Quick, buy it now. Add to basket. Okay, add it to the basket. I'm not going to buy it on the internet because that's an issue, isn't it? You know, you're going to see my bits and pieces. Where's my music gone? Have I closed the window? Am I an idiot? How have I done that? Oh, of course, because I moved my windows around all of a sudden. Yeah, okay.
What will you do? God entered into my body like a body. My sin says the time to get right with God is running out. What will you do? God entered into my body like a body. My sin says the time to get right with God is running out.
You want the scream mask as well. Look, this is going a bit over the top just for this guy.
Greetings, God entered my body like a body my same size.
Because then what will happen is I'll have those items in this room and then someone will come in. They won't know what the meme is. They won't know what the joke is that we're having fun with together, right? They'll just come in the room one day and I'll have the scream mask, I'll have the fringe, I'll have the monk costume, and then they'll go, all right. And I'll go, yeah, but God entered my body like a body the same size. And they'll go, what? And they'll run. Like, it will ruin my future relationships if people accidentally think this is for real.
I will be driving the semi-truck Saturday and Sunday. My face kind of looks blurry in this. God told me to switch the phone. I should have listened. Anyway, have a good weekend. Greetings.
You're going to send me a hairband. Don't worry, don't worry. We'll figure it out. My sister might have bits of clipping hair. You know, I used to be a hairdresser. I'm sure I've got something in a bin somewhere.
God entered my body like a body my same size, like me floating into you or you floating into me.
Thank you, though.
Vladimir Putin is threatening the world with nuclear war. And anyway,
get the cap.
I see non-stop visions from God, and the Lord spoke to me and said, Vladimir Putin, he said he's going to be removed. It's either going to be protest or something else that gets Russia and the people of Russia to put him out. Anyway,
it's all right. Vladimir Putin's on the way out.
Like a body my same size, like me floating into you or you floating into me.
Like me floating into you or you floating into me. It's his catchphrase, isn't it?
上帝进入了我的身体，就像一个幽灵的身体，我的相同尺寸，这是圣灵的洗礼。上帝进入了我的身体，就像天使的身体，我的相同尺寸， 这是圣灵的洗礼。我的名字是鲍勃·希克曼，为我祈祷圣灵进入了我，祈祷拜访。上帝进入了我的身体，就像一个幽灵的身体。我的相同尺寸，这是圣灵的洗礼。上帝进入了我的身体，就像天使的身体。
Why are these ones being done out in public? Why are these ones? My guess is, you know, he said he was going to the library, and the other one he seemed at the library. My guess is this is something at the library, and it's like a help you guy, you know, American library, maybe rich melting pot of cultures. We've got a translator machine at the library or something. And so he's using it and he's typing into it, God has entered into my body like an angel, the body the same size as my body. And then he's playing it and he's recording this in public at the library. And yesterday we did this. Let's listen to this again.
She had plans. Obviously, she was on a work meeting.
Today, I bring you. I am the God of Hellfire, and I bring you.
我的名字是鲍勃·希克曼，为我祈祷圣灵进入了我，祈祷拜访。上帝进入了我的身体，就像一个幽灵的身体。我的相同尺寸。这是圣灵的洗礼。
Insane. I did see Sarah M. I did. It's really strange, isn't it? Considering, you know, the mainstream media are allowed to film all the stuff they want. And then, in a way, you know, I don't want to do like too much on this, but in a way, he's caused his own downfall by just like they gave him some parameters and he did cross them. Like he went on, like we watched the Penny video, like we watched it. You know, he knows what he's doing. So like the police just. You give them the opportunity and they can do you, don't they? So, I mean, it's a bit of a, what they obviously did is they obviously just wanted him out of the way for the funeral. They just didn't want to have to worry. It was easier to arrest him in advance, so they just did. You know, you can all argue about it with your lawyers later, but he wasn't there for the funeral, the end of.
אלוהים נכנסה בגוף שלי, כמו גוף. אותו גודל שלי. זוהי טבילה של רוח הקודש. אלוהים נכנס לתוך הגוף שלי, כמו גוף. אותו גודל שלי. זוהי...
Dumnezeu a intrat în trupul meu, ca un trup. Aceeași dimensiune a mea. Acesta este botezul cu Duhul Sfânt. Dumnezeu a venit în trupul meu, ca un trup. Aceeași dimensiune a mea. Acesta este botezul cu Duhul Sfânt. Numele meu este Bob Hickman și locuie. Dumnezeu a intrat în trupul meu, ca un trup.
God entered my body like a body my same size, like me floating into you or you floating into me. I am advertising on this YouTube channel. I look like a ghost. In over 50 nations. And tomorrow I will pick up maybe 10 more. You know, if I was willing to spend $100,000, I could flood this whole world with knowledge that God saved me. But what about you? Not good. But anyway, I'm seeing non-stop visions from God. And the Bible does say when the gospel will be published in all nations, then shall the end come. What's God got to say? Tell them they're here.
Does he need the toilet?
Word of the Lord. Do it. Hey.
I like this one because for some reason he's gone for a more active approach.
God entered my body like a body my same size, like me floating into you or you floating into me. I am advertising on...
He does that thing with the leg, like the mess behind him. I suppose that's the last thing you see before you're beaten to death and raped, isn't it? In that order, obviously. Whoops. Hello, Andrew. giving us the actual writings from Romans there. Obviously, the Romans, that was a long time ago, and they've translated it and retranslated it, and then some other people had a good go at deciding what they think it should say and mean, and then they translated that. So I find it difficult to go on exactly what's said in the Bible, because like, who wrote that and who decided that's what it says? I don't speak ancient Aramaic or Roman. Latin, I spoke a bit of Latin. I did a bit of Latin in the old Eddie Izzard joke. I did a bit of Latin at school, but, you know, I didn't get addicted, you know. Just did a little bit when at school. There we go.
天使の体として私の体に入ってきました。同じサイズ。神は天使の体のように私の体の中に入ってきました。私の同じ正確なサイズ。これが聖霊のバプテスマです。これが聖霊のバプテスマです。私の名前は
To tip without coming off the video, you can either super chat, which you've got a button somewhere. It looks like a little heart, and you can tip me just by super chatting, or what my tip. I've given you the link to his shorts there. Sorry, don't click that. That's the worst thing in the world. That's his shorts. Don't click that. This is my tip thing. It shouldn't take you off the. I know maybe you're on your phone and it takes you off your video. Yeah, maybe that. So I apologise for that. But on your phone, if you're on your phone and you're doing that, there should just be a button somewhere underneath, you know, where it says like share, clip, save. You scroll along, you know, along there somewhere, and it like looks like a little heart with a money in it, and like you can do that. You don't have PayPal and it's not working, then you know, can't be helped, can it? Like, you know, there's only a small like my stream. Yes, it's financially important to me that we make this sustainable, so I do encourage tipping, of course, and I really thank you. You know, it's great that you want to help and unfortunately can't. That's cool. Like, share it, watch it, you know, be part of it. In the long term, I hope I don't have to rely on everyone to like tip for me to be financially sustainable. I hope that we can have a system of memberships where, you know, we're creating content, you've got the goals and you can see what's happening and you become like producers. Or we also look for a sponsor. That's an important one, is that we're looking for a sponsor. So, you know, if we can get a sponsor to take the pressure off you, that would be great. So I'm just grateful that you're here. Joe Watson there, 199, Scott Done a Murder, Lee James 149, thank you very much. So consider, Sarah, that those tips of you know, I'll consider you part of those tips. Joe and Lee just bought you a drink essentially, and thank you as well, Sarah, for thinking about it. Thank you for tipping me. Thank you. SCP Sophie, all the way from the King Jad streams. We are having a lovely day. You know, we look at Phil an awful lot, don't we? We look at Phil an awful lot. You've tried again. Okay, so if it works for you, Sarah, great. And if it doesn't, you know, it's one of them things. But thank you. No worries. You know, don't keep beating your head against the brick wall. Just enjoy yourself. I hope you have a good time. This is it's SCP Sophie. We've been looking at this chuffer today. I'm probably ended up doing a lot more than I thought I would on this chuffer. I will, just because you just recently joined, I'll quickly show you where he started in his first shorts. I mean, where he's at now is this.
God entered into my body like a body my same size, like me floating into you floating into...
See, there are other people other than Phil.
March 9th, 2000.
We like to keep up with Phil, but there are other people other than Phil. I know a lot of them on I've been watching YouTube such a long time. I'm aware of some channels that maybe not everyone is. Can you be sexually active with many people?
Today is June 3rd, 2019. God entered into my body like a body my same size, like me floating into you floating.
This is that day he's off to have sex. £2 there from Robert. Thank you very much. That's buying me a coffee. Thank you, Robert, on the super chats there. This guy made a video that same day, look, while he's dressed like that. He made his video. This is probably the highlight, in a way, that we discovered. Angie there, 10 Australian dollars. Thank you, thank you. I'll have to wait till I turn up in Australia to spend them. No, I think they'll change them for me. What episode of Beverly Hillbillies? It gets worse. It gets worse. It gets really bad. He confesses to waiting for kids. At least he's dressed.
A fat cow and people laughing at you when you walk down the street.
Would I get the haircut for 1 million subs? Yes. Yes. Well, no, I don't know. I don't know what the answer is. If I wake up tomorrow and have 1 million subs and I have to get the haircut, I suppose I go through with it, because that's a huge thing, 1 million subs. Whether it translates though, whether I've got 1 million subs and then nobody watches my videos and I've got a shit haircut, that's awful. That's the worst thing, is that I get exposed to all those people. They see the haircut and they're like, no, I don't like this chuffer. So I don't know. It's maybe, could be, couldn't, maybe more.
Can't stop. Well, I've got a suggestion. Start dancing. Moving just a little bit. You don't have to work out big time. Start working the muscles.
He's in the toilet having a dance, and in one of his videos, I can't even remember which one it is now, he said that he was there to put up videos. It was his first video on YouTube he did, so I should remember that. It's his first one. He said, I'm going to put up videos on YouTube and look for kids.
But the Bible requires you to have the Holy Ghost baptism, where
There's
God
Sasha
inside your
English,
body
£4.
like mine.
Thank you very much.
And I'm the only one on the earth that has it. How did God get away with this? Well, please tell people about this video. I've got this online in all languages. It gets about 500 or 50,000 hits per day. God's not going to last very long like this, is he?
Threatening God. This man's threatening God. Bear that in mind. If his YouTube channel, with DSP, if his channel grows big enough, then, you know, he might spend some more money on Street Fighter 2's new mobile game. I'll tell you what, I'll quickly, if we've got some DSPers in here, I just quickly want to show you this. There's a new mobile game, and I honestly believe this. I might be ridiculous. I honestly believe this, though, that if you're running a mobile game for Wales, then you might consider who the biggest spending whales are. And if one of them is Dark, you've got to consider that he might be one of. If you put a chart together of who are the biggest spending whales, Darkside Phil might be on the list. Why isn't it doing it? Street SF2 Mobile, Street Fighter 2 Mobile. Come on, you idiot! There we go. No, it might not be called Street Fighter 2, mightn't it? It might just be Street Fighter Mobile or something like that. Street Fighter Duel. There you go. So there's this new mobile game. It's just the same as WWE Champions, isn't it? It's a mobile game. Money's involved. It's got all the Street Fighter people. There is no way in the world that Philly's not playing this. And I think if he's Phil's into it and he's a whale, maybe there are other people out there that are like him. I think the people that make these mobile games do a bit of market research. I think they do it in WWE Champions. I think they actually make cards for Phil, just for Phil, because he's going to spend shitloads of money on those cards. So, you know, you're looking at your books and you're saying this person's spending a lot of money, make a card for him. No, it's just a no-brainer. It's almost like the perfect game for Phil. He cannot resist this, so he's going to be spending double. That's why he's got a new channel, Double Bubble, 2 channels. He was thinking, this is going to come out, how do I double my income? I need to, because I'm going to be doing Street Fighter 2 as well. It could be his downfall. It's just a little thought. I just can't see him not into that. I can't see him not into it. 199 from Joe Watson. Am I classed as a soy boy? If you like, whatever that means. I think it's a derogatory term from the right wing. Anything that's threatening to the right wing, they give it a label and give it a derogatory term. Like the idea that you might be healthy and not want to kill animals. Why is the right wing concerned? Because they're rich right wing farmers who own all that land. You know, it's not all tractors and bits of hay. It's rich people who own all the land and the means of production. So it threatens them. So you become a soy boy. Oh, you might become estrogen makes you into a woman. Yeah, it might do. But I'm drinking plant drinks, so this is phytoestrogen. So if you understood what the difference was between plants and humans, it's like saying that, you know, I might put a banana at my ass and that might send me it's a banana. It's these are phytoestrogens. They're not women estrogens. It's not like I'm sucking at the muff and getting big titties. Like, Jesus Christ. Yeah, you're only joking. I know, it's fine. You touched a nerve, and to get my vegan card, I have to bang on about it at any opportunity. So yeah, I think Street Fighter 2 Duel is a big thing for Phil. I think it will be in the future. Just wanted to get that out there for anyone who's from the Phil universe. But there are these other chuffers on the internet who are, I guess, lolcows. I don't know what you call this guy. He's there for 3 years so far. He's been there. You know, he's part of it now. He's a big chuffer on the internet. He's got his videos are monetized, and he's making money, and he's got his different. For Phil, the worst case scenario is he gets loads of money and spends it on a mobile game. But for this guy, right, the worst case scenario is he gets loads of money and then he goes out and murders people.
Time. And I'm going to analyze Super Bowl teams.
Yeah, I do think Ansel chucked her in the river. Yeah.
I see non-stop visions from God, and you can say, why don't you?
No, we're all good. We're all good. We're all good. Don't worry. Yeah, I know. We're not falling out. I was going on a sort of comedic rant, not a venomous rant. Don't worry. And yeah, Villa and Blues. You know, I'm actually wearing Villa colours. I bought this because of the green screen. It's the wrong colour for green, but my granddad was a Villa fan, and I actually believe this strongly, which is that all the enjoyment I get out of football, part of it is about having that passionate rivalry, and without it, it's not as fun. So you take away the other teams, and you're not like, you know, it's nice to have a bit of it. And like when I used to come home from the football with my dad, who was a Blues fan, my granddad would be at home and he'd say, "Oh, let's check the results together. How did Blues do? How did the Villa do?" And like there'd be, you know, I didn't want to like bash my granddad's head in because he was a Villa fan. I think it's just like nice that I've got friends who are, you know, on the other side, and we have a bit of banter. When we play each other, it gets a bit eggy, and then, you know, like we put a bet on. And I remember once, me and my friends in the pub, one was a Wolves fan, not really like my main friend, but another really good friend of mine, a Villa fan, and me, we were discussing who was going to get relegated or it might have been promoted, and like we did a 3-way bet, like, you know, all the different teams, and I lost. Birmingham fucked it. I think we didn't do that well, and so I saw him in the street and I had to run over to him and say, "Remember, I owe you a tenner," and like, you know, pay this money out. But like, it's all good, you know. That's the way it should be. Running up to each other in the street to, you know, have a bit of banter and pay a bet rather than punching each other's heads in. Like, it just seems ridiculous. So, and then when it gets to England, we all support England together. So like, what? We support football. We're in the same family. We're a football family. Whatever feelings you go through in your terraces, I go through them in mine. And it wouldn't work if we all just like loved each other all the time. You've got to have that, you know, ebb and flow on the pitch, who's going to win. But afterwards, we should all be able to drink in the same pub. And I remember once Newcastle came up to Birmingham, and they were probably the only team I've ever seen do it. Is we all drink in our ascribed pubs before the ground, you know, before the game. The Newcastle fans sort of mingled, and they were in our main pub, and it's like packed with us and packed with them, and there was no fights, no problems. Like when West Ham try and do that, there are problems, but like for some reason we had this like camaraderie about it all. It was great. That was one of the best pre-game drinks I've ever had, with everyone being there rather than it being segregated. Yeah, sorry, I've gone on about football there.
Who's going to win? Well, I could do that. I don't watch football. I don't watch hardly any.
He just said football. Did you hear that? That's so weird. That's so weird. Oh no.
I don't watch football. I don't watch hardly any.
That's his problem, mate, isn't it? Bob's a crisis actor. You can tell you think. You know, that's what they do with them. They make him live in basements. If you're living in a basement and being paid to be a crisis actor, like, you mean, you don't think he lives this life? You think he lives a normal life and then just goes down and films these on the fake? He seems really committed.
But I see mostly
like, you can't smell what's going on in that room.
On the news. But when I look at both teams, I get the edge to Kansas City. Kansas City should win the game with no problems. But remember, sometimes...
I'm going to go and put a bet on... are you? Yeah, I think Kansas City are going to win. I'm going to put the house on it. Really? Where have you got some insider knowledge? I've got a little bit of insider knowledge, mate. Have you? Yeah, a little bit. Insider knowledge, just from higher up, you know, just from a slightly higher source. Oh, really? Do you know someone at the football? Do you know someone at Kansas? No, I don't. One of the coaches that they're playing against, maybe? No. Maybe night, Michelle. Have a good evening. I'm going to knock it on the head soon as well. Don't want them all to drift out just immediately, but yeah, 3 hours is good for us, isn't it? 3 hours is good. I'll finish my little random interjection that I'm doing now, my brain fart, but I'll finish this and then we'll talk a little bit and then I'll knock it on the head. But which is what he'll do as well with you if he gets you in the cellar. Yeah, no, I don't have an inside tip at Kansas City, no. Do you have an inside tip maybe with the referees of the game? No, I don't have an inside tip with the referees of the game, no. I've been watching Bob on the internet in his basement, rocking back and forth without his trousers on, and he thinks Kansas is going to win, so I'm off to bet the house. And why is your content, Bob, veered into sports betting? Why is God interested in sports betting just on the random? Like one video about sports betting.
It's the hungriest dog in the fight that wins. Tampa Bay seems to be able to rise to the occasion. But Tampa Bay is very the Tampa Bay.
This is how Derek is going to end up.
Are not catching the ball like.
Someone in chat here. Dover and Dolly's mom just noticed he doesn't have a bowl cut. He has a bowl mullet. A bowl mullet. Mandy F. Crime says she actually loves a mullet. Mullets can look good on the right person, but the bowl mullet, the combination of the two, that is impressive.
They did.
It reminds me of a joke that Meerkat said on That Being Said. He said that Darkside Phil goes into the hairdressers and said, just fuck my shit up. It's like it's like the barber doesn't like you.
Like Tom Brady's Patriot teams did.
I mean, to be honest, the barber probably doesn't like him, does he?
Well, you see I'm struggling on this. But anyway, defense-wise, I'll give the edge to Kansas City.
And then he's just like, it's like you're chatting to a fella at the bar, you know, you got yourself a drink, all right, going to watch the game later, yeah. Don't think Kansas are up to much, no. Defensive-wise, I give the offense line, yeah, also, trousers off, rocking back and forth, hands in the air, in the basement, yeah. This is not, it's like two different things have collided here. It's like two different things have collided. Can I get Gary Monk on the podcast? Who's Gary Monk? Oh, the manager, football, hang on, let me check. Gary Monk. What we do aspire to is, no, he's on the internet, is he? Masterclass. I mean, he might be a bit out of my ballpark if he's currently football managering, but like, what I do aspire, I've wrote to Birmingham City once to see if I could do a documentary there. You just got to approach people, haven't you? But they said no. I just wanted to, just let me in with my cameras, let me film shit. But they said no. What we do aspire to with Thus, I would say, is that at the moment, we're small potatoes, I guess, aren't we? My channel, Thus Podcast. If you're not watching Thus Podcast, what are you doing? What are you doing? It should actually come up as a podcast here now on the playlists as well for their new thing. But yeah, Thus Podcast. It's our thing, isn't it? I've got Steve as a regular co-host. I do pay him, and I make a loss on that, essentially. I pay him because I believe he's worth... he's a media producer, and he's got a forensic psychology degree, so he's a forensic psychologist. So I'm having him on as a guest. I think he's worth... if I was to be going to cut his hair, I would ask for some money. If he's going to use his expertise on my media product, and I'm going to take all the benefit, I'm going to pay him. That's just how I feel about it. So I make a little bit of a loss. I'm not going to tell you, from now on, I don't think it's appropriate. I tell everyone exactly how much, £40, 40 quid for the show. But I don't think it's appropriate, is it, to reveal everyone's, ins and outs and that. But Steve is like my co-host, regular. I want to keep him as a regular co-host. I want to produce this thing together. If it grows to a certain point, I'll move it onto its own channel. I will split it with the people who are involved in the making of the channel. Editor, co-host, whoever, yeah? Just split it with them and it can run, become sustainable. I'll move it off this channel. But this channel, obviously, you're here, so my channel will continue, of course. I'll just give it its own channel if it gets there. We want to do about 20 or 30 episodes, see it as a thing, see what it looks like, put it onto, at that point, we put it onto Spotify and places like that, and then consider if it can stand alone. It needs to be able to, on its own channel, it needs to get 1,000 subscribers. It needs to get monetized. It needs to, pay these people to help make it. And the idea is that at that point, you split, if we make 50 quid off a video, I split it between the editor, the co-host, the end. You know what I mean? So that's the way to go with that. And then at that point, if we get there and that's happening, then I can say, right, how much is in the budget for booking a guest for Thus? Up to that point, I'm going to use my own money to book other guests, or maybe not even pay some of them. Like we've got at the thin end of the wedge, at the one end, there's lots of people who will do a podcast for free. Like the Demonologist has got a book out. I haven't offered them any money. I'm just saying, come on the podcast. I don't think I need to offer them money if they're going to sell their book and promote, not necessarily shill their book, but they can promote their book, can't they? So it's like a bit of give and take. They might be just having fun. If I want them regularly on the show, maybe I should start paying them. Do you know what I mean? But in general, thin end of the wedge, people who you don't know, who are just people that I've researched and found, they might come on for free. As we get bigger and it gets more serious, I might consider a budget for a guest, a regular budget for a guest. And as we increase that budget, we can approach other people. Like Gary Monk won't come for free, I doubt. I could email him, he might come for free. But for me, this on my line, if it was me, what's his chuffing name? Alan Moore. For me, these are two people that I really respect, right? Really respect these two. They might not be up everyone's alley, so I'm not saying this is my target, but I really respect these two, Stuart Lee and Alan Moore. They're really interesting people. Alan Moore makes comic books. He wrote Watchmen. Stuart Lee's a stand-up comedian. I think for them, the going rate for a podcast would be within reach. Do you know what I mean? They're not Brad Pitt and Dustin Hoffman or anyone. Is Dustin Hoffman still alive? So I think we could actually get somewhere, and like, you know, if my budget ends up extending to, you know, if you book a comedian or you book an after dinner speaker, you know, you book someone, they turn up. We can do that. It's about building the show. It's about building the podcast. It's about getting your support, putting it into action and doing it. So yes, I agree. And I like your suggestion. I think it's a cool suggestion. In the future, we will. But we have to build up to that first, I think. And we do that by thin end of the wedge, people you might not have heard of who have got interesting stories, people who I've researched, like Demonologist, going to be great. You know, we're going to get Frankie Boyle. Yeah, I would love Frankie Boyle 100 right now. Let's see if I can do it right now. Let's just find out. Book Frankie Boyle. Let's just see if I can do it. Oh, he's got a book out. Well, that's not going to help. I don't want to buy his book. I want to actually have him come to, you know, he's doing shows. He's got a, you know, he's doing, you know, he's going to sold out theatres, yeah? So he's got they're all sold out. You can still book at these places. So he's got a reason maybe to promote his shows. So there is that, you know, when they're doing stuff like this, they also do media. So it might be that. But he's also just a general person, isn't he? Like, he seems to be doing quite well. I don't know what the cost is for Frankie Boyle to turn up at your gig. But there must be. And there must be a... You know, I find it really difficult to find their agents. I'm not in touch with their agent, am I? I don't want to be on your mailing list. Frankie Boyle, agent. But there must be a limit and a cost. If Emma White or Paul agreed, would you do an interview? Absolutely, I would, yes. Like, that would be gold dust. It'd be brilliant. There you go, Frankie Boyle. Look. See, this is... Okay, this is exactly how I feel about this shit, right? So, Frankie Boyle, here he is. To book it, you have to send them your details. They're not going to tell you the price. It annoys the piss out of me. What they're going to do is give you a rough guide, and then if you can afford it, you know, you tell them your budget, and then they say, oh yeah, can you add an extra 20 grand on that, thanks. But look, it says here, presenter and award hosts, 10 to 25k. So he's in the category of 10k plus, comedy and music, 10 to 25. But that's for an award. That's for an evening. You know, if you want him to present your awards, you're paying him about 15 grand. So I'm guessing half that at least, not even half that for, you know, 5 grand for an evening with Frankie Boyle. If I want him to do my show for me. Maybe if it's just a podcast and it's a couple of hours and he can radio it in, phone it in, maybe it's less than that. But let's say it's 2 to 5k. You know, 2 to 5k. It might be something like that. That's Frankie Boyle. But check this out, right? Check this out. What if I just do this? After dinner speaker UK. Like, we can go down the list. We don't have to have, like, the top bins to start with, do we? So I haven't got a budget of 25k. Yeah, I can't afford Adam Buxton or someone. But maybe I can afford... just picked at random. Maybe I can afford Alan Cochrane. No offence, Alan. Like, no offence. You might not be doing as well as Frankie Boyle. But, you know, you can book people, can't you, look? It's not out of the realm of possibility that I could just ring up this company and then say, my budget is £500. Please send me a guest. And then the show has to make £500. You know, otherwise I've spent money and lost money. But that's how it works, isn't it? You build up your podcast to a point where it's bringing in a reasonable and regular, sustainable number. And then you share that with the people that make it. And you say, let's also put together let's have a look at my channel. Let's also put together a budget for guests. And then they say, that's a good idea. And then we do it. And then we do the podcast. That's happening in the future. At the moment, it's going to be me and Steve. We're going to do the lives regularly till we've got about 20, 25, 30 of these. And once we've got them, why is that in this list? Hang on. Remove from those. Once we've got those, and that we can see it as a thing, and I can maybe do all the you know, you can't see a trend in 2 weeks. You know, you need a wider perspective, and then we can move it to its own channel, and we can give it its own financial, you know, bow around it, and it becomes easier to manage. For the guest, Tyson Fury, you could get me Tyson Fury. I mean, that would be amazing. But these days, like, he's so high end, like, you know, I mean, that'd be great. obviously, I'd bite your hand off, wouldn't I? Like Tyson Fury. Over the years, I've said some interesting things about him, though. You know, I would want to maybe ask him some funny questions about Daniel Kinahan, you know? But it's been such a long journey that over the years, you know, that's the past now. Whether he did or didn't, and the Nandrolone and all this and that, you know, it's the past. And, like, you know, he has successfully negotiated his public image into a position of strength. And he will see out his career in that way if he's sensible. You know, if he doesn't go away from his family, at least he did go back to the family, and at least he did pull his shit together in that way, you know. So yeah, I've got some respect for him as well. Can I give your son a shout out? We can give your son a shout out, absolutely, Joe. Like, yeah. Get Eddie Hall to turn up. I do know Eddie Hall a little bit. We did that film with him, so Eddie's someone that I could probably contact and maybe get on the show. But again, even he's got a price and, you know, a day rate. He's not just messing about these days. So I wouldn't expect him to do my stuff for free, even as a favour. I wouldn't expect it of people. But, you know, it'd be lovely if he did. You know, it would be lovely if he did. But, you know, step by step towards it. Step by step towards it. I'll look out for you in chat, Joe, for when you're... Like, shout out Joe's son, or if you want to give me his... I don't know if you should give me his full name. That would probably be bad. But, you know, yeah. Jesus, avoid that with him. Yeah, exactly. He wouldn't want to talk about it, but I want to know. Like, there were those years where he went off the rails, weren't there? And I worry that he was being leaned on by these people, and that he had people around him. You know, when you get to that height and, like, you're doing so well, and then you get all these hangers on who want to spend your money, you know, and then suddenly you wake up after a big party and they've snorted loads of stuff and you've got to pay Daniel Kinahan. Do you know what I mean? I just worry about that shit. It's an interesting angle. Okay, hi to Joe Watson Jr. Big shout out to Joe Watson Jr. You shouldn't be listening to these stuff I'm saying right now. Big shouts out to Joe Watson Jr. But yeah, like, you know, it's interesting stuff, and I think he's pulled it all around, and I actually have a lot of respect for him now. But it's been over the years, might have argued the other way around. I might have said, oh, he's been a naughty chuffer, being a bad chuffer, and I think he would probably say the same, wouldn't he? So, Joe Watson Jr. Yeah, Joe Watson Jr. Big shouts out. Is he like fully grown up and a boxer or something, or is he like a little lad? It's irrelevant. I don't think it's. I don't want to tell. No, I don't want you to be like, oh, you know, giving details about your kids on the internet. It just, after everything we've been looking at today.
Give the edge to Kansas City, quarterback-wise. I've got to give just a little edge to Tom Brady. Tom Brady and Mahomes is good.
I'll have to start doing boxing shows where we talk boxing, but I'll have to do them from the basement with my arms in the air, pacing back and forth with my trousers down, because this is such a weird finish to it, isn't it? He's turned out to be quite a normal guy who's just interested in the football. Well, he says he's not interested in football.
Tom knows how to win. He's a warrior. He knows how to win. Mahomes is...
Mary Lee shouts out to your son Jay in jail. That's not a nice place to be. Shouts out. Shouts, I hope you get out.
In the league, but I'm going to go with Brady on that. So who do I think is going to win? The best team is Kansas.
This is too weird. I can't watch him talking about football doing his pacing. After you've been exposed to this for long enough, which is now long enough, it's gone beyond weird, hasn't it? And started to become almost slightly normal. It's like I've got used to what he's doing. And I'm like, okay, you know, show me something different. You know, show me something different.
אלוהים נכנס לתוך הגוף שלי, כמו גוף. שליותו גודל מושלם. זוהי טבילת רוח הקודש. אם אתה לא מרגיש שהאל הבלתי נראה נכנס לגופך, אז אתה לא מתמלא ברוח הקודש. אלוהים נכנס לתוך הגוף שלי כגוף של מלאך אסלאמי. אותו גודל מושלם. זוהי טבילת...
He's just a babby. Okay, cool. No
רוח הקודש. אם אתה...
Do David Hay versus Carl Thompson. Yeah, no, I'd love to do, like, we could just do a few streams of vintage boxing and just watch them and enjoy them and talk about them. It might get annoying with me pausing it all the time because I'm going to be like, oh, did you see that left hook? Oh, rewind it. Oh, but maybe, you know, because you can't just let them play and then the copyright, can you? Like, that'd be bad as well. But we should do that sometime. Yeah, we should do it. Charles Bronson. We're going to do an episode. Thus, I've got ideas lined up, and one of them. What we want to do is, Steve is forensic psychology, and the reason that I think he's such a brilliant expert is because it's a varied thing. Like, we can apply it to psychology in general, Prince Andrew and stuff. We can apply it to psychology in crime, Prince Andrew and stuff. And we can apply it to... I want to do an investigation of... I used to watch true crime... sorry, how do I explain this? I used to watch Sean Atwood and people like Darren G. And I used to watch the people talking about their experiences of prison. And they're people that have been in prison. right? So I don't necessarily, even though Darren G's up the road in Birmingham, I could quite, reach out to him and get him in the house, and there's things about him I respect. I don't necessarily want Darren G in my house going nuts the way he's like, sometimes he gets a bit excited and a bit eggy. I don't want him here doing that. So I was thinking, how do I get into this conversation, like from where I'm at? And I think the way it is that I'd like to explore whether the prison system is fit for purpose, whether what we're doing on one of the episodes of Thus, one of our first ones, we did What is a Crime? What is crime? And we talked about how we draw lines around behaviours and what's good and bad and acceptable and stuff like that. We talked about what is crime. So I'd like to do an episode where we talk about what is punishment. Should you be punished? How do you get punished? What is reforming? Do prisons work? What's the purpose of prison? Different attitudes and strategies of prison around the world. Lots and lots of content there to be looked at. And it won't just be me with my, oh, look at this, oh, I think this. It'll also be someone who's into forensic psychology, which is the appliance of psychology to the legal system. So, we need to find out if it's doing people harm or good, and if you come out of prison worse or better and stuff like that, Not sure now. Like, at the end of the day, I don't watch a load of him now, and he did some really weird episodes, didn't he? But back in the day, I used to watch a lot of Sean and Wildman, and listen. You listen to these stories of these people being in prison, don't you? Can't find my email address, but a fellow Brummie needs support. I don't know if it's my position to support Curtis. I don't know him necessarily. I've just had the opportunity to email him and try and line up an interview, but as I've tried to line it, like I said earlier, as I tried to line it up, things have just kept moving and kept shifting. So I just want to step back from that and just hope that things calm down. I'm reacting to things I see on the internet. I haven't turned up anywhere and done anything so Curtis Media has been shut down. Maybe we should do an episode on it, maybe, but I don't necessarily want to get dragged into that necessarily. It all seems like a bit of a mess, doesn't it? He has no phone. I mean, I'm not going to tell him where I live and invite him to come and stay at my house because it's just some bloke off the internet that I don't know. That would be a bit forward of me. R.I.P. Wildman, yeah. R.I.P. Wildman. Wildman, I want to do an episode on Wildman one day as well. I really do. I tried to, today we've done an episode on some nutter on the internet, yeah? But I really want to do some more. What I want to do some more of, let me talk a bit about this as well, because now we're at the end of the show. I'm just chatting to you. If you want to stay here and chat, I like to chat about future plans and ideas. I like for you to be part of them. It's not necessarily the best content in the world because it's me just thinking aloud, but, it's cool. It's cool. Thank you all for being here thus far, I want to say. If anyone's going to drift off, I want to say thank you very much for being here thus far. We've had a really good, entertaining time tonight, hopefully. It's been a bit different. You won't see this anywhere else. I tell you that. You won't see this anywhere else. So let's get those subscriptions flying around. Let's make sure this is shared and in front of the right people. If you know someone at your work or, around the corner that might enjoy this sort of stuff, if you've got a friend with the same sense of humour, then send them my way. Let's get them involved. Let's print them up an I Done a Murder t-shirt and get them wearing it around the supermarket. Yeah. She was on her work. Pat Butcher come and said that for you then.
She had plans. Obviously, she was on a work meeting.
It's like she's on a work meeting. So I wanted to just quickly say about content, didn't I? I wanted to say, where's the Brummie accent? It's not strong. My Brummie accent. She was on a work meeting. So my friends and family, bang tunes out, can't because we'll get banged off. I can play my music, but we'll get banged off. Darren G had to be in fits of laughter. Darren G's a funny guy, but I on the internet I like to watch him, but have him around my house to stay over the night, I scared. And he'd have me out of bed at 8 in the morning doing press-ups or some shit. But yeah, interesting in chat. I was saying we did an episode on this nutter, right? That was what I was going to say about Wildman, yeah? So in me, I've got the ability in some way to write. This is what I used to do on the internet, on the B-side channel, and if you look at channels, Ganji Arts is a good example. What I used to do is mainly about video game reviews when I first started doing this a year ago. But I write a little script and then I record a video and then I edit it, you know, like people do on YouTube. And I thought, I don't know where I'm going with this. And it wasn't getting many views, so I just stopped. Thought that the live streams were a better focus for my time. But what I would like to do, and we are doing, is I'm in talks with an editor, so we can get an editor on board and I can produce more edited content as a team. And what I want to offer them is, like, I think it's half the video for the first month. Whatever the money it makes, you get half of it for the first month. After that, I don't want you pestering me every month for like 10 different videos you used to edit that are 5 pence for the last month. Just for the first month, it's easier, it's cleaner, right? And then they bang out the edited content. We do these lives and it turns into an edited video that's easier to view, 15 minutes long instead of like 5 dates. I played it for like 8 hours and I made a 15-minute edit review, you know? So, and also someone else's idea on it where they make a bit of their own entertainment by editing me. That could help. But yeah, I think with Wildman, the reason I bring this up, and also Battery Exhausted, if you look on my B-side channel, I'm going to start using the live space here more to do more lives on Battery Exhausted. I have to just start doing it more. And the videos here are videos that I shonk up there. They're like, it's turned into a bit of a mess. But I used to edit videos and put them up there. There's a full playlist here of all these games. I need to change this and tidy it up. But like, let me just show you an old video I did that was an edited video. Like this one. This one's fun. Vegan taxidermy. Hi, you're with Scott. This is Battery Exhausted, my channel. It's midnight. It's always midnight. This is your right ear and your left ear because we're recording in mono. Bit quiet that was, wasn't it? Before we start the video, I don't have enough subscribers to put my merchandise underneath the video like everybody. So I did vegan merchandise. This is a while ago. This is 4 years ago. Sentiment, and that's because British farmers are very anti-vegan, and British farmers pay a lot of money. I can understand why this isn't getting a million views, yeah? Very involved in the Conservative Party themselves. So that's part of that. On the 18th of February, very recently. So I'm talking about the BBC and this taxidermist who is vegan, and they call her it's. But that is not attractive to me. Clearly, the eyes have been removed and replaced. Like, you could get me Billy Joe Saunders, brilliant, yeah. Like, you know, big thumbs up, Joe. I don't know how this would happen. Like, I think at the moment I think they're a bit out of my league. I think what I'd also like to do is get to a point where I do a good job of it. You know, today if Billy Joe like either turned up, Lee James obviously watches Thai FL. If Billy Joe turned up at my house today, I could welcome him in. I could sit him over there and I could set up my show, you know, like it was, or I could do it on the phone, you know, like we do with Steve. Either or. Quite happy to do either or, but I would worry that having not done much practice at either, like I've never had anyone sitting here and do an interview with me, and I've never done anyone, like we're just getting used to the format with Steve. You know, I haven't done many different interviews, so I'd be worried I wouldn't do a good enough job, if that makes sense. I'd like to practice a bit before I started getting real, like that's a top name person, Billy Joe. But yeah, like, you know, I'm really grateful for the concept. Like maybe we should talk in the future. That would be cool. Yeah, it would, you know, absolutely would. It's funny because boxing careers are kind of short, aren't they? And I've been following these people's careers for their whole career. It seems weird to say it now because I don't feel like any of us are that old, but you know, I watched him beat Eubank like live. Do you know what I mean? Like, feels like a long time ago now. But yeah. So anyway, look, we're not watching this taxidermy thing. This is not what we're watching. The point is, I used to make edited videos. Like sports stars who suffer from depression, how to grow potatoes. That's a bit of a nicer one. Virtually anywhere, you too can have homegrown potatoes and all the fun of your very own potato reveal. You can plant in virtually anything that's of a reasonable size and has a few drainage holes to let excess water escape and prevent waterlogging. Last year we got over 50 potatoes from one bag, so I'm going to try and repeat that success. Now, so that's just an edited video, isn't it? Like, I used to do them. So I'd like to produce more content that's a bit more thought out, scripted, edited, or even like you're saying about Billy Joe Saunders, yeah? Like, I've got the potential, I've got these cameras, I'm not bad at doing my job. We could turn up somewhere where he is, or, you know, book somewhere nice, you know, like offer him lunch and sit him in front of the camera and then do like a proper interview. Do you know what I mean? Like a proper one. Castillo Charm is good. Have you heard my rapping? Have you heard my rapping? I do music as well. I do all sorts of stuff on there. My music's on there. Yeah. So we can go back. I tidy up what the plan is. I tidy this channel up. I get rid of all this crap that got in the way. I used to upload crap from the streams when I first started on Twitch, just to this channel. Then I started another channel just for the streams and stuff like that. So I eradicate some of this crap, turn it off. We come back and do lives on the B-side that are more out there. Like, this has been quite out there today, but we do lives on the B-side that are out there. And we get editors involved so they can help me edit content like this.
Burgers. Burger. 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 Hamburger. Burger. Some people have called me a meat sculptor. Burger. 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 Burgers. Burger. 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 Chili burger. Burgers. Burger. Cheeseburger. It says Junior.
I'm not on Facebook, Joe. What I'll do is I'll give you if you tweet at the moment, Twitter's probably the best one for me. If you're on Twitter, because like I'm finding the DM system to be quite like quick and prompt, or I've got an email address I'll type into chat here, because with serious stuff, this is sort of like my internet works email address, stuff I do on the internet. I've also got one for my film company, which is like not a big concern, is it, like my film company, but I am Informal Films. Like if I want to look professional, because you kind of sometimes do, this is me on the internet making me look professional. This is my best work ever. Actually, I should have showed you this when I was just talking about editing. Like, and this is what I want to say about Wildman, is I could make Wildman a proper video. Like, I could do a proper video on Wildman. We could go and interview people who knew him. We could, like Sean maybe doesn't, like, could be in it, should be in it, of course, but maybe he doesn't want to do it because it's so close to him, but we could help, like, I used to do, like, little videos like this, look. That was a job I did. I made this one with my friend.
Say vegan.
She's my girlfriend. Well, she's not anymore.
Say
she was.
Sayaka. At the Happy Maki stand I had a very good wrap, so now I would like to show you how to make a very simple version. First, I'm gonna wash my hands. So you're gonna need some nori seaweed sheets, some rice, possibly sushi rice.
No, I can make little videos and stuff.
Once the potato is cool, we're gonna peel it. We're gonna chop it in slices.
So I do quite like editing.
Now we're ready to make the wrap.
And filming and stuff. This is me at the International Sports Hall of Fame. This is an advert for sad babies or some shit. I don't need that, thanks. I mean, obviously it's sad for the babies, but it's bringing me right down.
For you to use this footage. But it got me here. I said, but I was willing to pay that price. They said no pain, no gain. I kind of thought.
When you interview someone like Evander Holyfield and you're my height and he's his height, you have to shoot from this angle because otherwise I'd have to hold the camera up like that. And it's just well tough for me, but I had to shoot from like underneath him.
That way, but when I got to the Olympic Training Center, they corrected, but it did show that I was willing to do the things that.
But I'd like to do something where, like with Wildman, I'd like to make a proper professional job of it. I'd like to interview some people who are involved in his life, get proper testimony from them, try and get some nice photos, narrate it, write it like a little script. The life of Wildman, like one of those proper YouTube videos you watch. That's a good video. And so that again, like if we can build up to that, I can start getting editors involved in our channel. I can start going out and filming more stuff. That's on my list for later. So yeah, thanks. You tried a McPlant the other day. It was actually good. Yeah, exactly. You don't always have to kill a cow. That's good. So I'd like to build back up to this sort of stuff. I used to go out and do documentary shooting and aspire to that. Made this documentary about the ASMR world because I was involved in the ASMR world. So I made a documentary about it. Was part of the Eddie Strongman documentary. Yeah, I'd like to think for those bigger challenges and talking about vegan cooking. Yeah, we did some vegan cooking videos as well. Yeah. Do I know about Daddygate? I do know about it. Well, I've heard about it on the internet, but, I don't really... At that point, I'd already stopped watching so much Sean Atwood. When he started doing all the sort of, like, Earth Flat, David Icke weirdness, I just like went away from him. I liked it when he was like with real people in the studio giving a proper account of their lives. Like that was peak Sean Atwood, and then it all went a bit wild, didn't it? But so I've heard about all that stuff, but I don't really, go. That's where I don't want to. That's where I stop digging and turn away, to be honest, because I just think, what the fuck. I have no opinion on it really, because I don't, unless I'm in there and know facts, I can't really say any facts, I guess. Yeah. I just made you, like, I used to make these little videos. Like this is one of the Strongman shoots. This is me doing my work at the Strongman show. I'd like to get back, like I said, I'd like to get back when we get to sustainability on my channel, when we've got the podcast on its own channel and we've got sustainability and we're looking at better quality of guests. I say quality, not quality. We're going to get some really good people that are just not that well known to start with. I have to do a bit of research and find good people, but we're going to get them. They're going to come through. But then we're going to get to a level where, maybe I pull a few strings and we get a few strongmen or an Eddie, maybe we get some people that are a bit bigger than I hoped for a bit earlier. But we get a few people on, and at that point I'd like to be able to not just be, you're on the phone, great. I'd like to be able to point a nice camera at them and do a good job. You know what I mean? So yeah, in the future we'll move towards that. We'll get back to that. Can't run before we can walk though. So okay, so we're back. Don't know why Obs had a little, it was just one of my windows. Too many open windows. I was just saying, this is a little thing we shot for Samson's Gym, like a little promo. I held the microphone and did some of the shots. Matt shot most of it and then edited it. So it's really his work, but I was there on the shoot and I held the thing, and this is one of the early things I was shooting. It's worth sharing, I suppose. Probably don't need that beat.
Hit the world.
It's just people doing strongmanning stuff, isn't it? But yeah, you get the gist, isn't it? So we can step up. There's one step up from what I'm doing now, which is talking on the internet about stuff, showing you stuff on the computer, being in a room and doing that. There's two ways to step up. I can get more people in this room itself. I've got a little studio, just that end of the room. It looks a bit like a studio. Can't show it you now because the cameras are set up for a different thing. But I can get 2 people in this room and they can talk live with me. That's one aspect. And the other aspect is we can go and meet people, take the cameras and do a good job. And yeah, that's for the future. So that's why I took that deviation there at the end, just to tell you, answering the questions there in a way, and telling you about the beautiful future that we want to have together on Super Chuffer Channel. That's the concept, that's the aim. Let's just step by step. At the moment, we've taken a big jump recently. I'm so grateful there are so many of you here watching this. This video has been lots of fun. We're going to do more of these lives. We're going to persist throughout the year. I'd like to get, my aims for this year are to get to 10k. If I can do it by the end of March, then we reassess everything. But I want to get to 10k subs. I want a regular 1k to 5k. 10k on a video regular is a really good thing. And from that point, we can think, can we do 100k regular? Is the next step up going to yield this, slightly bigger number? Because it's got to be worth it and sustainable and stuff. But, step by step. So at the moment, my target is regularly hitting 1,000 views per stream. We're now doing that. Aiming for that 10,000 subs. At that point, aiming for more, of course. But saying, let's stabilise. Let's move thus to its own show. It can stand alone. How do we get to 10k by the end of March? Genuine question. I persistently say it on this stream that I want you to do it. That's one thing. You press subscribe while you're watching. Number 2 is more people share more of the stuff. Because for every one of you that likes this, you've all got 2 friends that like it as well. They just haven't watched it yet. Like the demons.
She had plans. Obviously, she was on a work meeting.
Like that, there's that. I find the Nicola Buddy stuff gets me the most subs, but like I said, I'm not just going to squeeze that sponge because I'm desperate. But I think also I try and touch on different things. Like today was quite different. I don't think I'm going to draw any people from the God Has Entered Into My Body fan base, but maybe before the month is out, I try and do 2 or 3 different streams on something slightly different, and it exposes the show to a different audience. Stop ignoring you, Audrey. I'm not. What am I doing? Beautiful Sal. Missing Bob already. I'm not ignoring you. get the decks out. We can do that on Twitch. We can't do it. There's so much copyright issue, but I have done it in the past. I've done a couple of streams of it on Twitch. And I think I uploaded one of them to Battery Exhausted, didn't I? I would have done it on Battery Exhausted, either as a live, as a test, and it didn't work because we just got binned off immediately. Or did I upload it as a video? How to make drum and bass. No, it might be in my it might be in my unlisted videos because obviously copyright issues. But yeah. Would you buy a car of Frank Butcher? Probably.
אלוהים נכנס לתוך הגוף שלי כגוף של מלאך אסלאמי, אותו גודל מושלם. זוהי טבילת רוח הקודש.
Бог вошел в мое тело, как тело. Мой такой же идеальный размер. Это крещение.
Yeah, of course I've heard of Congo Natty. Nanini one, zigging na na no no no. Nanini one, zigging na na no no no. Nanini one, zigging na na no no no. Ooh yay, no 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 no. Bad boys in a land of rude boys in a Kingston. Bad boys in a land of rude boys in a Kingston. You never know you gangster, me say live in a jungle. Ooh hey, you never know me gangster, me say live in a jungle. Ooh me a the nutter, original mad nutter, original man nutter, original mad nutter, original me a like, you know, come on, you know. He's the original mad nutter.
Если вы не чувствуете, как невидимый Бог входит в ваше тело, значит, вы не наполнены Святым Духом. Бог вошел в мое тело, как тело исламского ангела.
Because I'm MC Strafe, give me a wave, roll in a rave, dance to the jungle, gave a call to my brer. When I say Strafe, you say echo, yeah? Strafe, echo, Strafe, echo, etc. I'm not doing that now. I'm not getting all het up on drum and bass now at the end of the episode. I'm supposed to be lulling you into bedtime. I'm not getting het up on drum and bass. When I'm weak, you're telling me that I'm strong. Because I'm a jungleistic man. I know about Nicky Blackmarket, mate. I know about I'll tell you who I know about. I know about Stevie IPD. Yeah, I know about Stevie IPD. I'm going to get you out of your seat. Listen to the way that I speak. This one's clear and this one's speak. Minimum move to the jungle beat. This one's going to make you twist. Yes, I know you love it like this. From New York to San Francisco, they don't know how to disco. This one's like I know about Stevie IPD. That's my jam. Yeah. I know I was talking about when a night won his Spurs. Do I remember Lord of the Dance? Yes. Sing wherever you may be. I'm the Lord of the Dance, said he. And I'll lead you all. Yeah, I know about Lord of the Dance. That's another good one. Yeah, that's another good one. Do you smoke, Paul? I don't smoke the reefer. My sister used to date the guy who made that record in a strange turn of fate. And that wasn't so good. Inner City Life, brilliant. I can't play it because of copyright. Just not allowed to. I'll tell you what I can show you. I shouldn't degenerate into this now, but I can show you Scotty Sterling, right? I can show you this, Scotty Sterling SoundCloud, which is me. So, I can show you me. That's all right. A lot of this is now rock songs and other stuff, but if I scroll back to like my early doors, this is stuff that I was making like 10 years ago now, I suppose. I probably don't know what's the best one to expose you to first of all, because I don't want to listen to loads of it. It would be like too much. But I can expose you to my SoundCloud. What should you play? Maybe just play this. This is my SoundCloud. Why is it doing that? Hang on, my stream. Oh no, we're working, yeah. Okay, we're working.
Since you've been gone, I can do whatever
for this, won't we? I just put all that like skitty beat in it. It's nice, isn't it? And a bit of wah wah in there. This is me. That was I took her track and just like took out all the bass and the melody, like to put my stuff in underneath. This is just all me, this one. These are all my musics.
About the backstage pass out, they're never gonna get that. Tell them about the backstage pass out, they're never gonna get that. Tell them.
Just used to bang out tracks. This is probably my most popular track. It's got 50,000 plays back in the day. Means nothing, but it did back in the day. I use Reason and Logic. And yeah, I play instruments as well. Oh, I love Barrington Levy, yeah. I'm broader than Broadway. I'm broader than Broadway. I used to bang out these, what do you call them, mashups, you know. Never got me anywhere. That's all right. It's not me singing, no. It's the original track just sped up. Back 8 years ago, before they were just doing that on Everything the Chuffers. Now everything's sped up, isn't it? But yeah, just tunes that I made. Just stuff I made. Then I did change. I started making, like, I used to make grunge music, so I had to go back. Like, I had to kind of go back. So I don't know really how to play, where to play this, because I don't really want you to be like in bed, like having to listen to all this nasty, aggressive music necessarily. But I had to go back and play some guitar music as well. Just make some tunes. This is probably the crossover track that I did. So this is me singing. In fact, why am I doing this? Play the video. This is getting out of hand now, so I'll play you this video and then we'll stop the music, because like it's getting out of hand now. It'll be on here, won't it? It must be Roots. Yeah.
It's time for me to move.
Yo, not monetized, but you know, has its own adverts.
And I'm in the line. I'm in the line up to leave him.
That's me.
I'm in the line up to leave him. Stand outside because you can't keep your boy tonight. When it causes you come up on your own like. Come hard but you can't hide your razor. can see that you are ready to be released. Before I was a glitter chip prince, I was a writer. And now I'm fire that ignites the firelighters. Come hard, but you can't find your razor. Well, in the mirror, I'm a fucking transformer. Stand outside because you can't keep your boy in line. When he closes, you come back on your phone like. You come hard, but you can't hide your razor. Well, in the mirror, I'm a fucking transformer. Stand outside because you can't keep your boy in line. When he closes, you come back on your phone like. You come hard, but you can't hide your razor. Well, in the mirror, I'm a fucking transformer. I'm in a line up to leave him. You come hard, but you can't keep deceiving me. I'm a passionate state of what a season. A lesson in blind blood and can't believe it. Well, I'm the crucial run me up to Roman settlements. Well, I'm intelligence that needs to be leading to be believed. Born Dennis and the same release your children. A call count while you're teaching them to kill them. Stand outside because you can't keep your boy in line. When he closes, you come back on your phone like. You come right, but you can't hide your razor. But in the mirror, I'm a fucking transformer. Stand outside because you can't keep your boy in line. When he closes, you come on your phone like. You come hard, but you can't hide your razor. But in the mirror, I'm a fucking transformer.
There I am. There I am. I say that every time I see this. There I am. There I am. It's got background music going on as well. Yeah, you want Castello Charm? I've got Castello Charm. Come round my house, I'm armed. Mi casa, no su casa. Like Skibber, deal with the matter. Oh, it's so aggressive. It's so aggressive. And I should really just wrap it live, shouldn't I? Because like, I don't want to bang on. Oh, no, I shouldn't keep doing this. This is bad now. This is now bad. This is now naughty.
All I want to hear from your ass is
you're
you ain't
naughty.
got no problem, Jules. I'm on
playing to the crowd now.
Go back in there, chill them niggas out, and wait for the cavalry, which should be coming directly.
You ain't got no problem,
you sending the
Jules.
strafe? I should be able to rap along with the track, but it'll be out of sync maybe because of the way the stream is slightly out of sync. So yeah, I've got a guitar over there. There's one in this room. Like, there's one over there. Yeah.
Motherfucker. Go back in there and chill them niggas out.
And wait for the strafe.
Coming directly.
You sending
You feel better, motherfucker?
Shit, Morgan, that's all you had to say.
So I was getting trolled at this point, and regularly people were coming to my YouTube channel, which was about calm relaxation, to say, kill yourself. You should kill yourself. Raffy Taffy's better than you. And the reason was because I asked him to give my portion of a video that he made without my consent, using me and my work in his video. I said, can you give that money to charity, that money you made? Thanks. And then he did, and they all hate me. So.
I'm sick of Raffy Taffy bands happy slapping them like pranksters. Joey Salads is the definition of a wanker. I'm a dance on fire like your mates. I'm wearing your girlfriend's knickers, so nick this. Try to make a buck. Send me your army, I'll mow them all down like I give a fuck. But I don't, and you know me. And those who don't can go blow me. Cause I told you before that I'd come back with more. Now I'm back with the force of 10 tigers. Line up contenders. I invented him, he's pretending. Wants to be like me but I can't stand him. Sit down while I reprimand him. Stand up when I tell ya you're no contender. I'll shit out Raffy Taffy like diarrhea. No questions here, no paper. Make no cash, not an instigator. I'll finish him and then later deal with them, I deal with the haters. Can't touch me, I make waves. Meanwhile you're just butt surfers. But hurt cause I called your name out. Cry wolf and a shame your name out. Which hunt but to pick the wrong gun to play. Cause I won't lay down right here, just keep getting up. Back with the breaks, back with the uppercut. Back with the blues, back with the knuckle up. Back with the Zulus, come to fuck you up. I got Castello Charm. Come round my house, I'm armed. Mi casa, no su casa. Like Skip, I deal with the matter. I got Castello Charm. Come round my house, I'm armed. Mi casa, no su casa. Like Skip, I deal with the matter. Throw a punch, you couldn't throw a party, couldn't throw a fit, you couldn't catch a cold, you couldn't catch my drink, you couldn't even get sick, couldn't even grow old, just grow moldy while I break the mold. I've been sold out and I won't be told to sit down, cause I'm up in the jungle like Shere Khan. You're Mowgli.
I'm ASMR Jesus. Rappy tappy fans are just heathens. Never summer short of 4 seasons. They can't understand my reasons. They can't understand my ways. Not in ASMR to get paid. Rappy tappy fans are just nasty. No class but they're still in school. Watch YouTube twats and think they're cool cause they're fooled by marketing bullshit. I'm the king of bullshit, the food of kings. You're a shit milkshake and some onion rings. I'm vegan, you're meager portions. Your mom should have had an abortion. Instead she got you, a privileged kid who doesn't have a clue about fair use, about what's right. I'm not saying that I'm Snow White, but to me you're intellectual dwarves, dopey, rappy and droopy drawers. I know a song that'll get on your nerves. Rappy plays to kids like a pervert. Now then, young man, bundled into the back of a van at a fan meet up. Put your feet up, cause Rappy's tapping. Another little kid, I'm kidding, not kidnapping. I'll rip his ass when it comes to rapping.
Focus of YouTube and something new for you to chew through. I'll fuck your whole crew up. I got Costello charm, come round my house, I'm armed. Mi casa, no su casa, like slip, I deal with the matter. I got Costello charm, come round my house, I'm armed. Mi casa, no su casa, like slip, I deal with the matter.
You talk shit, I can smell your breath through the screen. You couldn't get wet dreams. You tap on cubes cause you got no balls and you're all the same and I'm bored of you all. Blowing up like car bombs in Kabul, like Grand Pooh Bear, take all the marbles. I'm ASMR Jesus, you're my disciples. So don't fuck with me because I'll do a battle rap and fuck you up. Don't come at me on YouTube because I'll do a diss track and fuck you up. Isn't it? I did one recently about Darkside Phil. He's the king of hate, he's the king of save states, he's the king of taking bait and... oh god, I'm getting leaned by the king of everything that's unclean. He's the king of bacteria, black mold growing over your area. Like, you know, it's just, yeah. Diss track Emma White. I could diss track Emma White. That could be an issue, couldn't it? Couldn't it? I could do that. But yeah, that was 5 years ago now. 5 years ago. So things have calmed down since then. I used to do this as well, actually. I should go back to this. That's reminded me, look. I used to do Links Jam. In all of my videos, I used to put the links to the Samaritans, Mind the Mental Health People. You can get my music. You can help me to make content. There's my band. The full albums are there. You can tweet me. And that's the Midnight Hour podcast. Do something good, look. Amnesty, Animal Equality, Greenpeace. I should do that as well. Do I still dance in town?
Такой же идеальный размер.
Now then, young man, bundled into the back of a van at a fan meetup. Put your feet up, because Rafi's tapping another little kid. I'm kidding, not kidnapping. I'll rip his ass when it comes to rapping. She was on a work call. What more do you want from me? We're nearly up to 4 hours now. She was on a work call. Don't get me on me, don't get me doing my old music. I'll be there for hours. Do you know that? It's one of them. It's there if you want it. Someone suggested it. We had a little look, but don't get me doing that. I'll be there for hours. I would like to tidy it up and bring it back. I'd like to make a channel with just all my music on it. So it's there complete and clean, not instead of mixed into all these other channels. But, shit happened in the old days. Shit got done. Shit got said. Tracks got done. Diss tracks got made. I win the internet. Yeah. We can do a DJ stream. We're looking into a 10-hour stream. I'll tell you what, I'm looking into doing some sort of... We can do a subscriber marathon where every time someone subscribes, I have to stay on stream for a bit longer and stuff like that. That's how you get loads of subs, apparently. So, don't sniff a Lanzaprol. But yeah. Meetups. I think, careful, you could be meeting up with this guy and his haircut. You never know.
Мой такой же идеальный размер. Это крещение Святым Духом. Если вы не чувствуете, как не...
Yeah, everyone was making diss tracks at one point, weren't they, Sarah? There were a lot of diss tracks going around on the internet. I remember Rice Gum as well, back in the day.
الله جاء دخلت داخل جسدي كجسد ملاك إسلامي نفس الحجم المثالي هذه معمودية الروح القدس إذا كنت لا تشعر أن الله غير المرئي يدخل جسدك فأنت لست مليئة بروح القدس.
This can't be a problem.
الله جاء دخلت داخل جسدي كجسد ملاك إسلامي نفس الحجم المثالي هذه معمودية الروح القدس. إذا كنت لا تشعر أن الله غير المرئي يدخل جسدك فأنت لست مليئة بروح القدس. الله جاء دخلت داخل جسدي كجسد ملاك.
I'm not a big Arabic speaker, but I think that says God has entered into my body.
God entered my body like a body, my same size, like me floating into...
Oh, wait. Okay, for immediately, I thought, how's he doing that? He's showing me the phone, and I'm seeing him on the phone, and he's on the phone. Shouldn't he be holding it in front of his face? He's doing it in a mirror, because he's in the toilet again.
Here are you floating into me. That is the Holy Ghost baptism, Acts 2:38 in the Bible. I see non-stop visions from God. And I just want to know one thing. Do you think it is cool? My name is Bob Hickman. Today is June the 10th.
Don't get me. I'm supposed to be finishing the stream. Don't get me doing this. Naughty Bob Hickman. Bob Hickman. Naughty Bob Hickman. That's Ecosia. Oh, Ecosia brings some stuff up. Bob Hickman psychic. This is someone different. This is someone different.
I would say,
but just as bad.
Or I think it's a,
That's for another episode. Right? He looks. I don't want to say. If you laugh, it's on you. Yeah, it's on you, Bob Hickman. There's lots of Bob Hickmans. Maybe if I put Bob Hickman, God, because that's part of his tagline. God entered my body, Instagram. I found him straight away. Oh my God. I wondered what he was going to do on Instagram. I just said, Bob, he's gone straight for this. He said they're his finest. All of them very similar. Why this? This one. I got logged in. I got to be logged in. This one says, "Don't drive, stay home." I think there must have been bad weather. So he's public service announcement, 53 likes, "Don't drive, stay home." God has entered me through my ass. He did say in one of them he thought his ass was going to help the world, didn't he? In some way. Bob. He's got this one's got his schedule on it. Like Darkside Phil, this one's got his schedule. Going to the library. It's 10th of the 18th, 22. I'm 5'4" tall. I'm Bob Hickman. They're the facts. Going library. It's 10/18/2022. I'm 5'4" tall. I'm Bob Hickman. These are the facts. See what happens on vacation. It's 9/6/2022. Time go out. Have fun. I'm 5'4" in height. It's 9/7/2022. I'm 5'4" in height. It's 9/8/2022. I'm Bob Hickman. I mean, I'm running. Oh, thanks Instagram. Thanks. You don't have an account. Do I have to get an Instagram account to have more fun on the internet? Is that what it's going to take? Ministry of Dreams. In this book, Ministry of Dreams contains visions of Jesus speaking and writing what he said. Jesus spoke and showed me ministering spirits in visions, and I simply wrote what I was told. That's how the New Testament in the Bible was born. And then there's a HTTP Ministry of Dreams thing, and it's a book, Ministry of Dreams. What people are saying, the reviews are not read. These reviews are not... Okay, this book has been written by Bob Hickman, and these reviews, bear in mind, right, I'm not going to scroll down so you can't see it until I read it. Don't look, right, don't look. These reviews, right, they're not verified, but I think I know who's written them. This review says, God entered into my body, like a body, my same size. God appeared to me in visions and spoke this book. I wrote the words God said, God. 5 out of 10. 3 stars. I made up the stars. This is a user review. Flag as inappropriate, if you will. Jesus came inside me, Bob Hickman, like a body my perfect size, when I was 32 years old. This book was prophesied, meaning seeing visions of Jesus and ministering spirits, and writing what they'd said. And they spoke, describing scenes. And Jesus himself spoke, and I wrote what he said. This is a preview. This has gone on far too long. I'm going to have to know this over 4 hours now. I'm going to give you this. This is your bedtime story, and then this is what you're having. This is it. This is everything. We can come back and look at this another time if you feel it's necessary. 1/28/2010. Bob. Book said. These are commas each time, so I'll pause for the commas. Bob. Book said. Holly showed. Call it. She said. Wiped lips. Look at. Jesus with brown hair. Call it Ministry of Dreams. Holly said. The book is born. She said. All I want is tithies. Said. Do I know much about Hermetic knowledge? If this is it, no. No, I don't. Can we get back to Ansel? This is pure gold. This is the ravings of a complete madman. The book is born, she said. All I want is tithies, said. Him who is and was and always will be. Get it published. Get it published, said. Jesus, look at watch. It is time. God said people want to steal. God said to ruin. But I spoke it, created. Page 2's not... You can't read page 2. It's been badly formatted. On the shelf, Jesus said, Bob looking at his own book. Holly said, it's at stores. She said, put it under, that's all I have to do, said Holly, is tell visions. That's Holly receiving word from Jesus, then going and telling Bob, and Bob putting it on his website. Holly said, call it Ministry of Dreams. Holly said, close. She said, this chapter go and work out. Did come back in. Holly looked at watch 15 minutes later, put it under, said Jesus chapter 2, call it. Jesus said it's time for end times prophecy. That said Holly the world. Right, if we want to fuck with Bob, I'm not suggesting we do. But I might have to start a sock account called Holly, and I might have to start commenting on his videos. Why does he write like this? Well done, Sarah. This has gone way out of... We need a music night of chat. We can do that. We certainly can. The only problem is if I play loads of music, it will get me put off copyright straight away. So we can look at it, but we can't play all the music. It's a bit of a shame. We can do it on Twitch, where if I get copyright strikes, it just happens, and then it happens. So I might be able to set it up and then tell you it's all happening over there. But the only problem is not being able to play the tracks. We could try and find a way around it. Like, the copyright strikes aren't just I don't get monetized, it shuts down the stream, so that's no good. But yeah, chat's always good. We can maybe play a tiny clip of
God
something.
entered my body like a body my same size.
For some reason, this is fine.
Like me floating into you, or you floating into me. That is the Holy Ghost baptism, Acts 2:38 in the Bible. I see non-stop visions from God.
Ministry, what did he call it? She said, call it Ministry of Dreams. This is how you go down the rabbit hole. Ministry of Dreams. Google will fix that for me, even if I spelled it wrong. Thanks. Uh-oh. Jalandhar, Punjab. That's not. Ministry of Dreams is too vague. There's going to be more than one, isn't there? Ministryofdreams.org. Ministry of Dreams Spotify. A non-profit launching in 2023. This looks too organised. Dream Machines. This looks like an art project. That's a restaurant in Jandahar. Sorry, Bob. Oh, maybe I'm going to have to buy his book. bet it's going to be stupid expensive. £6 for a paperback. For a paperback, Ministry of Dreams. I mean, that's one, isn't it? That's an interesting proposition for you. Do I want to give Bob £6? Like, that's a real negative. Like, that's a total net negative. On the positive, I get the book. And it is the book of what Jesus speaking and writing what he said. So, add to basket. Maybe it's a mistake. You never know. You don't know. Ministry of Dreams. I hope you have nice dreams. I hope if it's bedtime for you now, I hope you have nice dreams. We talked about quite a lot all over today, haven't we? I showed you into my YouTube past there, my past indiscretions. We put some stuff in the shopping basket so that I can dress up like this nutter. We've discovered God has entered into my body. You never thought you'd ever see that on the internet. Now you have. You can't unsee it. That's inside your brain. I put it there. I'm responsible. It's nice learning that we all had some similar interests in chat there as well. Like, it was nice that we'd... I spent your tippies on Bob's Book and a Monk outfit. Effectively, in a way, that's happened. But in another way, like, it's all gone in the kitty and it all provides content. Because when that arrives, what I can do, my proposition to you, Joe, is that I sit down in the costume and read the book on the internet and do like a video of it, like a review, like a serious one, and get the editor to edit it and see where that goes. That could take us places. You never know. Yeah. It's like when Bob, you know, Jesus went into him and became him. In a way, when I'm wearing those clothes and reading his book, he will be inside me. So it goes around, comes around. Dedicate that episode to Paul Ansell. I'm sure we can dedicate some episodes to Paul Ansell. Probably the prison episode should be dedicated. Well, should be. Come on. Let's listen to this again.
She had plans. Obviously, she was on a work meeting.
You can get into it. I'm sure you can get into an interview. He's already done one for the telly, and see how that went, didn't you? You see how that went. You never know about these things. All right, I've been on a long time tonight. 4-hour slammer, big slammer jammer, big super slammer jammer. I hope you all had good fun in chat. I hope you've all had a good time. I want to say thank you to all for being here. We've done something that, you know, you never know. If I put up a thumbnail and you're like, what's that? I don't know what that is. Be there. Do you know what I'm saying? Just be there. What's on tomorrow? Audrey, after this, I just need to rest and recover. But I think tomorrow is, if it's Friday, I wanted to do one on... We didn't even look at the cards today. I wanted to show you this. We didn't even get to do the cards again. And I want to do one on that dude that found her. You know, I want to do another one on the dude that found her. But we've got this as well. Look, I've got the tarot cards. Of course, the Golden Girl tarot cards. This is Tarot de Carteloids or whatever it's called. It's a nice deck, this one. Some other cards have arrived. Nice deck, look. Nice pictures. Art. Tarot deck. Some people are going to be into that. I've also got literary oracles. The Literary Witches Oracle. This has arrived today. This is going to be... you pick out... They're bigger cards, so it's much more like big and visual. Like you do a reading and you pick out a card, and it's a witch from books or stories or something with lovely art on it. And then I read out of the book like which witch it is, and like I don't know. In some way, I've got to be really careful with these. I don't want to damage them. In some way, this is magic. It's an oracle deck. It's a huge, like, it's a lovely thing. Huge, nice box with a guidebook. And we've also got Practical Magic activation deck. That's going to be good. I'm banging everything around now. We've got a Woodland Wardens. That's going to be popular. Oracle deck. Look at that. That's going to be good. Woodland Wardens. I might start doing this on Twitch, because Twitch has actually got a tarot section. But if I could just open it, I can't. It's hard to open. This is one of the coolest ones as well. This deck opens like that. And this is like a astrological, Starseed Oracle. So we've got proper tarot, and then we've got like modern tarot oracle decks of different varieties to look through, to examine, to talk about, and maybe even use as well. You know, maybe even use. So that's a stream I want to do. This is a cool camera shot that we've got going on that I've set up for that reason. And of course, I want to keep coming back round in, you know, I don't think we'll ever stop coming back round to this, will we? She was what? She was on her work. Pat Butcher come and said that for you then.
She had plans. Obviously, she was on a work meeting.
It's like would Emma White like Genshin Impact? No, she wouldn't. She wouldn't have any time for that rubbish. Having fun, she wouldn't like it. But the one I like, I'll tell you the one I like is this. What's his name now? I even remember his name now. Jason Dean Rothwell, is it? Yeah, Jason Dean Rothwell. I think there's hours of content in Jason Dean Rothwell. Just watching his, like, he's done this interview that I was watching a bit of.
Okay, Jason, what scares you the most about your future?
Getting old.
The music's bad.
Getting old. Nothing else. I'm not bothered about anything else. I'm not bothered about dying. I'm not bothered about money. You know, just getting old.
I think there's more material in them. I'd like to do a bit more digging. So would he. He's got his own channel, look, but he's only got one video on the fucking thing. He's only got one video on it. Why only one video? Don't make us starve, Jason. Sorry for the advert. Don't make us starve, Jason. We want more. Is it just the bin video?
So I just come back from a walk. It was a lovely walk. And I had a bit of a meditation halfway round. And, you know, I was dreaming the other night, and somebody said you need to go and see the Lady of the Lake.
So I kind of want to have a look back into this chuffer. Like, it's all well and good to just crack open a door and see these weird chuffers behind the door and go, fucking hell, and then close the door. But, you know, opening the door and poking your head right round and having a good look, that's the way forward. So, got a few more of that. I've got all sorts of ideas, you know, it's not just this chuffer. But in due time, as things happen, we've got streams. Oh, we got streams. I hope you have nice dreams. If you dream of the bowl haircut, the cap, the plaid shirt, the coat, the toilets, the half naked, the basement, this is the other look, the half naked in the basement. Or maybe you dream of driving a truck, being in the toilets, doing your exercises. Maybe you dream in a foreign language.
الله جاء دخلت داخل جسدي كجسد ملاك إسلامي نفس الحجم المثالي.
I see you in chat there, Ricky Raw, Groove Rider, banging DJ, and nonce, this guy.
هي معمودية الروح القدس. إذا كنت لا تشعر أن الله غير المرئي يدخل جسدك فأنت لست مليئة بروح القدس.
Do you know what? I had a weird dream last night. I dreamt I was over the road from my old business, the old business I used to have in town, the hairdressers. I was over the road from it, and there was a big tarpaulin, like a big tent, like an event, like outdoors, but it was on the street, and they'd have like a restaurant inside it. So it was like a restaurant, but it was on a street with a tent over it. And then I was in the tent having a good time with these people, and there was like, you know, interesting people there, and I saw some old friends and stuff. I don't know, it was just weird. Like, the main theme was like restaurant in a tent. I don't know. This doesn't look good.
الله جاء دخلت داخل جسدي كجسد ملاك إسلامي نفس الحجم المثالي. هذه معمودية الروح القدس.
Okay, you're on warning now. I'm going to play one more and then we're done. So if you want to say goodbye to each other in chat and hello and goodbye and everything, look forward to the next episode. Bear in mind, as soon as I've turned this off, you can enjoy more of my content just by looking down the page and finding something interesting to watch. So for you, it doesn't have to end. But for me, there has to be a limit to this. So I'm going to try and pick out a good one to finish. I worry about the ones where it says, I exercise about 1 hour per day. It's like this running theme about exercise. My skin feels electric and vibrates. That's in the library. I suppose I worry about the basement ones the most. Don't I? I pray for gay couple to find employment. This was him on a roll, wasn't it? This was him on a real roll. You're still demanding one player of Junglist. I can't because it will get me binned off. I've got the vinyl upstairs, but it will get me binned off. It will get the stream removed, and then I'll have to fight YouTube to get it put back up. And then I'll have to ask them to cut that bit out so it'll like possibly monetize it. It'll just cause all sorts of problems, but you know what it sounds like. I know what it sounds like. Sorry about that. It's YouTube's fault. One day YouTube will realise that just allowing people to play music freely and then just taking like not the whole monetize, but like a 5 cent and giving it to them, giving a 5% to them. That's probably the way forward with that. Just allow music to be used, and then, if you want to opt in, you can opt in, and if you want to opt out, you can opt out. If you're a musician, you can still have this system for those that are really tight about it. But I mean, I've made music and I would be a bit, oh, they used my music without asking me. But then I'd also be a bit like, oh, they used my music. Like, depending on who they were. And I think, like, these days I'm much more open-minded about that sort of thing. I mean, back then I was as well. People might have thought they got the wrong end of the stick out of me because of that thing with that thing, but... This one's called Has the Delphi Murders Case Finally Been Solved?
God entered into my body like a body my same size. Like me floating into you or you floating into me. Holy Ghost baptism. I got up, worked out, going out and posting some visions. Try to have a little fun. Keep smiling. It's Sunday. It's about June 28th, 29th, 2020. Keep rocking, keep going. Do whatever makes you happy. When you die, you're going right back to the ground. I'm the only one on the planet that can tell you that. That's right. God told me he made up heaven and hell to scare you. Does it make you afraid that he doesn't tell the truth? Anyway, God entered into my body like a body...
Good short. That'll make a good short for YouTube, that. You want to see the knee pads, don't you? You like the knee pads, but
God entered...
I don't know what they are.
My body like a body my same size.
I tell you what I'm really getting. I'm getting a strong sense for this catchphrase. God's entered my body like a body my same size. God entered my body like a body my same size.
Like me floating into you. Or you floating into me. It's Christmas almost. 23rd.
Oh.
And
it's 23rd Christmas.
Start closing. So, making one last video and wishing you all a Merry Christmas and Happy New Year. But Merry Christmas before Happy New Year. Right? Right? Anyway, got up, worked out. Now I'm going out, trying to have a little fun before it all ends.
What do you mean, having a little fun before it all ends? You're going out trying to have a little fun before it all ends. That sounds a bit weird. That sounds a bit weird. Anyway, yeah, so... Hi, you're with Scott. Jesus entered into my body. God entered into my body like a body my same size. It's midnight. It's always midnight. God entered into my body like the body my same size. This exercising, truck-driving Christian wants to meet you.
God entered my body like a body my same size. Like me floating into you or you floating into me. I am starting a job today. It's March 4th, 2021. Driving a semi-truck. So, if you see me out there on the road, try to flag me over to the side.
You just try it. You just try it. Coughed it out like the demons.
She had plans. Obviously, she was on a work meeting.
Yeah, do you know what, Joe? I could carry on now for another 5 hours if I don't get my head screwed on, just blathering away. These are supposed to be succinct episodes that are like, you know, if you put it on, you can listen to it for a bit, and then it doesn't go on too long because otherwise it's a bit weird. And like in 5 years, well, 5 years is a bit long, isn't it? But you know, as new people come to the channel, I hope they can look down the list and see, oh, this looks interesting. I'll play this. It's about this for this amount of time. There we go. You know, you can still watch this. It will still be good. It doesn't age. This doesn't. It could be even edited into a proper video about this chap with a bit more, like this could be the groundwork. I hand it to the editor and say, oh, look, we've written a bit of a script about this guy. We found these cool clips. Edit that down to half an hour. Have you seen this guy? You know, we'll bang that out as well. So that's fine. It's all good. The minute I start, or the hours that I start taking it on, like if it goes to 6 hours, 10 hours, and I'm just wandering on, just talking a load of shit, then it goes off rails, doesn't it? It's okay for a Twitch stream on. When I play Genshin Impact on Twitch, I will suddenly take a tangent and we could be talking about shit like this. You never know. But in general, I'm playing Genshin Impact. You know, we always go back to that sort of thing. And Twitch is a bit like that. People expect you to be on for like 6 hours, 7 hours, sometimes maybe even longer. But yeah, here on YouTube, now is the time to put an end to this. I've said thank you to everyone loads of times. You've all had a good time. You've been good. You've been good. What is Genshin Impact? It's the game I play. It's a game I play. It's like I'm getting a bit thrown around by these chuffers now, looking at all these chuffers. Looking at all these bad chuffers. It's got its own channel here now as well, Genshin Impact. So I play this. It's just like a, you know, an online a game. Like you run around, you hit people with swords, you kill things, you get your crew together. It's set in a fairy tale world. You level up your characters. It's quite popular. It's like one of the most popular games ever. I find it quite fun, quite relaxing. It's a totally different change of pace. It doesn't cost anything to play. It's free to play. And it's like, yeah, story and fun. And I'm there as well. Look, I'm there. Me. So thank you for the $2, Robert. Thank you very much. That's going towards that monk costume today, but you know, it's going towards the monk costume. So what can I say? But thank you. Remix Super Chuffer. Yeah, like maybe we could just send these edits through an edit. Yeah. Genshin Impact. God entered my ass through my body. Like God entered my body like a body my same size. And if you ever see me in the basement, like the problem is, I'm glad I got that costume to dress up as, because otherwise I could have had to dress up as this. Like you could go to this as Halloween, couldn't you? Next time you go to a costume party, you know that you yourself, next time you go to fancy dress, you in your brain will think, I could go as this guy, but no one else will get it. But I will have a lot of fun. I'll do the mullet, I'll do the bowl cut, I'll get the cap, I'll take off my trousers, I'll wear the knee pads. Will I be called Father Scott? I don't know why. What, like this guy? Is he into because of the God thing? If someone turned up as Bob, you'd be arrested for flashing. Poor Bob. And maybe that's why he just does it in the basement. And of course, exposing it to YouTube. He uploads it to YouTube as shorts, hoping to get some kids. He said, was his words, wasn't it? Hope I never gain weight back. I'm 5'4".
God entered into my body like a body my same size.
I can't have any more. Can't have any more. You've had enough now. You've had enough now. You've had enough now. Bobby's short, yeah. Poor Bob. That's not the worst of it for Bob, frankly. His height is not his main problem for Bob. All right, listen, you've been good, and if you can't be good, you're naughty. That's the thing I say at the end. I've said it now, so it's the end. You be good, and if you can't be good, you're naughty.